Surrounded by a brilliant array of magic circles, Reed paused to reflect on how strange it was that, after a lifetime of bitter rivalry, this marked the very first time he and Elria were truly fighting side by side. She smiled back at him, gently pointing out that despite their past differences, they stood united now, a sentiment he wholeheartedly embraced with an eager nod. 1,000 years prior, a fierce war raged across a sunlit valley where opposing armies gathered for a decisive conflict. Due to the brutal clash of arms on the front line, chaos overwhelmed the ranks as soldiers found their advance halted by the destruction of a critical bridge. Observing the devastation, the legendary hero of Altium rested his heavy broadsword over his shoulder, locking eyes with the formidable mage hovering above the battlefield. Looking up into the wide sky, he offered her a relaxed, confident greeting, surprised that she had personally answered the call to battle. Suspended gracefully above the sunlit clouds upon her floating staff, she calmly confirmed her arrival to the warriors standing below. With a soft, composed expression, she confessed that her sole motivation for appearing on this bloody battlefield was the rumor that he would be there. Following her admission, she manifested a massive cluster of intricate magic circles spanning the sky, ready to unleash a catastrophic spell upon the battlefield. She stood opposite him as he eagerly anticipated settling their score after hundreds of battles, his eyes gleaming with excitement for the upcoming fight. As he spoke, she calmly reminded him that this would be their 629th battle, prompting him to thank her for keeping count when he never could. In response, she noted that she had to keep track because he forgot every single time, leading him to laughingly admit that he was simply an idiot compared to her brilliant mind. Shifting his grip on his heavy sword, he insisted that despite his simple nature, he could never afford to show a weak or pathetic side to the soldiers watching him. He declared that his duty as the Empire's hero demanded his absolute best, to which she responded with a soft smile, promising that as the nation's sage, she would not lose either. Their endless duel was rooted in history. He was the undefeated hero of Altium who threw himself into countless wars, while she was Vigalta's celebrated sage whose revolutionary magic held the Empire at bay. Driven by mutual respect, he leaped forward with raw power, knowing she was the only opponent in the world against whom he could unleash his full, unrestricted might. A violent shockwave exploded across the field as his blade struck her magical defense, blade and spell clashing once more as hero Reed Frieden engaged sage Elria Caldwin. Though it seemed their battles would eventually determine a true victor between the realm's strongest champions, their unique bond was not destined to endure forever. Back inside a quiet military encampment, a seasoned warrior listened in stunned disbelief as dreadful news arrived that the impossible had occurred. The sage was dead. He sat in quiet disbelief, demanding absolute confirmation from his subordinate officer. Stiffly saluting, the young man assured him that the intelligence was unassailable, originating directly from their top spy embedded within Vigalta. Slumping forward on his wooden stool, the commander admitted bitterly to himself that he had always expected to fall on the battlefield long before the mighty sage ever did. Glancing back up, he asked what the kingdom's high command had to say about his useless self now that their ultimate enemy was gone. The officer hesitantly revealed that an urgent royal decree from the capital had just arrived for Lord Frieden. Reading from the scroll, the officer delivered the monarch's strict command: take immediate advantage of the chaos in Vigalta, lead the entire army across the border, and crush the enemy to end the war once and for all. Hearing this, a violent surge of disgust clenched Frieden's jaw, cursing the callous leaders of Altian who sought to exploit a warrior's demise. Lowering his cap to obscure his eyes, the officer quietly agreed, acknowledging that the military brass viewed this tragedy merely as their greatest tactical opportunity. Turning away slightly, the subordinate reminded his leader that everyone present on the front lines knew both Frieden and the sage fought their intense duels specifically to prevent mass slaughter and protect the weak. Tears streamed down the young man's face as he clutched his cap to his chest, passionately crying out that they should be honoring and mourning the sage's desire for peace, not launching a ruthless invasion in her wake. Standing up from his seat, Frieden adjusted his heavy gauntlets and offered a rare, quiet note of praise, promising that he would make sure to deliver those heartfelt sentiments directly to her. Confused, the officer asked what he planned to do. only to watch in shock as Frieden unclasped his heavy shoulder armor and let it crash onto the ground, casually remarking that he was simply going for a walk. He plunged his heavy broadsword deep into the floor, abandoning his signature weapon. Disarming himself completely, he reasoned that one could not properly meet a friend while dressed for war. Striding across the barren landscape alone, he made his way toward the heavily fortified border separating Altian and Vigalta. As a deadly volley of arrows rained down from the garrison walls, he dodged effortlessly and sprinted headlong toward the fortress, horrifying the guards above. Recognizing the legendary commander charging toward them unarmed, the defenders shrieked in utter terror as he closed the distance in an instant. Defying gravity, he planted his boot against the sheer stone surface and ran straight up the vertical wall, leaving the watchman speechless. Vaulting effortlessly over the battlements, he dropped into the midst of the enemy ranks, throwing the opposing spellcasters into chaos. With a swift, decisive blow, he neutralized the nearest attacker before they could complete an incantation. When a terrified young guard tried to strike him, he gently stopped the blow, choosing mercy over slaughter. But before he could say a word, brutal spikes of dark magic ruptured through his torso from behind, impaling him instantly. He stood battered before the enemy forces as a cloaked mage pointed a staff at his chest, demanding to know why the hero had come to invade their country. Recognizing the young spellcaster, he gently asked little Tiana if she had come to take the place of her deceased master. Held back by her allies, tears streamed down her face as she screamed desperately for him to answer her. Despite her desperate cries, he remained completely silent, staring forward with absolute composure amidst the rising tension. A split second later, a tremendous explosion detonated along the fortress wall, sending clouds of dust and debris flying over the scattering soldiers. As the dust began to clear, he was revealed standing at the epicenter of the shattered ground, his body heavily wounded and bleeding, yet refusing to collapse. Seeing her weep uncontrollably in profound grief, he managed only a faint, apologetic smile through his blood-stained face. Turning to the gathered crowd, he softly declared that his only purpose in coming had been to bid a final farewell to the sage. Distant from those ancient tragedies, the Vigalta royal capital now sat peaceful and imposing against the mountain backdrop in the present day. Right within its inner sanctum, Reed blasted through a massive circular stone gate with explosive force, ignoring the alarmed guards who shouted fruitlessly for him to stop. Pushing past his physical limits, he trudges through the grand hall, blood dripping from his torn uniform as rows of royal guards raise their spears against him. Unmoved by their weapons, he softly asks for passage, explaining that his remaining time in this world is rapidly running out. In response to his ominous plea, a young guard trembles with sweat and tears, demanding to know what he intends to do to their revered sage. Turning a cold, blood-soaked side glance toward them, he warns the men not to interfere, making it clear that he will die on his own terms only after he has spoken with her. Stepping into the sanctuary, he comes upon the tranquil sight of Elria lying amidst a bed of flowers inside a glass coffin, greeting her with a faint, weary call. Slumping to his knees from exhaustion, he chuckles weakly at the difficulty of sparing her formidable disciples without taking their lives, quietly wondering if she might suddenly awaken. Looking up toward her peaceful visage, he reflects on the countless people who still revere her legacy, acknowledging the sheer greatness she possessed. With a faint, poignant smile breaking through the blood on his face, he remarks on the 50 years they spent battling each other, noting with irony that they never managed to settle who was truly the stronger warrior. As his consciousness fades, a cherished memory surfaces of a quieter time when the two stood together under blossoms, contemplating how close they might have been had fate cast them as friends rather than foes. In that vivid recollection, she turns toward him with a spirited grin, eagerly proposing a battle to finally decide who among them held ultimate supremacy. Returning to the present, his body finally collapses onto the stone floor beside her casket, bringing his long journey to a silent, peaceful end. As his life slipped away into total darkness, silence fell over the world. Suddenly, light broke through the void, along with the gentle voice of a young woman offering a warm, cheerful morning greeting. Looking up in utter bewilderment, He found himself scooped into her loving embrace as she called out his name, Reed, with overwhelming affection. Though his tiny new body sat trapped inside a wooden crib, his mind raced with confusion. He clearly remembered dying as an old, battle-worn hero just moments before, making him wonder who this strange, cheerful woman singing about milk could possibly be. She enthusiastically presented a bottle of what she called her special milk, beaming with maternal pride, while the infant warrior broke into a cold sweat at the absurdity of his new reality. Unable to contain his shock any longer, his desperate internal cry echoed far beyond the walls of the cozy countryside house, questioning where in the world he had been reborn. 18 years passed after that baffling reincarnation, turning the once bewildered baby into a healthy, strong young man who carried a heavy woodcutter's axe over his shoulder as local villagers called out to him. When a neighbor requested help felling a massive tree nearby, he readily agreed, politely asking the village men to step back to safety before he took his strike. Standing in the quiet forest before a towering tree, the young dark-haired youth prepares to fell the massive trunk as local woodcutters gather around to watch. With a swift, practiced rotation, he swings his heavy axe in a sweeping arc. The sharp blade buries itself clean into the bark with a forceful impact. Moments later, the giant tree gives way with a loud groan, collapsing to the ground while the onlookers gap in disbelief. The woodcutters shower him with praise, amazed that anyone could accomplish such a task through sheer physical effort without relying on magic, though he quietly acknowledges to himself that he simply lacks magic entirely. He casually hoisted the enormous log over his shoulder, prompting panic and shock from the men nearby. Glancing into a hole in the timber, his eyes meet a tiny, round squirrel nestled inside. While he marvels at the serene quietness of his new life, the surrounding workers erupt into wild excitement, convinced they have stumbled upon an undiscovered species worthy of contacting the local press. Marching along with the heavy timber balanced easily on his back, he feels completely contented, confident that his future will remain peaceful and ordinary. Far from the forest logging site, a grand multi-story estate sits peacefully under the clear daytime sky. Inside an opulent estate, a young woman sat surrounded by scattered pages, quietly perusing the news of the realm. Meanwhile, far from such grandeur, the young dark-haired boy went about his daily routines under the open sky. Looking down at the printed page in her hands, a smile touched her lips as she whispered his name, having finally tracked him down. Back at his family cottage, his mother came rushing up the steps toward him, her face filled with intense urgency as he greeted her calmly. Seizing him by the shoulders in a sudden panic, she demanded to know what trouble he had caused, though he could recall doing nothing out of the ordinary. She explained that an influential noble from the capital had arrived searching for him by name, directing him to report to the village chief's house, leaving him puzzled as to why a magic wielder would seek him out. As she spiraled into worry over the grand visitor asking specifically for him, he remained entirely unfazed, telling her it was nothing to fret over. To him, no summons could compare to the shock of having awakened in this era only to realize a full millennium had slipped away since his previous life. In this transformed world, magic was now commonplace, and his ancient homeland, the Altian Empire, had long fallen, absorbed into what was now known as the Vigalta Magic Kingdom. Deciding not to leave the visitor waiting, he set off for the chief's residence, reflecting quietly that with 90 years of combined memories, very little in this world could truly startle him anymore. He turned to leave, dismissing his mother's panicked pleas for him to pretend she was uninvolved in whatever trouble he might have caused. Nearby, the white-haired girl dramatically threw herself to the ground, offering to share in his guilt, though he immediately denied having committed any wrongdoing at all. Continuing along the dusty path, he noticed the growing crowd of villagers gathered on either side, all whispering anxiously as he passed by. Scratching his head, he realized with a sigh that word of the mysterious visitor had already swept through the entire settlement. His path was suddenly blocked as the bald village chief ran toward him in a frenzy, right beside an opulent, dark magic-driven carriage parked near the square. Grabbing him violently by the collar, the frantic old man shook him back and forth while screaming to know what unthinkable act he had committed. The chief broke down in tears of relief, claiming he had feared his own life was over, while the young man calmly asked if the guest was truly such a prominent figure. Pointing a dramatic finger, the chief warned him that this was no ordinary noble, but a direct descendant of the royal lineage of the Vigalta magic kingdom. Crossing his arms thoughtfully, he pondered why such royalty would request a meeting with him, to which the chief added that the noble only claimed he would understand once they met face to face. Reassured by the chief's declaration that he would not abandon one of his own villagers, he stepped inside the building to face the royal guest. He stepped into the quiet room, bowing slightly to excuse himself as the attendant ushered him inside toward the waiting guest. Turning around with a soft smile, the light-haired young noble greeted him warmly, declaring how long it had been since they last met. Hearing her intimate greeting, he stood completely frozen, his eyes wide with utter bewilderment. Stuttering in confusion, he stumbled over his speech, while she softly repeated his name as if searching for proof of his identity. Bowing low in formal respect, he offered his polite apologies, prompting her to tilt her head in irritation and ask why he was speaking with such distant honorifics. He explained that commoners must mind their tongue when speaking to a noble of the House of Caldwen, but she merely lowered her gaze, wondering if he had truly forgotten her. Leaning closer, he asked directly if they had ever met before or if she was looking for the legendary hero, causing her heart to swell with emotional realization. At those words, her face instantly transformed, blooming into an expression of radiant, ecstatic joy. She pointed out with a pout that the true hero would never talk in such a formal manner, while he crossed his arms, complaining that their conversation was merely going in circles. He defended himself by explaining that as the hero, he naturally alters his tone to suit the nobility he addresses, prompting her to smile brightly at hearing his classic, familiar tone. She enthusiastically listed details about her background and personal habits, her age, origin, and simple pleasures like lukewarm milk tea, hoping to confirm her identity. Reed listened attentively, realizing how little they truly knew about each other outside of war. He offered a quiet apology, admitting that beyond her name and origin, his memories of her were strictly confined to their fierce encounters on the battlefield. Smacking his fist into his palm, he signaled his readiness to find a practical solution. While he noted the difficulty of finding a secluded spot suitable for powerful magic, she brightly proposed a direct test of combat strength to settle the matter once and for all. She laid out a clear condition. If he could dispel the spell she created within 10 seconds, his true identity as the hero would be indisputably proven. With their agreement set, the pair relocated to an open, rolling meadow surrounded by trees, far away from any unwanted observers. Surveying the secluded landscape, she noted how ideal the location was for unleashing magic without drawing attention, though he countered by explaining this broad countryside was simply his workplace. Curious about his daily life, she questioned what work he did in the village, prompting him to describe his physically demanding routine of plowing fields, chopping wood, and hauling freight. Confused as to why a formidable legendary hero would spend his time on manual labor, she asked for an explanation, only for him to reveal that he could no longer use magic in this life. Understanding the terms of their upcoming clash, she readied her magical implement, while he took a solid stance, assuring her that his physical strength from his past life remained entirely intact. He stood unblinking as Elria summoned a massive sphere of fiery magic above her staff, ready to unleash its destructive force. As the devastating torrent swept toward him, the white-haired sage focused her spell with intense determination. With absolute focus and a confident smile, he pulled back his arm, gathering raw physical strength into his clenched fist. Delivering a powerful punch into the air, the sheer shockwave exploded outward, instantly dispelling the magical surge. The force of the strike blew away the lingering elemental energy and surrounding leaves, leaving the clearing tranquil once more. Looking over at her with a light-hearted smile, he asked how many times they had fought each other in their previous life. Without a moment's hesitation, she replied with the exact count of 6,329 battles. He admitted that he couldn't recall such details, prompting a soft laugh from her as she reminded him that keeping track had always been her role. Bringing a hand gently to her chest, her expression softened with profound relief as she expressed her genuine joy that he was truly back. As they stood together in the peaceful field, She reflected quietly on how she had never imagined she would ever experience such a moment again. She listened calmly as he questioned how she had managed to locate him without any concrete proof, before explaining that her own reincarnation led her to believe he might be present in this world as well. Surprised that she had been monitoring obscure countryside news, he listened as she proudly revealed that she had recognized him from a simple newspaper photograph featuring a local squirrel. Sitting together in the quiet shade of the trees, he turned the conversation toward her earlier remark, asking her to clarify what she meant by reincarnation. Assuming she had cast such a spell, he sought confirmation, prompting her to explain that reincarnation magic allows one to carry all memories and abilities from a past life into the next. However, she surprisingly denied casting it, flatly stating that she had not used the spell at all. She elaborated that reincarnation magic was merely a theoretical concept she named, confessing that even she did not know the actual process required to trigger it. Pondering her words, he realized that while she understood the theoretical outcome of the magic, she lacked the actual method to perform it, expressing amazement that even the famed sage was ignorant of its execution. Pouting slightly at her limitation, she noted that true reincarnation should have preserved her original appearance completely, yet her current form differed slightly from her past life. Leaning in closer, she fixed him with a sharp, intent gaze, asking if he had truly failed to notice the differences in her new form. Flustered by his silence, she sat fidgeting on the tree stump with a light blush on her cheeks, self-consciously waiting for his reaction to her appearance. She mused that perhaps he had been reincarnated as a human this time instead of an elf, which would explain why their ears now matched so perfectly. Shifting the conversation, he inquired about the magic aptitude test she had taken as a child. She sheepishly recounted how the testing artifact had shattered the instant she touched it, leading the frustrated officials to declare her completely incompetent. Although she pointed out that he was once a legendary hero despite his lack of magic, he maintained that a quiet countryside life suited him far better than raising a stir with magic, even if monsters still roamed the lands. She refused to back down, darkly insisting that his physical prowess matched her own supreme magic, but he merely laughed it off, claiming those glory days were long behind him. Sulking in frustration, she grumbled about how ancient laws had restricted combat purely to mages, unfairly benching warriors like him. Suddenly, she stepped forward and called out his name with quiet resolution. Without a moment's hesitation, she declared loud and clear that she wanted him to marry her, leaving him completely stunned on his wooden perch. He could only utter a blank exclamation of utter disbelief as her sudden proposal hung in the air. Ignoring his confusion, she casually decided that he would become her fiancé for the time being, prompting him to frantically protest against having his future decided so arbitrarily. She then laid out her grand design. As a relative of the noble Caldwin house, he could bypass the usual requirements to take the Magic Academy entrance exam, allowing him to prove his true strength to the world. She insisted with absolute confidence that her scheme was flawless, brushing aside his concern that bypassing the rules was dishonorable. Her expression tightened with passionate intensity as she reminded him of his true worth. He had fought her on equal footing for over 50 years, earning the title of hero, and she refused to see that legacy ignored. It infuriated her that the world now dismissed him simply because he lacked magical aptitude in this new era. She made it clear that such an injustice was entirely unacceptable to her. He attempted to redirect the conversation back to the proposal itself, but she immediately cut him off, challenging him instead to a contest to determine who was truly stronger. The bold challenge brought a subtle smile to his face as memories of their past life surfaced. In those days, claiming unfairness was meaningless when every clash between them carried the weight of their nation's survival. She reaffirmed her stance with unwavering determination, knowing deep down that he shared her fierce pride and desire for a proper rematch. Remembering how they used to hold back just enough to avoid mutual destruction during their legendary duels, he resolved never to run or hide from her challenge. Grasping her hand in a firm pledge, he gladly accepted her standing challenge, sealing their shared future and their newfound. Outside in the village square, a grand and ornate magical carriage stood parked, drawing a curious crowd of local onlookers. Inside the building, Reed stepped through the doorway to greet the village chief, scratching the back of his neck nervously as he inquired whether the recent summons brought bad news. Meanwhile, back in her room, Elria lay face down on her bed, her cheeks burning with intense embarrassment as she replayed his sudden declaration in her head, utterly overwhelmed by the reality that they were now bound for the royal capital together. Moments later, as they opened the front door to head outside, both were caught completely off guard by the sight awaiting them. They were instantly swarmed by an energetic crowd of local youths, who showered him with excited questions about their journey to the capital while casting awe-filled glances toward the stunning noblewoman by his side. He raised a hand toward his childhood friends, attempting to gently stem the tide of their overwhelming enthusiasm. Beside him, she shrank back into acute shyness, trembling intensely with a violent blush and steam rising from her face under the unaccustomed weight of public scrutiny. Noticing her intense discomfort, he stepped forward to position himself between her and the crowd, scolding his acquaintances for being so overly pushy. He firmly added that if they kept surrounding them so closely, the two of them wouldn't even be able to board the magic vehicle to leave. He extended his hand through the commotion, offering her a steady anchor amid the surrounding crowd. Gently, she reached back and placed her fingers within his palm. A deep flush bloomed across her cheeks at the tender touch, her heart skipping a beat. Meanwhile, their friends stepped in to hold back the enthusiastic villagers, shouting for everyone to give the departing pair space. Holding her hand with firm reassurance, he looked back at her with a gentle smile and urged that it was time to go. Overwhelmed by the sudden closeness, she managed only a squeaky, stuttered word of thanks as her mind raced. With both of them safely aboard, the magical carriage began to move, rolling smoothly down the dirt road away from their hometown. Inside the quiet interior, she sat huddled up in intense embarrassment, agonizing over how she had stammered, while he sat beside her with crossed arms, reflecting on how chaotic their departure had turned out to be. Seeing her sitting frozen and utterly mortified, he leaned slightly toward her, calling out her name to get her attention. Snapping out of her daze, she looked up with wide eyes as he asked if she could hear him. Her face flushed a violent crimson as she suddenly snapped out of her stupor, shouting directly into his face that she could hear him perfectly fine. Seeing her hide her flustered face in embarrassment, he mused to himself that she must have possessed the exact same shy nature even before her reincarnation. Regaining her composure, she brought a hand to her chin and steered the conversation toward a more serious topic, bringing up the true reason why he was unable to use magic. She revealed that the root cause of his inability was centered entirely around the nature of his own magic power. Surprised by the revelation, he repeated her words, questioning what could possibly be unusual about his magical energy. She gestured to illustrate her point, explaining that while normal mana flows smoothly like water through magic circuits, his mana is dense like solid stone, shattering any traditional path it tries to force through. She added that enabling him to cast spells would require crafting a completely custom magic circuit tailored specifically to his stone-like mana, which made him recall how the measurement device had broken during his aptitude test. Curious about the effort involved, he asked if creating such a solution would take an enormous amount of time, to which she casually noted it had taken her 100 years just to establish the foundations of modern magic theory. With a relaxed smile, he expressed gratitude that an 18-year-old mystery had been solved so effortlessly, though she then paused to ask if he truly possessed a deep desire to practice magic. Leaning back in his seat with his hands behind his head, he confessed with a light-hearted posture that he was simply curious to experience what casting magic felt like. He questioned her unwavering confidence, but she simply clenched her fist and assured him that he would be fine since he stood no chance against her in a magic duel anyway. Reaching out slightly as they sat side by side, she quietly spoke his name. With a soft blush coloring her cheeks, she expressed her sincere gratitude to him for accepting her proposal of engagement. He pointed out that he should be the one saying that, admitted his surprise at how she had completely skipped traditional steps to ask for his hand, which caused her to fluster and protest that she had only done so in hopes of battling him once more. Shifting back to a more serious tone, he acknowledged her logic, realizing that marriage was truly the only practical path for a magicless commoner like himself to gain entry and become a mage. As he leaned in, he added that this arrangement would also make it far easier for him to investigate a deeper issue, catching her attention. He noted that both of them being reincarnated 1,000 years into the future could not possibly be a mere coincidence. Explaining his intentions, he reasoned that if a third party were responsible for their rebirth, they needed to discover who it was and uncover their motives. Moreover, he refused to let her carry such a heavy burden alone simply because his current status restricted his actions. Sitting quietly together on the sofa, a sudden thought struck him regarding her noble family lineage and its historic connection to royalty. She beamed with delight as he recalled how Tiana, a daughter of the ancient royal bloodline, had once taken his own family name. She listened attentively as he reflected on how little Tiana's bloodline had eventually given rise to the distinguished lineage of the sage over the centuries. He marveled at the twist of fate that had made him engaged to the descendant of such an illustrious family, but she offered him a warm, reassuring smile. She then gently questioned whether he was truly comfortable being engaged to someone who had been his bitter enemy in their former lives, though she quickly brushed off any lingering doubts. He countered that if past rivalries mattered to him, he never would have proposed in the first place, putting her mind completely at ease. Resting his chin on his hand, he added that his choice was fundamentally rooted in the profound trust he placed in her. Her cheeks flushed with quiet joy as she expressed her heartfelt thanks for his faith, prompting him to softly return the gratitude. The tender mood took a sudden turn when he casually mentioned that he had never actually delivered a romantic speech in his entire previous existence, leaving her utterly stunned. He detailed how his past life had been spent entirely on chaotic battlefields where death was a constant shadow, forcing him to reject all talks of marriage. He then innocently wondered aloud if his legendary deeds had survived down through the centuries into modern history, which sent a wave of panic right through her. Noticing her intense agitation, he raised an eyebrow in confusion while she struggled to find the words to explain the embarrassing truth about how his legacy was actually recorded. She hesitated, her face flushing crimson as she tried to explain that history had distorted many details over the last 1,000 years, desperately hiding the embarrassing truth from him. Flustered by her silence, he assumed the ancient records simply detailed how fierce and formidable he must have been in his former life. Before they could dwell further on the past, their carriage clattered to a halt, prompting her to announce that they had finally reached their destination. Stepping out into the paved courtyard, he realized with a touch of surprise that they were standing right outside her family estate. Looming before them was a grand, multi-storied mansion adorned with ornate balconies and sprawling gardens, leaving him momentarily awestruck. As the pair approached the entrance, a booming roar shattered the quiet air as a powerful figure leaped down, slamming into the cobbled path right before them. Unfazed by the dramatic entrance, she calmly greeted her father as though his grand arrival was a routine occurrence. Her father, Galleon, immediately exploded in anger, shouting at her for sneaking away on another unsupervised excursion and demanding a full explanation. Rather than arguing, she softly agreed with his reprimand, instantly catching the fierce man off guard with her straightforward admittance. She added that she had properly left a note and informed the estate staff before departing, replacing his fury with beaming pride as he praised her responsibility. He bellowed an instant refusal the moment Elria announced she had brought her fiancé home, rejecting the notion outright. Undeterred by her father's outburst, Elria calmly presented the young man, explaining that Reed had already accompanied her into the estate while he stammered a polite greeting. Pointing an accusing finger, the lord of the house loudly demanded that the unexpected guest leave immediately, but Reed stood his ground, firmly declining to depart. Surprisingly, the father's anger evaporated in an instant, and with arms flung wide, he abruptly invited Reed inside the mansion instead. He went on to explain his sudden change of heart, admitting that while he personally opposed giving his daughter to a man of unknown origin, he lacked the ultimate authority to make such decisions for the Caldwell house. Turning toward the interior, he shouted upstairs to announce the news to his wife, calling out that their daughter had brought her fiancé, which drew a questioning voice from above. Crisp footsteps echoed along the hallway as an elegant woman stepped forward, quietly commanding her boisterous husband to step back and quiet down. Stepping fully into view was Alicia Caldwell, Elria's mother and the true head of the Caldwell household. Dropping gracefully onto one knee, Reed formally introduced himself as Reed Frieden, while Alicia noted that she had never heard of his family name. He candidly admitted that he hailed from a modest commoner family in a distant mountain village, explaining that it was only natural for a noble house like hers to be unfamiliar with his lineage. Remaining bowed in a respectful posture, he explained that he was simply exercising the basic civility expected of a guest. Observing his refined poise, Alicia noted with cool approval that he carried himself remarkably well for someone from the rural countryside. Encouraged by this praise, Elria chimed in enthusiastically, asking her mother if her choice of partner was not truly remarkable. Alicia, however, merely watched her daughter with a thoughtful gaze, quietly remarking that the young man appeared far more level-headed than Elria herself. Massaging her temples in mild exasperation, the head of the house confessed how deeply concerned she was for her daughter's future, especially after seeing how easily flustered the girl became. Her thoughts drifted back to the moment Elria had first introduced him, recalling how the girl had boldly declared that she had finally found the one she was looking for while he stood loyally by her side. Returning her focus to the present, she gently tapped her folding fan against her palm and instructed him to raise his head and relax. He obliged with a polite bow of gratitude, expressing his appreciation for her hospitality. She formally welcomed him as an honored guest of the estate, emphasizing that it would bring dishonor to the Caldwell name if they were to turn away anyone who showed such genuine respect to their family. As they settled across from each other in the quiet reception room, he ventured to ask why neither Galleon nor Elria were required to join their discussion. She smoothly replied that neither of them possessed the temperament for such a delicate conversation, reasoning that a private dialogue between the two of them would allow them to uncover the truth far more efficiently. Cutting straight through all pretense, she asked if the engagement had actually been Elria's idea. Realizing that evasive tactics would fail against her sharp intuition, he candidly admitted that he sought the engagement to leverage the prestige and influence of the Caldwell family name. Though he was caught off guard by her immediate agreement, she calmly assured him that no further verification was needed from Elria, as his sheer honesty was precisely what she expected from someone of his character. He listened intently as Alicia recounted how Elria, even as a little girl, had inexplicably spoken of searching for someone named Reed Frieden, a declaration her mother had initially dismissed as a child's passing delusion. Her mother admitted bluntly that the girl had been unusual from the moment of her birth. She went on to explain that despite Elria's extraordinary talent for magic, she never cried as an infant, bestowing upon her mother an unsettlingly mature gaze. Continuing her tale, she reflected on how Elria had searched relentlessly for him without any clear reason, waking up isolated in a world set 1,000 years into the future without a familiar soul. Hearing this revelation, the young man softly acknowledged her words, absorbing the weight of Elria's long journey. The matriarch then made her stance clear. If this engagement was truly what her daughter desired, she was entirely willing to entrust her family's legacy to him, believing a parent's duty was to fulfill their child's wishes. Turning the conversation directly back to him, she asked where his own feelings lay. In quiet contemplation, he recognized that Elria had been his sole equal, separated across a vast gulf of time. Just as she had persistently searched for him, he realized that he, too, had never forgotten her. Looking out at the peaceful town where children played freely under the open sky, he pondered what Elria would think of this tranquil era once she truly saw it. He had often pondered what it would mean if the gentle maiden was destined to walk this new, peaceful era alongside him beneath the open sky. Driven by that quiet conviction, his heart held only one absolute desire: to remain forever by her side. Listening to his declaration, Alicia offered a tentative nod of approval for his earnest proposal, though she promptly reminded him that heartfelt words meant little without concrete actions and tangible results to back them up. When he pressed for specifics on how to demonstrate his resolve, she laid down a strict mandate, declaring that to earn approval for the engagement, he must secure admission into the Magic Academy alongside Elria and continuously prove his capabilities during his tenure there. With a knowing smirk, she challenged him to display his full strength without reservation, admitting that her expectations were high precisely because Elria had already bestowed her complete trust upon him. To put that latent power to the test immediately, she snapped her fingers and summoned her husband into the room without delay. A moment later, The heavy wooden doors burst open as Gil Leon barged inside with boisterous energy, only to be sharply admonished to quiet down and behave himself. Alicia instructed the seasoned warrior to gauge the young man's martial worthiness for the academy, a duty Gil Leon accepted with eager enthusiasm. Undaunted by the challenge, the young swordsman calmly offered his own terms, boasting that he would dodge every incoming strike and end the bout with a single blow, playfully advising them not to hold a grudge should the building fail to withstand. Entering a vast, stone-lined chamber, the young swordmaster looked around in wonder and inquired about the nature of the facility. Responding to his curiosity, the elegant matriarch explained that the state-managed arena permitted even non-magical combatants to participate in magic-enhanced training, noting that her daughter had also trained within its walls. Hearing her explanation, the towering patriarch enthusiastically took charge of the physical assessment, while the lady excused herself to speak privately with her daughter. Turning his full attention toward the boy, a sharp, eager grin spread across the seasoned warrior's face. He proposed a mock battle to test their skills, though the youth double-checked to ensure they were adhering to the previously agreed rules. He confirmed the terms without hesitation, declaring that surviving his relentless assault for an hour would yield victory, even if landing a blow proved impossible. Despite the man's formidable status among modern mages, he jokingly offered a foolish wager about family titles, prompting the young swordsman to offer a polite, formal response. With a thunderous stomp that echoed off the stone floors, the powerful fighter took his stance and signaled the immediate start of their duel. Closing the distance with frightening speed, he launched an explosive opening strike to immediately test the young man's defenses. The seasoned warrior shouted in approval as his son executed a clean mid-air evasive leap to avoid the incoming strike. Unfazed by the initial dodge, he thrust his fist forward once again, only for the youth to casually slip backward out of harm's way. Deciding to escalate the intensity, the seasoned commander charged forward with renewed force, prompting the boy to lower his center of gravity and steal his gaze. As the powerful blow shattered the air between them, the agile youth flipped upside down, using the momentum to vault cleanly over the strike. He touched down with graceful precision, taking note of the dense magical barriers reinforcing the chamber walls as his opponent commended his reflexes. Observing the young man's extraordinary instincts, the battle-tested fighter grinned, realizing that training against such skill meant he no longer needed to hold anything back. He answered with a confident smirk and a respectful bow of apology, signaling his intention to finally take the offensive. Meanwhile, inside the estate, a flustered young noblewoman burst through the doorway into the sitting room, seeking an urgent conversation. She confronted the lady of the house directly, pressing her with rising anxiety about what had truly become of the boy. The matriarch questioned whether she was truly referring to the same person, reassuring her that her husband was currently taking care of him in combat. She listened intently as the young maiden confirmed with absolute certainty that he was indeed the Reed she had always known, admitting her own quiet worries, expressing gentle surprise that she had actually managed to locate him. The noble matriarch watched as the girl nervously wrung her hands and admitted her past anxiety. Overwhelmed by the moment, the girl clutched her hands tightly against her chest, her heart swelling with the surreal truth that he was truly here. Reaching out to playfully poke her blushing cheek, the older woman asked straight out if she harbored deep feelings for him, drawing out a bashful confession alongside vivid memories of his steadfast presence. With a soft, radiant smile spreading across her face, she placed her hand over her beating heart and openly confessed her love for him. However, her confidence vanished almost immediately into stammering hesitation, prompting an amused reprimand regarding her sudden loss of nerve. Turning her head away with a pout, she insisted in her defense that she had simply never experienced such overwhelming emotions before. Her thoughts drifted back to a dark time when she hovered on the edge of life and death, remembering how that desperate hour made her realize her deep yearning to see his smile once more. Driven by that lingering memory, she quietly steeled her resolve to finally speak those affection-filled words directly to him this time around. Observing the young maiden puffing her cheeks in flustered frustration, the matriarch offered a knowing smile, remarking on how strikingly similar the two of them were in how they reflected upon their pasts. She listened patiently as the young girl explained that their past life memories should remain a shared secret. Rather than pressing for hidden details, she acknowledged that everyone kept certain matters close to their heart. With a tender smile, she affectionately patted the girl's head, assuring her that she would not pry any further into things she was not yet ready to share. Shifting the subject, she inquired whether any progress had been made in talking with the young man directly. Flushed with gratitude for the warmth shown to her, the maiden whispered a quiet word of thanks. Her tone grew slightly playful as she asked if a proper confession about marriage had been made. The question sent the maiden into a total panic, forcing her to admit in embarrassment that she had not uttered a single word to him yet. Chuckle-filled disbelief met the confession, as the mother figure found it absurd that thoughts of marriage came before an actual declaration of love. Flustered beyond measure, the girl waved her hands in frantic defense, trying to justify her leaping thoughts. Eager to deflect, the young maiden asked what the boy had said during his private interview. A fond memory surfaced for the matriarch, who recalled how boldly the youth had declared his desire to stand by the girl's side. Refusing to satisfy her curiosity easily, she instructed the flustered maiden to be honest with her own feelings first before demanding answers, mischievous adding that letting her husband put the boy through harsh training might prove quite entertaining. Noticing a sudden shift in the atmosphere, the girl turned toward the window and asked what was currently taking place outside. Crossing her arms with unyielding authority, the matriarch stated that no approval would be granted lightly, revealing that her husband was actively testing the young man's true capabilities. She added nonchalantly that while the boy possessed no magic, he was formidably strong, so strong, in fact, that her husband was the one in grave danger. Right on cue, a violent shockwave erupted across the training grounds outside, leaving the maiden in complete disbelief. She gasped in shock as a violent explosion suddenly erupted from the mansion annex, sending smoke and debris billowing into the air. From the courtyard below, Reed called up to her, while Alicia looked around in confusion at the sudden chaos. Rushing into the room, he frantically inquired if they had seen Galleon fly overhead moments earlier. Demanding to know what he had done, she watched in disbelief as he protested that he had held back his strike. He explained that he had only delivered a light punch after being told not to hold back, leaving Alicia utterly stunned while she nonchalantly assumed her father would survive. Whispering in horror, Alicia asked her daughter what kind of creature the young man truly was. Smiling with quiet pride, she accepted that the person she held dear was undeniably the strongest. A month passed while workers repaired the damaged annex, during which he spent his days reading atop a ladder in the estate library. Browsing through ancient texts, he realized that even this extensive collection contained no records of Altean or the legendary hero. Approaching him with news, she arrived carrying a letter while asking if he had informed his home village about their engagement. She watched as Reed unrolled the letter, reading aloud his mother's mischievous note, assuming his engagement was merely an elaborate prank designed to shock his father upon his return. Curious about the royal capital, Elria wondered if he had ever visited before, remembering how their village chief had requested souvenirs from the realm's heart. Reflecting on the past month, she noted how thoroughly Alicia had instructed her in proper high society etiquette, even if a subtle hint of resentment over the destroyed annex lingered in the background. Suddenly struck with inspiration, her eyes gleamed with excitement as she enthusiastically proposed that they head into town and go shopping together. With a slight blush coating her cheeks, she explained that she needed appropriate attire for her upcoming entrance examination at the academy. When Reed readily agreed so he could look presentable alongside his fiancée, her heart leaped in joy at the realization that this was, in effect, a date. As they prepared to depart, Alicia offered a warm, encouraging smile, sending the young couple on their way while complimenting Elria's charm. Stepping into the doorway wearing a stylish tailored coat, Reed casually called out to her, prompting a beaming response. Strolling through the bustling, picturesque streets of the capital, she looked up at his outfit and inquired if the fine coat belonged to his father. Reed admitted with a rueful grin that he had borrowed it from Galleon, feeling a touch guilty for making such a request right after putting him through such an ordeal. He listened attentively as she softly expressed how refreshing it was to see a different side of him, adding that she wanted to find something that truly suited him even more. Guided by her enthusiasm, they stepped into a clothing shop where he nervously agreed to try on various outfits under her careful eye. Afterward, the pair made their way through the lively capital square and settled down at an outdoor cafe surrounded by the pleasant hum of the crowd. Taking a hearty bite of the fresh food, his face lit up with absolute delight at the exquisite flavor. As they enjoyed their meal together, she reflected on how simple meat and hard bread once felt like harsh battlefield rations long ago, whereas sharing this moment now brought unmatched warmth. Noticing a tiny breadcrumb lingering on her face, he pointed it out, while she sweetly confessed that simply eating alongside him was what made her happiest. Reaching across the table without thinking, his hand gently extended to wipe the crumb from near her cheek. In an instant, the sudden intimacy of the gesture caught him off guard, causing his heart to skip a beat. As his fingertips brushed against her skin, time seemed to freeze between them in a moment of quiet tension. Overwhelmed by the sudden spark, he recoiled in surprise while she blushed deeply, recalling the advice to finally express her true feelings. She checked on her companion with a soft, embarrassed smile, finding him completely overwhelmed and slumped over in his chair. Noticing his bewildered state, she gently suggested taking him to a special vantage point she had been wanting to share with him. Leading him to a high balcony overlooking the city, the young noblewoman pointed toward a massive, grand structure standing proudly in the distance. He stared in awe at its incredible scale, while she explained that it was Vigalta's Royal Magic Academy, the very place where their entrance examinations would take place. High above the bustling streets, she expressed her gratitude for his company before revealing a long-kept secret. Though eligible to enroll as early as 12 years old, she had deliberately postponed her entry into the academy for years simply to search for him. Enjoying the delicious treats she had provided, he complimented her impressive standing, prompting her to share further details. She admitted that the king himself had requested her delay so her enrollment wouldn't overlap with the princesses, rewarding her with rare sweets for her compliance. Gazing out under the evening sky, she marveled at how surreal it felt to know they would soon be studying together at such a prestigious institution. He remained modest, gently reminding her that it all depended on whether he managed to pass the daunting entrance exam. Lowering her gaze slightly, her expression turned quiet and hesitant as a deeper curiosity took hold. Gripping the stone railing, she softly asked whether there was anyone he had grown fond of in his hometown. Offering a warm and light-hearted smile, he dismissed the idea, explaining that combining his current age with his past life made him over 90 years old. From his perspective, everyone back home felt more like children or grandchildren to him. Turning his gaze directly toward her with profound warmth, he admitted that he had also been thinking about her constantly throughout all those years, just as she had been searching for him. Her breath caught in her throat, her eyes glistening as an intense blush rushed to her cheeks at his quiet confession. Standing side by side beneath the starlit sky, she gathered her courage to voice her true heart. She confessed that her desire wasn't merely to fight alongside him as rivals, but to cherish quiet, meaningful moments like this together. She declared with a radiant smile that she was truly glad to be engaged to him. Closing the distance between them, she stepped forward enthusiastically with her hand outstretched toward the young man. Looking up at him with earnest devotion under the night sky, she asked that he continue to care for her from now on. He smiled warmly in return, reaching out to accept her gesture and asking for her continued care as well. As their hands joined in a firm, meaningful clasp, he softly spoke her name, cementing their newly deep. Arriving at the grand gates of the Vigalta Royal Magic Academy, Reed and Elrio were met with a bustling crowd of candidates gathered for the entrance exam. As whispers echoed among the attendees about the sheer scale of the gathering, Reed turned his head to speak to his companion. She cowered behind him, clutching his back tightly while feeling overwhelmed by the intense gazes of everyone around them. Noticing her discomfort, he turned around and asked how long she intended to remain hidden behind his back. Clinging closely to his sleeve made moving forward awkward, yet she insisted that walking behind him was her only defense against the staring crowd. With every step, their slow progress made it nearly impossible to navigate the packed courtyard smoothly. Seeing her struggle, he jokingly offered to carry her on his back if it would make walking any easier. She immediately rejected the idea, pointing out that carrying her would only attract even more embarrassing attention. He then bluntly pointed out that the crowd was only staring because she was so exceptionally cute. Hearing his casual compliment, she froze in place, her heart fluttering as she softly repeated his words back to him in disbelief. Flustered by her reaction, he attempted to shift the focus away from his statement, claiming the situation wasn't about his personal thoughts. However, she pressed him further, demanding to know if he truly believed what he had just said. Demanding an honest response, she locked eyes with him and insisted that his true opinion mattered greatly to her. He let out a soft sigh, caught off guard by her intense gaze and earnest determination. Reaching out, he firmly took her hand and pulled her close, declaring without hesitation that he indeed thought she was cute and would gladly boast about her to anyone. His confident confession left her completely stunned, her face flushing crimson right in the middle of the crowded entrance grounds. He gently suggested that she might release his sleeves, even as she timidly murmured her gratitude and pledged to make him proud. Desperately gripping the fabric as if it were her sole lifeline, she confessed how overwhelming public places were for her, leaving him to marvel at just how severe her social anxiety truly was. Their conversation was interrupted when an academy attendant carrying a magic device approached, greeting them on behalf of the Caldwell family and offering to escort them into the grounds. As she led them along the grand arched walkway, the attendant privately marveled at the opportunity to guide someone rumored to be the true reincarnation of the legendary sage. Pausing to glance back at the pair, the guide politely admitted her unfamiliarity with his background and inquired if he too belonged to the prestigious Caldwell lineage. Before he could answer, his companion beamed with pride and pulled herself tightly against his arm, boldly declaring that he was her fiancé. The unexpected revelation left the guide utterly stunned, her jaw dropping in sheer disbelief as she sputtered out the word fiancé. Quickly collecting herself, she offered her nervous congratulations before inquiring whether he hailed from another distinguished noble house. He casually waved off the assumption, clarifying that he was merely a commoner, a revelation that sent the guide into further disbelief. Before the guide could process the shock, an energetic girl up ahead shouted a cheerful warning to everyone as a massive creature loomed into view. She swoops through the air atop a massive winged dragon, unleashing a devastating explosion onto the ground below. As the spectacle unfolds, Phylame explains to Reed and Elria that the girl is Rufus Layla's from the Serios' Federation, a country specializing in summoning magic where strength is defined by the beasts one tames. Phylame continues detailing how success at Vigalta Academy offers significant political leverage in international relations, while Elria begins to sulk silently at Reed's side. Hearing that the girl is known as the Dragon Princess for mastering her nation's 4 symbolic dragons, Reed observes that the Academy's entrance exam is practically a proxy war among competing countries. Looking on at the distant destruction, Reed chuckles softly and admits that her display of power is undeniably impressive. Hearing his praise for another, Elria suddenly grabs hold of his sleeve, muttering fiercely that she is perfectly capable of using summoning magic too. She insists that her repertoire spans many other forms of magic, to which Reed reassuringly responds that he expects nothing less from someone as extraordinary as her. Pleased by his response, she vows to demonstrate something truly spectacular, prompting Reed to playfully hold her to that promise for her upcoming test. Before they can dwell further on the promise, Phylame interrupts their exchange, steering their attention toward the designated testing grounds where their own examination is set to begin. Gesturing toward a glowing magical apparatus floating above the courtyard, she instructs them to use their magic to destroy the device within the allotted time limit. Her standard instructions were instantly derailed when Elria crossed her arms, asking if the test could be made more challenging. Seeing the examiner flustered, Reed stepped in, gently patting Elria on the head to remind her not to cause trouble for the staff. Though the young noble pouted that a simple target felt unsatisfactory, the flustered maid begged for a brief moment to adjust the settings. Beams of digitized mana coalesced above the circle, constructing a fearsome, hulking simulation of a predatory magical beast. Observing the roaring creation, Reed noted its violent form, while the staff member explained it was a high-level combat program derived from actual captured beasts. Content with this far worthier opponent, she stepped out onto the field, calling back to her companion to ensure he was watching. Turning back with a tender smile, she softly requested that he keep his eyes fixed on her performance. Raising her staff, massive golden magical crests burst into existence around her, radiating vast reserves of compressed arcana. Facing down the simulated monster, she determined in her heart to put on an extraordinary show just for him. As the mechanical beast bared its fangs and lunged, her focus narrowed to a razor-sharp point, unleashing a spell far beyond standard expectations. She unleashed a catastrophic tempest of magical force, obliterating the simulated target in a towering pillar of raw energy that shattered the ground. As the lingering smoke drifted over the scorched landscape, she turned toward the young man with an expectant smile, eager for his reaction to her demonstration. While the assistant examiner stood completely paralyzed by shock, he gently patted her head in praise, observing how skillfully she had stripped away the target's protective barriers without diluting the sheer power of the spell. The stunned assistant stammered in utter disbelief, questioning how anyone could maintain such composure, but he quietly recalled her unleashing far greater destruction 1,000 years prior, making this display seem routine. Unable to process the ridiculous scale of the magic, the assistant shrieked that such power belonged exclusively to 10th-tier spells, a realm reserved for legendary special-rank mages. Seizing upon her outburst, he casually asked what kind of score he would receive if he managed to put out the raging blaze she had left behind, leaving the examiner struck dumb. Gesturing toward the inferno consuming the horizon, he stepped forward to take his turn while the terrified assistant looked on in silent dread. She warned him that counteracting flames generated by high-tier magic would require spellcraft of equal magnitude, which would evaluate him at the exact same level as the girl. He listened attentively, absorbing her words. Concluding that extinguishing the fire would be a sufficient demonstration, he pulled back his arm and channeled his physical strength into a powerful striking stance. With a single swift punch, he unleashed a colossal gale of displaced air pressure, instantly blowing out the massive blaze in a single violent gust. He stood quietly looking over the cleared, scorched field, satisfied that his simple punch had taken care of the blazing inferno. Adjusting his sleeve, he complained that fighting barehanded still felt unnatural compared to his past life equipped with weapons and armor, though Elria warmly reassured him that his punch was as impressive as ever. Before they could dwell on the past, Phylame held up her glowing communication device and informed them that the headmaster was summoning both of them to her office. They soon made their way toward the majestic, spired towers of the Vigalta Royal Magic Academy. Inside the grand office lined with towering bookshelves, the two stood side by side before the headmaster's massive desk as she addressed them directly. Pointing an authoritative finger at them, Headmaster Elise Rummel immediately laid down the law, sternly ordering them both to hold back their true capabilities while on academy grounds. She explained that the king of Vigalta had warned her of Elria's extraordinary magical talent, and having watched the exam from her desk, she now knew those reports were accurate. Warning that magic of such devastating power could easily result in fatalities, Elise prohibited Elria from casting anything beyond 5th-tier magic under threat of immediate expulsion, leaving the young mage visibly trembling as she agreed. Turning her gaze toward Reed next, the headmaster bluntly demanded to know what he even was, though Reed merely responded with honest confusion, admitting he did not understand her question. Slumping over her desk in pure disbelief, Elise confessed that she was struggling to comprehend his very existence, leaving Reed to offer a bewildered apology. He leaned in close to whisper to his companion, remarking on how troublesome it was that she had so little to offer in such an awkward moment. Continuing their hushed exchange, he questioned the headmaster's youthful appearance compared to hers, prompting the young elf to explain that their kind typically halts physical aging in their late teens. Hearing their whispers, the petite headmaster slammed her hands onto the desk, demanding to know if they were mocking her height, though her outburst only led them to conclude she had simply stopped growing early. Clearing her throat to regain a shred of composure, she redirected her focus, asking the young man to clarify whether the devastating force he had displayed was truly devoid of magic. He confirmed plainly that since magic was beyond his reach, the extraordinary display had been nothing more than a simple punch. Overwhelmed by such an absurd explanation, she slumped over her desk once more, completely unable to make sense of his impossible strength. Desperate to prevent further chaos, she practically begged him to hold back during his time at the academy, though he admitted that suppressing himself completely would pose a serious problem. He explained that his father had explicitly commanded him to deliver exceptional results, leaving the poor headmaster flailing in exasperation at his strict sense of duty. Furthermore, he made it clear that while he could cut corners, he could never risk underperforming to the point where his engagement to the young woman beside him might be threatened. Crossing her arms with a sigh, the headmaster acknowledged that having received a prior report from his mother, the fault lay ultimately with her for underestimating what he was truly capable of. She warned Reed not to go overboard again, proposing that his physical restrictions be lifted only during official examinations to prevent further destruction. Leaning back in her chair, the headmaster mused aloud that she never expected to hear the names Elria and Reed spoken together. Seeing his puzzled expression when he questioned her meaning, she explained that it was a piece of knowledge passed down strictly among elven lineage. She further noted that she had learned snippets of this lore from her grandfather, leaving Elria visibly startled by the revelation. Confused by the connection, he demanded to know why his name existed in elven history, while Elria nervously tried to intervene. With a light chuckle, she clarified that the legend referred to a legendary hero from 1,000 years ago, specifically his actions following the tragic death of the great sage. Sensing an opportunity to uncover truth about his past life, he slammed his hands onto her desk and intensely demanded the full story, taking her completely aback by his fierce glare. Confronted by his unyielding focus, the headmaster began to falter, stammering in sudden hesitation. As Elria hid her blushing face in embarrassment, the headmaster finally blurted out the truth. The ancient legend was about a hero who was deeply in love with the sage. Absorbing the shock of this intimate historical detail, he stood completely. Reed stood frozen in utter shock, struggling to comprehend the claim that the hero had been in love with the sage, while beside him, Elria buried her flustered face in her hands. With an exuberant beam, Headmistress Elise wholeheartedly confirmed the romantic theory with absolute certainty. She began recounting the historical legend, explaining how the hero and the sage had technically been enemies who both secretly wished for peace, locked in a 50-year conflict aimed strictly at minimizing casualties. Her tale continued to describe how, upon learning that the sage had fallen ill and passed away during the war, the grief-stricken hero had launched a solitary raid into the heart of the enemy kingdom. Battered, bloodied, and on the brink of death, he had carved his way into the royal castle for a single, defining purpose. Excitedly slamming her hands onto her desk, Elise dramatized his famous final words, that he had come merely to bid farewell to the sage, leaving Reed speechless and Elria completely overwhelmed with embarrassment. She gushed that such grand gestures were the stuff of true romance novels, asserting that the sage would surely have been overjoyed had she known his true feelings. Quickly composed, Reed offered a polite bow of gratitude for the story, while Elise lightly noted how many elven tales were spun from that grand legend. She listened calmly as Reed offered his apologies, noting Elria's obvious distress in the background and politely requesting that they be allowed to excuse themselves. Agreeing to let them go, the headmistress reminded them to strictly follow the ability restrictions, though Elria shrieked in total embarrassment, pleading with everyone to ignore her flustered state. As Reed supported the trembling girl, the headmistress offered them one final warm smile, officially congratulating them both on their acceptance into Vigalta Magic Academy. With their meeting concluded, the heavy double doors clicked shut behind them, leaving the pair alone in the quiet hallway. Blushing deeply, Elria feebly tried to explain that she had no idea how the tale had become so widely romanticized among the elves, while Reed admitted that hearing the story hadn't actually sounded all that bad. She nearly burst into tears of shame, stuttering in panic as she brought up the most embarrassing rumor of all, that the legend claimed the two of them had been deeply in love. Realizing the truth of her distress, Reed looked on silently while Elria hid her burning face in her hands, confessing that she had kept the story a secret out of fear that it would make him uncomfortable. Looking up at him with tear-filled, anxious eyes, she softly asked whether the tragic romantic interpretation had simply been a terrible misunderstanding. Reed paused, scratching his head with a quiet sigh before looking back at her and directly stating that it hadn't been a mistake at all. He affirmed that the legend cherished by the elves was not a myth, but a true reflection of the feelings and events that had actually transpired between them in their past lives. He quietly agreed, prompting her to realize the true depth of his determination to seek her out in his final moments. He explained that he couldn't simply allow Tiana to end her life, even though reaching her required taking a brutal beating along the way. Touched by his fierce devotion, she flushed deeply, her voice trembling as she asked if he had truly pushed through such agony alone just to reach her side. Driven by a sudden memory, she pressed him further, demanding to know what message he had tried so desperately to convey when his lips had moved right before his dying breath. The unexpected question caught him completely off guard. Looking back on their past life, he quietly admitted that while they could never definitively prove who was stronger, those 50 years of endless battles against a worthy rival had been the most thrilling time of his life. The memory of that tragic end flashed clearly. Battered and bloody on the brink of death, he had lain beside her as her final, unfinished words drifted into the quiet air. Realizing how close he was to exposing his deepest feelings, he quickly clapped his jaw shut and feigned complete ignorance, insisting he had said nothing of the sort. As his face flushed bright red, he shouted back a flimsy excuse, claiming he was merely gasping for air like a fish and defensively arguing that no sane person would do such a thing while dying. She stared at him in utter disbelief at his terrible lie. Eager to escape the embarrassing topic, he swiftly turned on his heel and walked away, announcing that they needed to report their exam success to his parents. Undeterred, she bolted after him down the corridor, loudly demanding that he tell her what he had meant to say. Upon returning home, they were greeted by a sudden shower of confetti and joyous cheers as his father and mother threw open party poppers to celebrate their official acceptance into the Magic Academy. Covered in colorful paper streamers, the two of them bowed respectfully, warmly thanking his beaming parents for their enthusiastic celebration. He could only nod along hesitantly as his father formally entrusted Elria to his care, explaining that both of them would be commuting from the academy dormitory from now on. As Elria leaned in closely to call out to him, his father began listing her long line of shortcomings, describing her as shy, clumsy with words, lacking manners, and thoroughly troublesome. Suddenly, his father grabbed him firmly by the shoulders, his face twisted in desperate agony as he pleaded with him to look after Elria at the academy, much to Alicia's bewilderment. Bursting into dramatic tears, the grown warrior fretted over whether someone as socially awkward as Elria could survive student life, though his wife quietly assured everyone he was completely sober. Composing himself, his father stood tall before the young couple and declared that he had one final, absolute rule to impart. Pointing an accusatory finger with intense ferocity, he roared a stern prohibition, forbidding his son from making any romantic advances on Elria until the two were officially married. Sweating under the intense gaze, the young man managed to agree, albeit with a nervous caveat depending on the situation, leaving his father glowering with suspicion. Realizing the gravity of his father's ultimatum, he pondered how overstepping such boundaries could practically carry the weight of a death penalty, while Elria conversed quietly with Alicia nearby. Soon after, the new semester commenced at Vigalta Magic Academy, where Headmaster Elise delivered an inspiring welcome address to the assembled crowd of newly admitted students, including Reed and Elria in their crisp academy uniforms. With the entrance ceremonies concluded, the students settled into their new lives at the Vigalta Magic Academy dormitory building. Upon receiving the key to their assigned room, a deep blush surged across the young woman's face as the reality of living together set in. As they walked through the campus grounds carrying their luggage, nearby students watched with curious whispers, wondering if the pair were truly sharing living quarters. The administrator clarified the academy's policy, explaining that noble students who arrived engaged or married were routinely accommodated in shared rooms unless special circumstances applied. Expressing her relief, she admitted that being paired with him was far preferable to sharing with a stranger, while he made sure she was genuinely comfortable with the arrangement. Pouting slightly, she insisted she was not entirely helpless, though he playfully reminded her that his mother had personally asked him to look after her. Stepping across the threshold of their new apartment, they found an elegantly furnished suite that drew an awe-filled gasp from her at its cozy grandeur. With the entrance ceremony wrapped up, he casually rolled up his sleeves to prepare a meal, catching her completely off guard with his culinary initiative. Inspecting the kitchen supplies, he shared that field service and military camping had taught him to cook basic meals and dress wild game like rabbits out of necessity. Memories of grueling field survival flooded back, recalling how boiling water was forbidden to prevent rising steam from alerting enemies, forcing soldiers to subsist on wild fruit and raw grapes. Shifting smoothly back to their present surroundings, they chatted animatedly about practical military attire and the perils of staining delicate white uniforms while preparing food together. He reminded her with a smirk that she had tracked him down purely by following the aroma of his cooking, a memory she readily confirmed with a laugh, recalling how she had been downwind at the time. Holding up a fresh tomato with a bright glow in her eyes, she suggested that they prepare a simple meal together, just as they used to back then. Though he questioned why she wanted to recreate such humble conditions, she neatly tied her hair back and insisted that nostalgia added its own special flavor, offering her help in the kitchen. Side by side at the counter, she set to work chopping vegetables while he skillfully tossed ingredients in a hot skillet. As she sliced through the vegetables, a soft melancholy settled over her face as she reflected on how long it had been since she last cooked alongside someone, a memory dating back to her childhood. He listened quietly from the stove as she spoke of her past life in the elf village, quietly recalling the rare moment her mother had offered her a word of praise. Her knife paused over the onions as she confessed that apart from that single memory, praise was something she had never known. Hearing the quiet sorrow in her voice, a gentle hand reached out and rested softly atop her head. Looking down at her with warmth, he reminded her that she was now revered across generations as a legendary figure, assuring her that her mother would undoubtedly be proud if she could see her today. Overcome with emotion at his comfort, tears welled in her eyes as she softly agreed, feeling the burden of her lonely past melt away under his touch. Sitting across from him, she inquired about his past life and what he had been like as a child, bringing back memories of a lonely existence. He admitted that in his previous world, his body had been frail and perpetually bedridden with severe fevers, leaving his recollections of his own parents hazy and distant. That fragile child had been born into the Altian Empire, a harsh land marred by a severe divide between the wealthy and the impoverished, where scarce resources led to relentless exploitation. In the destitute villages scattered across the empire, young ones who could not enlist as soldiers were viewed not as loved ones, but as unbearable burdens upon their struggling families. Refusing to succumb to his physical weakness, he forced himself through grueling training every time fever gripped his body, relentlessly pushing past his limits until he forged a capable form. Though he celebrated his newfound strength and the ability to run freely, his extraordinary capabilities terrified those around him, who cast shadows of fear and branded him the offspring of a monster. Unable to cope with her own terror, his mother came to believe she was cursed and cast him out, abandoning him to a group of passing mercenaries. At first, the hardened Sellswords took pity on the small, forsaken child who had been thrown into their ranks. However, that sympathy swiftly disintegrated into horror as they witnessed his terrifying, inhuman prowess on the field of battle. Left completely isolated amidst piles of fallen enemies, he cut down every opponent with overwhelming violence, until no soul dared ever approach him again. He finished detailing his lonely past, explaining how his endless search for an equal had only led to mounting achievements until people eventually hailed him as a hero. Reaching across the table, she gently rested her hand near his cheek, quietly commending him for enduring everything he had been through, leaving him musing on the unexpected turns life could take. Looking into his eyes with profound warmth, she softly reiterated how truly incredible he was, bringing a subtle blush to his cheeks as her gentle praise sank in. Surprised by the sudden affection, he asked what had prompted it, to which she playfully explained that she was simply returning the favor by showering him with praise. She reminded him that receiving praise from someone brings genuine happiness, a simple truth he had never realized during his long years of isolation. Clasping her hands with a radiant smile, she assured him that he was no longer alone, promising that from now on she would shower him with praise whenever he strived for something. He gave a light chuckle in response, but she quickly added with pride that, counting her past life, she was over 200 years old and thus far better suited to play the role of a guardian figure. Playfully leaning in with a sharp wink, he teasingly thanked her, addressing her as his big sister to see how she would react. The unexpected term of endearment completely shattered her composure, sending her into a flustered panic as she frantically shook him, begging him to stop. After calming down, he picked up his bag and stepped into the adjacent room, observing that it was the bedroom, while she followed behind, suddenly realizing what room they were in. He stepped into the quarters and observed the spacious double bed, remarking that it was comfortably large enough for 2 people. Seeking clarity, he asked directly if sharing the bed was truly acceptable to her, sending her into a flustered state as she stammered that it was completely fine. Struggling to compose herself, she hesitantly asked if he was truly comfortable sharing a bed with her, but his nonchalant confirmation only heightened her internal panic. Fidgeting nervously, she admitted that she tends to toss and turn in her sleep, though he assured her that he sleeps heavily enough not to be disturbed. As she added that she often loses all awareness when overcome by drowsiness, he offered to sleep in the living room if the arrangement made her uncomfortable. Clutched by vulnerability, she gripped her dress and confessed through a deep blush that she hated being left alone, desiring to stay by his side, which caught him completely off guard. Looking up with glistening eyes, she softly added that she only wished for it if he was truly fine with the arrangement. Her heartfelt words hit him directly, causing his heart to race as his usual composure momentarily shattered. Regaining his footing, he declared with earnest honesty that he felt comfortable doing anything alongside her, sending her into an absolute state of frantic embarrassment while he resolved to keep his mind pure by picturing his father's stern. As the alarm clock struck 6 in the morning, Reed stirred awake, blinking away the fog of sleep and groaning at how quickly the night had passed. Feeling an unexpected weight upon his chest, he glanced down to find Elria resting peacefully against him, soft mumbles escaping her lips as she slept. She shifted groggily, clinging even tighter to his side as she stirred from her slumber. Bathed in the soft morning light, the young maiden remained nestled comfortably against him, completely unbothered by her cozy position. Smiling softly, he nudged her gently and urged her to wake up, privately relieved that for once he had managed to open his eyes before she did. Seeing how sluggish she remained, he suggested a warm bath to help her wake up, though she merely whined in protest, unwilling to leave the comfort of the bed. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she eventually reconsidered and agreed to bathe, instructing him to go ahead and prepare breakfast in the meantime. Before he could step away, however, she suddenly stretched out her arms and boldly proposed that they take a bath together, leaving him completely flustered. She grumbled softly, half asleep and clinging to the lingering drowsiness of the morning, while Reed desperately tried to coax her up so they could head to the bathroom without her nodding off again. After making his way to the washroom, he carefully checked the hot water filling the tub, calling out to let her know that everything was prepared for her bath. Holding a folded towel topped with a tiny rubber duck, she stepped into the room with a puzzled look, seemingly bewildered as to why she was expected to bathe alone. Sensing her hesitation, he turned to see her tugging gently on his shirt, realizing just how completely groggy and out of it she truly was. Still holding her towel, she softly reiterated her wish for them to bathe together, prompting a quick gesture of refusal from him as he firmly explained that he couldn't join her. Sighing in frustration, he lamented that they would be late at this pace, while she pouted, reminding him that he had promised they would go together. Reaching a compromise, he offered to hold her hand until she safely stepped into the tub, begging her for a bit of mercy so they could finally finish. Before he could prepare himself, she casually began undressing right in front of him, sending him into an absolute panic as he shouted for her to stop stripping down. Turning to him with complete innocence, she questioned the sudden look of utter panic painted across his face. Having thoroughly wrapped his entire head in towels to completely blindfold himself, he breathlessly claimed it was merely a habit of his, though she pointed out that he couldn't possibly see anything at all. He stood confidently with thick cloth wrapped tightly around his eyes, boasting that a true hero could easily perceive his surroundings even while completely blindfolded. Marveling at his declaration, Elria praised heroes as incredible before asking him to reach down, take her hand, and step into the warm bath with her. As he sat dutifully beside the tub holding her hand, she leaned back into the soothing water, sighing contentedly about how wonderfully warm and blissful it felt. Realizing that simply holding hands while seated outside wasn't quite what she meant, he listened quietly as she remarked on how thoroughly a good soak warms a person to the core. She leaned in closer, gently pressing against him and smiling softly as she murmured how warm and comforting it felt to share the moment together. Still unable to see a thing behind his thick bandages, he simply offered a curt agreement, stoically enduring the overwhelming proximity. By the time they walked through the Grand Academy grounds in their school uniforms, his exhaustion was plain to see, prompting her to ask why he looked so worn out, while he quietly mused over whether her forgetting the previous night's events was a blessing or a curse. Their conversation was cut short as they slid open the classroom door, immediately drawing the undivided attention of the gathered students, who gasped at Lady Elria's arrival. The entire class flooded forward in wild excitement, surrounding her to praise her feat of casting a Tier 10 spell during the entrance exam and gushing over the privilege of studying alongside someone destined to be the sage. As she flusteredly tried to deflect the overwhelming praise by insisting that he was actually far more amazing than her, a profound sense of déjà vu washed over him as he observed her modest reaction. He found himself surrounded by startled classmates as the truth suddenly dawned on them. Instantly, the crowd swarmed around him with relentless questions, eager to know if he had truly dispelled Tier 10 magic and what connection he held to the noble Caldwell family. Maintaining his calm composure, he addressed the eager crowd, expressing sincere gratitude for their enthusiastic reception. He proudly introduced himself as Reed Frieden, openly admitting his status as a commoner while boldly declaring his intention to earn the Caldwell name through merit, taking his audience aback by his sheer honesty. The students quickly agreed, noting that true magic academies must possess the tolerance to accept anyone of capability, just as the legendary sage was honored regardless of her elven origins. However, their harmony was suddenly broken by a harsh, skeptical voice questioning whether a mere commoner could truly have accomplished such an extraordinary feat. Stepping forward, the arrogant young nobleman dismissed Reed's achievement entirely, scoffing that he did not look impressive at all and challenging him to handle harsh criticism if he were truly strong. He was Farag, the heir of the esteemed Verminen family, flanked by his entourage as he sneered condescendingly at Reed and Elria. Elria recalled that the Verminen house was an ancient noble lineage, having held prominent status even back during her previous lifetime centuries ago. Though Farag was undeniably talented and possessed vast magic power that would have made him the center of attention if not for Elria, she inwardly despised him, knowing he was a self-centered scoundrel who always blamed others. She had previously pleaded with him to handle her family's eccentricities if the opportunity arose, leaving him to wonder what kind of absurd behavior had prompted such distress. Returning to the tense confrontation in the classroom, the arrogant noble shouted that a commoner claiming ties to the prestigious Caldwell line was an insult to the realm's protectors. Reed remained entirely unbothered, calmly offering that his identity could easily be verified directly with Lady Alicia. Defending his presence, the young dark-haired fighter noted that he had legitimately passed both written and practical entrance exams, even securing approval from the headmaster herself. Yet his adversary refused to yield, declaring that someone of humble origin entering this academy was inherently unacceptable. Pointed finger in hand, the noble spat that no one should be fooled by his pompous posture, insisting that school regulations regarding magic applied to everyone regardless of their claims. Beside them, the young lady fidgeted nervously as the altercation escalated. Sensing danger, several nearby classmates whispered urgent warnings to their headstrong leader, pleading with him to drop the matter before provoking a house associated with the powerful Caldwell name. Dismissing their concerns, he sneered that regardless of what was claimed, this outsider was likely nothing more than a glorified servant. Interrupting the insult, Reed casually stepped forward, offering a mild apology for delaying his proper formal introduction. With smooth grace, he pulled a bright red Elria close against his side and announced with serene confidence that he was, in fact, the fiancé of Elria Caldwell. The entire classroom erupted into collective disbelief, students dropping their jaws and bugging out their eyes at the staggering revelation. leaving the arrogant noble entirely speechless. Unmoved by the commotion, he turned to his utterly overwhelmed partner with a warm smile, suggesting they take their seats, to which she could only stammer back a flustered agreement. Walking past the stunned crowd hand in hand, their departure left a trail of suppressed laughter among the onlookers, leaving their challenger standing frozen in humiliated silence. He couldn't help but chuckle with satisfaction, reveling in the bewildered look on Fareg's face after putting him in his place. Elria, walking alongside him, remarked that it had been a while since she last witnessed his streak of ruthless attitude. Defending his actions, he insisted he wasn't being the villain, pointing out that letting overconfident individuals run wild could lead to disaster on the battlefield, making early correction necessary. Elria dryly acknowledged that his tough discipline explained why the soldiers of his homeland were so strictly obedient, before a friendly voice called out to offer them seats near him. A polite, glasses-wearing classmate waved to them from a nearby bench, mentioning how quiet and dull it was sitting all by himself. Introducing himself as Vizel Blanche, the refined young man welcomed them warmly, to which Reed responded cordially, offering a friendly greeting in return. Vizel explained that his family specialized in crafting magical equipment, revealing that Elria's own staff had actually been designed and crafted by his older sister. Hearing that his sister had been overjoyed to receive that high-profile commission, Elria bowed deeply and asked Vizel to pass along her heartfelt gratitude and care for the weapon. As Vizel politely addressed her as Miss Elria, she blushed slightly and flusteredly offered that he could dispense with formalities and simply call her by her given name. Wondering aloud why an aspiring magic equipment developer would enter the mage's track instead of engineering, Elria listened as Vizel adjusted his glasses and explained his practical perspective. He shared his ambition to become a true mage in order to fully understand the real-world utility of magical items, aiming to innovate and construct truly practical tools for active combat. He admitted that depending on who he dealt with, his presence might be considered a nuisance. Adjusting his spectacles with a quiet, composed tone, he brushed off any concerns, declaring that he did not mind such trivial opinions in the slightest. Hearing this, the young swordsman offered warm words of encouragement, pointing out that his dedication to crafting proper magic tools aligned perfectly with the Academy's core mission to pursue and develop magic, while those who complained simply failed to grasp that purpose. He paused, acknowledging that receiving such praise held real significance coming from someone who had successfully dispelled Tier 10 magic, before asking if he could inspect the young engineer's magic tool. As his companion explained that his mana flow was fundamentally broken, rendering him incapable of utilizing magic tools, the spectacles-wearing student scoffed at the impossibility of such a claim, handing over an ornate metallic device and daring him to try and destroy it. Though the black-haired youth hesitated to break a personal item, the eager engineer insisted it was merely a spare, explaining that as a creator, he desperately needed to observe the exact conditions under which a magic tool would shatter under stress. Accepting the premise, he gripped the device firmly while the spectacles-wearing youth proudly boasted about its custom design, guaranteeing its exceptional durability against heavy stress and repeated usage. Without warning, a sharp crack resonated through the air as the device shattered instantly under his immense physical force, sending a shockwave that cracked the engineer's eyeglasses right on his face. Stunned by the utter destruction of his creation, the young craftsman flew into a frantic panic, shouting in utter disbelief that the destroyed artifact had been one of his finest masterpieces, while the culprit protested that he had only followed instructions. Removing his ruined spectacles, he grabbed his classmate by the collar in exasperation, crying out that he had never imagined anyone could break a high-grade tool so effortlessly. He pondered the anomaly, noting that Reed's magic seemed fundamentally different from anyone else's, before turning to ask Elria for her expert perspective on the matter. She admitted her complete lack of understanding, prompting him to inspect the shattered tool more closely. He observed that the damaged protective engravings likely explained why the device had physically broken apart. Continuing his examination, the young scholar admitted that he could reach no definitive conclusions without analyzing the phenomenon further and observing several more instances of the tool shattering. Turning his gaze directly toward his peer, he asked Reed straight out how he had ever come to possess such extraordinary and mysterious magic power in the first place. The The dark-haired youth merely smiled nonchalantly in response, claiming that so much time had passed that he had completely forgotten the origin of his abilities. Before they could probe any deeper, a sudden loud cry echoed beneath them as an unexpected girl recoiled in pain, prompting Reed to demand why she had been secretly eavesdropping on their private conversation. She clutched her head while complaining loudly about the solid furniture she had just slammed into, leaving the surrounding group thoroughly bewildered by her bizarre behavior. Attempting to laugh off her intrusion, she sheepishly insisted she was no stranger, though her suspicious presence immediately led the others to debate calling campus security while she frantically apologized. Striking an over-the-top salute, the newcomer introduced herself as Millis Lambat, a 17-year-old scholarship student from a remote village whose only previous companions were sheep, revealing that her covert lurking was merely a desperate attempt to make her very first human friends. Staring back in deadpan silence, he pondered her bizarre confession for a moment before casually leaving the final verdict on whether to accept her up to Elria. She approved of the eccentric girl's high energy on the spot, whimsically promoting Millis from a suspicious stalker straight to an official classmate. Curious about her motives, Reed questioned why she had resorted to listening in on their conversation, prompting Millis to confess how isolated she felt amidst the complex social banter of noble peers. When Reed casually suggested that she simply approach people as she normally would, Millis stared at him in utter disbelief at such an impossibly simple notion. She exploded into a frantic rant, arguing that a commoner could never casually strike up conversations about grand territorial harvests or luxurious evening galas. Seeing her distress, Reed brought up his own rural background in Noahburg, prompting Millis to offer ridiculous icebreakers about breaking sheep shears while the others chided his casual attitude. As Millis revealed she hailed from Ares, Elria jumped into the conversation, asserting that Ares was just as rural with its endless forests and rivers, despite Vizel's attempts to maintain decorum. Reed smugly boasted about Ares' high-quality timber and orange groves, pushing Elria into a flustered defense of Noburg's pristine water and abundant sheep. When he dryly pointed out that she was repeating herself, her composure completely crumbled as she desperately stammered over her village's meager accomplishments. Overwhelmed by the chaotic discussion, Millis slammed her hands onto the table with tears in her eyes, crying out that she just desperately wanted a fellow commoner friend so she wouldn't end up completely alone. Touched by the heartfelt outburst, Elria stepped forward without hesitation and pulled the startled girl into a warm, reassuring embrace. She offered her hand in friendship with a gentle smile, leaving Millis in utter disbelief at such an unexpected gesture from a noble. Misinterpreting the girl's stunned silence, she asked with a touch of concern if Millis disliked her, prompting Millis to burst out in a flustered declaration of overwhelming gratitude. Reed chimed in with an easygoing wave, welcoming her as a fellow youth from the countryside, while Wiesel politely introduced himself and suggested she dispense with formal titles. Millis wept tears of joy, triumphantly celebrating that she had finally made 3 human friends, as Reed glanced toward the door and noted the strangely absent instructor. While Elria gently patted the overjoyed girl on the head, Wiesel and Reed pondered whether their teacher had gotten lost or encountered some sudden trouble. Just as someone outside voiced disbelief that the teacher could get lost when even Millis had found the room, a violent explosion shattered the classroom wall in a shower of debris and dust. As the dust settled, a woman emerged amidst the wreckage, casually brushing off the close call and remarking that Elise would have been furious had she arrived any later. Striking a confident pose amidst the shattered wall, the dark-haired woman casually introduced herself to the shocked class as their new home. As the thick dust settled inside the classroom, the dynamic new instructor stood assertively on the ruined podium before the stunned assembly of young mages. She was instantly recognized by the gasping students as Almacanos, a revered special rank mage capable of casting devastating Tier 10 magic. Silencing the mounting commotion with an authoritative command, she cut off their frantic murmurs about her recent solo subjugation of a massive dragon nest. When an astonished student voiced his confusion about her presence despite her royal assignments, she nonchalantly revealed that she had already completed the king's orders some time ago. She went on to explain that while accepting the teaching position at the request of the king and the principal was somewhat self-serving for them, she expected the students to anticipate her rigorous guidance. Laying out the strict academy rules, she outlined how the new students were split across 8 classes of 40 members each, warning them that overall class evaluations were far more critical than individual scores. She sternly reinforced that personal brilliance meant nothing if the group failed, reiterating that a student could not qualify as a true mage if their entire class performed poorly. Her sharp gaze then suddenly fixed onto the seating rows, singling out a startled Millis and sharply demanding that she explain the fundamental duties of a mage. She hesitated briefly before answering that a mage's duty was to address magical crimes and subdue dangerous beasts, to which Alma agreed before clarifying that their responsibilities extended much further. Addressing the entire hall, the instructor detailed how operational teams must coordinate large-scale missions, ranging from securing evacuation routes to isolating danger zones. Watching from their seats, the students realized that their marks were tied together as a collective effort, quietly worrying about whether anyone in their ranks might drag the team down. Alma outlined the academic schedule, explaining that individual assessments would occur monthly, while major class-wide comprehensive exams would be held 4 times a year to test their adaptability in battle scenarios. Flipping open the official teaching manual, she briefly glanced through the required lectures on magic theory and fundamentals before letting out a tired sigh and snapping the book shut. With a broad, mischievous smile, she tossed the instruction manual aside, declaring that dull lectures were a chore and deciding on the spot to jump straight into practical training. Before anyone could object, she produced a specialized magical bell and activated its magic with a swift flick of her wrist. Instantly, a flash of light swept through the classroom, teleporting the bewildered students onto an open outdoor training field as Alma announced an immediate mock battle. Standing amidst the confused crowd, she brandished the artifact created by the headmaster, informing them that a barrier surrounded the area, preventing outside interference and blocking any escape until she saw fit to cancel it. With a defiant grin, she issued an open challenge to the entire class, inviting anyone brave enough to step forward and duel her, promising she would hold back her full power. She taunted the hesitant crowd, reminding them that no one would be permitted to leave until a challenger stepped forward, leaving the students murmuring in fear over the reckless prospect of fighting a special rank instructor. In response to her provocation, a confident student stepped up, raising his hand to volunteer as her opponent. Introducing himself as Fareg Verminen, the young noble proudly boasted of his battle training since childhood and his mastery of Tier 7 spells, earning a curious smirk from the instructor. Seeking clarification, Fareg nervously pressed her on what taking the fight seriously truly entailed, prompting her to lightheartedly declare that she would match his level of commitment. With a cheerful grin, she nonchalantly added that taking it slightly serious meant she would likely only fracture a few of his bones. Terrified by her idea of moderation, the boy immediately panicked and backed down, leaving the instructor amused by his sudden change of heart. Seeing him falter, Elria stepped forward with quiet resolve, raising her hand to take his place and introducing herself clearly to the impressed instructor. Recalling the headmaster's warning about the young girl's unusual talents, the teacher agreed to the duel, promising not to hold back against Elria's Tier 5 magical limit. Rather than showing intimidation, Elria raised her staff calmly, casually asking if it was actually her who should be holding back instead. Before anyone could grasp her words, a blinding surge of magical mana erupted from her staff, rending the sky and throwing the surrounding class into total disarray. Her effortless defense left the instructor visibly stunned, while the surrounding spectators watched in absolute awe. Having effortlessly neutralized the strike, the shimmering barrier scattered the concentrated mana, rendering standard offensive magic completely useless against it. Following this display of defensive mastery, Alma eagerly pressed her opponent, asking if she had any special requests or further tricks to show. Grinning with wild anticipation, the instructor urged the young woman to fight with lethal intent, daring her to test just how many bones she could break in a real fight. Sensing the impending disaster from their escalating duel, Reed turned around to shout a stern warning to the gathered crowd. He urgently ordered anyone who could still stand to carry the unconscious and paralyzed students far away, warning that staying anywhere near the arena would result in severe injuries. In response to his warning, the crowd scrambled in terror, though some students remained rooted to the spot, torn between their paralyzing fear and the irresistible desire to witness the high-level magic clash. Meanwhile, back at the duel, giant wooden spires and thick arboreal roots burst violently from the earth at Elria's command. As the massive wooden constructs surged toward her, Alma leaped backwards frantically, screaming in frustration at how low-tier magic could possibly match the sheer power of higher-tier spells when launched in such relentless numbers. Watching from the sidelines, Vizel explained to the stunned onlookers that although her spells belonged to lower tiers, casting dozens of them simultaneously shattered all conventional logic, creating a force that rivaled higher-tier magic. He adjusted his glasses in surprise as Reed explained the mechanism of Elria's technique. She had not cast the spells directly, but rather used existing spells to trigger a massive chain reaction of even more spells. Shocked by this revelation, Millis gasped in disbelief upon realizing that Elria's mana reserve could facilitate combining and launching nearly 1,000 lower-tier spells simultaneously. By assembling numerous magic crests into a unified bombardment, Elria harnessed a sheer volume of spellcraft as dense as a night sky, filled with stars, easily overwhelming and neutralizing enemy magic. Turning back toward his friend, Vizel asked Reed if he had ever witnessed the true, unlimited scale of that magic, to which Reed smoothly confirmed that he had. Memories of their past resurfaced in Reed's mind, recalling how her radiant presence had captivated him completely, locking his gaze upon her brilliant power since the very beginning. Out on the training field, the massive barrage of plant magic collided violently with Alma's dark skeletal construct, filling the air with sparks and shockwaves. Realizing the danger of the incoming onslaught, Alma landed heavily, privately admitting her position was precarious, while Elria casually noted that her teacher was still holding back. Tightening her glove with a sharp smile, Alma conceded that continuing to hold back against such an extraordinary student would be an insult to the duel. Dark, necrotic energies surged outward, summoning gargantuan skeletal appendages from the shadows as Alma prepared to unleash her true fighting power. Towering bone limbs manifested around her like giant spider legs, and with a fiercely excited grin, Alma declared that it was time to march into full-scale battle. She unleashed her terrifying Death Brigade, summoning a massive legion of skeletal warriors and undead constructs to flood the battleground. Raising her dark banner high, she challenged her opponent directly to overcome the legendary Black Flag with everything she had. Hearing those specific words, Reed reacted with sudden shock, asking how she could possibly know that title. Tightening his grip, he grimly confirmed his reaction, leading the instructor to mockingly ask if she had hit a nerve. Meanwhile, Elria gathered immense magical power over a glowing circle, coldly asserting that those words belonged to only one person before demanding answers. Watching from the sidelines, the surrounding students exchanged anxious whispers, unnerved by the heavy shift in Elria's demeanor. As Millis frantically looked around for Reed, a towering skeletal monster readied an attack right in front of Elria. Before the creature could strike, Reed darted through the air and delivered a crushing kick directly into its skull. The sudden violence of his arrival left the spectators crying out in absolute astonishment. Landing firmly between Elria and the undead horde, he apologized for stepping in, declaring he couldn't sit back while someone tossed around his own words. Having deflected her attack without casting a single spell, he immediately drew the instructor's intense curiosity as she recognized him as the other irregular student and demanded to know how he had accomplished such a feat. Politely introducing himself as Reed Frieden, he offered a trade. If she answered his question first, he would gladly explain his secret. His gaze shifted to the tattered black flag bearing a skeletal insignia, an emblem so worn and faded it was almost unrecognizable, yet her previous words had confirmed its true identity beyond doubt. Pointing directly at her, he demanded to know why she was bearing the legendary Altean's banner. She brushed off his inquiry with a playful shrug, refusing to yield unless he answered first, but their tense exchange was suddenly interrupted by a furious voice bellowing from the distance. Panicking slightly as she realized the headmaster was watching, the instructor muttered a wish that Headmaster Elise hadn't witnessed the disaster, only for the headmaster's furious voice to boom in response, confirming she had seen and heard everything. Nearby, the other students rushed over in complete chaos, shouting frantically about the reckless deployment of a high-tier spell against students and worrying about the expensive equipment being destroyed. Accepting that the situation had spiraled out of hand, she dispelled her undead summons with a weary sigh while Reed observed her closely. Turning back toward him, she noted that since their conversation had been thoroughly interrupted, they would have to postpone their discussion about the banner for another time. Instantly switching back to her cheerful persona, she addressed the gathering crowd of students with an energetic grin, urging them all to work hard and devote themselves to training so they too could become powerful mages. She stood quietly before the demoralized students, who lay slumped on the grass, complaining about their meager magic capacity and how outmatched they felt despite having passed the entrance exam. Acknowledging their exhaustion, she gently reminded them of the hard work that earned them a spot at the academy, urging them not to give up before their training had even officially begun. Flashing a bright and confident smile, the instructor offered a stirring speech, promising that under her guidance over the coming year, they would grow stronger than anyone else if they chose to follow her. Then, abruptly switching tones, she pointed skyward and bellowed for everyone to run until they passed out, declaring this rigorous endurance exercise to be the first true, fundamental lesson of magic. Jolted by her harsh command, Reed and his classmates reluctantly took off running across the open fields, bewildered by their instructor's unorthodox teaching method. Submerged in warm, soothing waters, Illyria let out a long sigh of absolute relaxation as she stretched her arms out across the steam-filled hot bath. She was not alone in enjoying the open-air hot spring, as her companions marveled at how refreshing a massive bath felt after a long day. As they washed themselves, Milu expressed her deepest gratitude for being brought along, though she admitted that comparing this grand bath to her hometown's hot springs made her realize what she had been missing. The peaceful moment traced back to events just 1 hour earlier. An hour prior, the entire class lay completely collapsed and gasping for air on the training grounds, thoroughly depleted after an intense run. Rebecca stood over them reprimanding their utter lack of stamina, while Alma and Illyria stood nearby completely unfazed. Grounded in the dirt, Vizel internally panicked, sensing that there was something deeply unnatural about how Alma and Illyria remained so fresh, though Alma casually dismissed it as simply being accustomed to such exertions. Observing the immobilized students, Illyria suggested using transport magic to carry them back, but Alma pointed out that high-level transport magic was far too advanced for a simple task. Instead, he effortlessly cast a powerful levitation spell, surrounding the entire class in a glowing magical aura that lifted them all into the air at once, leaving everyone gasping in utter astonishment. As they floated along, Milu whined about desperately wanting a warm bath, prompting Rebecca and Illyria to suggest heading directly to the joint large bath at the dormitory, an idea that instantly brightened everyone's spirits. She had been warmly encouraged by her academy friends to take part in the relaxing bath together. She also recalled how the vice commander had temporarily taken Reed away for official business, leaving her alone with her thoughts. Returning to the present moment, she soaked quietly in the hot bath, her mind weighed down by uncertainty regarding Reed and his relationship with the vice commander. Her quiet solitude was abruptly interrupted when Milu began staring intently at her from across the steaming water. Before she could react, Milu closed the distance, openly admiring her silky hair and smooth skin while playfully teasing her about her natural beauty. Blushing furiously, she raised her voice in an attempt to hush her friend's loud and enthusiastic praise regarding her figure. Once the excitement settled, she gathered her courage to ask Milu for advice on choosing a thoughtful gift for someone special. However, before she could even mention a name, Milu instantly deduced that the gift was meant for Reed, sending her into a flustered panic. Desperately trying to deny it, she insisted she had kept her feelings hidden, but Milu pointed out that her devotion to Reed was obvious to everyone around them. Sinking into the steaming bathwater until only her eyes showed, she timidly confessed her desire to celebrate Reed's enrollment, admitting she had never bought a gift for anyone before. She listened intently as Milu offered a pragmatic suggestion, proposing that she choose a gift tailored directly to his personal tastes. Considering this advice, her mind immediately drifted to practical maintenance, wondering if simple whetstones and polishing oil might suit a warrior like him. She explained her reasoning, noting how much thought he put into maintaining his equipment and armor, which Milu cheerfully validated from her own experiences taking care of tools in her hometown. However, Milu quickly reconsidered, pointing out that a commemorative gift should ideally be something permanent rather than a consumable, leaving her pondering the distinction. Overwhelmed by the options, she crestfallenly admitted that she could not think of anything else, prompting Milu to scold her for giving up far too easily. Sinking beneath the warm water in despair, she lamented silently that despite having lived nearly 2 centuries across 2 lives, she was completely helpless when it came to understanding a boy's heart. Milu frantically pulled her up from the depths, pleading with her not to drown and urging her to simply picture what truly made Reed happy. Floating on her back, she recalled that the only time he truly looked joyful was in the heat of combat, making Milu wonder if he was simply a battle-obsessed junkie. With a soft smile, she remembered how he always laughed with pure contentment whenever they clashed swords, realizing she wanted to give him something that could bring that exact joy back to his face. Reassurance filling her heart, she turned to her companion with deep gratitude, softly thanking Milu for helping her find her resolve. She squealed in overwhelming embarrassment as the conversation in the bathhouse grew far too intense, splashing water all around her while her companions gushed over how adorable she was. Following that overwhelming outburst, her friends wrapped her in an enthusiastic group hug, declaring their full support and envying Reed for having someone so precious. Elsewhere, far from the lively bathhouse, the vice commander finally entered the quiet corridor where Alma stood waiting, apologizing for the lengthy lecture she had just endured. Cutting straight through her polite apology, he demanded to know immediately why she was in possession of the Altian banner. Surprised by his blunt questioning, she retorted that he shouldn't play foolish after brandishing such a powerful magic tool, asking if Altian was merely the name of some distant nation. He mused aloud that people here didn't recognize it as a crest, prompting her to firmly insist on her truth and demand how he had instantly recognized that fabric as a military banner. Standing her ground in the quiet room, she confirmed that the mysterious fabric was indeed an official banner, cutting off his hesitation before he could deflect. Pressing closer with fierce determination, she revealed that only those inheriting the prestigious Kano's name possessed knowledge of that banner, demanding to know his true identity. After a moment of heavy silence, he quietly declined to reveal his identity, though he invited her to ask any other questions and deduce the truth on her own. She recognized the clever trap in his proposition, realizing that while answering her queries would allow her to piece together his past, handling her interrogation skillfully without giving everything away would be the key to earning her trust. He offered his perspective, noting that while methodical and diligent people might lack flexibility, they still made dependable subordinates. The vice commander listened closely before posing her next question, asking for his thoughts on strictly rule-bound individuals. Moving to her next inquiry, she asked why he believed the moon shone so brightly. He replied smoothly that its beauty was apparent not only at night, but in its constant, quiet presence. Satisfied with his reply, she declared that only one final question remained. He seemed surprised by how quickly the test was concluding, but she merely smiled with quiet confidence. Pausing for a deliberate moment, she placed a hand over her chest, fully confident that he would know the answer to this personal query. She pressed him on whether he remembered her true title, posing as a figure from legend. He instantly answered with the precise honorific, "Your Excellency," confirming her suspicion that only a single historic figure ever addressed her lineage in such a manner. Her thoughts flashed back to ancient lore, evoking the image of 2 noble officers standing side by side in formal military salute, specifically the legendary warrior named Lyot. Lightly chuckling, she pointed out that his response matched word for word what was recorded in her family's ancient memorandum. She explained that Lyot was her direct ancestor who had crafted that very document, serving side by side with His Excellency as a loyal flag bearer until the very end, and asked if he shared a blood connection with him. He could only chuckle softly in exasperation upon learning that his former subordinate had recorded such meticulous notes across thousands of years, while she noted with pride how deeply her ancestor had revered his master. Bringing their conversation to a close, she agreed to honor their pact and dropped the subject of Altian, assuring him she would not press any further into how someone from a millennium ago could still be walking among them. She explained that the historical memorandum contained no record of a nation named Altian, nor any mention of the banner that accompanied it. Pondering her words, Alma noted the glaring absence of these details in the written records. He questioned how the terms regarding the hero and Reed Frieden had survived at all, to which she revealed that such information had only been preserved through the oral traditions of the elves. This revelation brought a sudden realization. Someone had deliberately erased the hero from recorded history. Lyot had addressed him directly as Your Excellency, yet kept any mention of his true identity entirely out of the official written records. He argued that altering a personal document so thoroughly should be logically impossible, yet undeniable historical contradictions continued to surface before them. Turning back to the vice commander, he questioned why this historical truth had managed to persist solely through elven lore. She explained that elves possessed immensely long lifespans, allowing them to pass down historical truths directly by word of mouth across generations. Moreover, humans and elves had walked closely together 1,000 years ago. In that bygone era, even as human generations faded, the elven people kept the memory alive, preserving the true account as an enduring legend. Overcome by sudden anxiety at the realization that she had been giving orders to a legendary figure from antiquity, the vice commander frantically asked him to keep her informed of any future developments. She then hesitantly inquired whether Elria shared a similar ancient origin. Alma merely offered a playful, confident smile, deciding to leave the matter to her imagination while privately musing on the situation. Placing his trust in her discretion, Alma pointed forward with a warm grin, securing her commitment as a reliable ally in uncovering the truths of the past. He received a crisp salute from the vice commander, who assured him that the secret investigation into the erased historical records would be handled with the utmost discretion. Following their private conversation, several days passed in quick succession as the Academy prepared for the upcoming conditional examinations. Sensing the excitement in the air, Milu enthusiastically asked her classmates if anyone had special plans for their final day off before testing began. In response, he bluntly suggested she spend her free time practicing her combat skills, while Wiesel announced his plan to return home for maintenance on his magic equipment. Horrified by the lack of recreation, she dramatically lashed out at his strictness, arguing that hard work deserved a reward and appealing to Elria for backup. Yet her plea fell on deaf ears, as Elria sat utterly exhausted at the cafeteria table, visibly worn down from pulling late nights researching magic. Attempting to remain optimistic, she quickly reasoned that the noble heiress was merely pushing herself to live up to the legendary sage's legacy. Turning his attention away from the slumbering girl, Wiesel pressed him about his unusually close relationship with Elria and why she addressed him so formally. Before an answer could be given, a sharp, arrogant voice cut through the room, insultingly calling them loud commoners. Glaring down at them, the pompous student scolded them for creating a racket in the cafeteria, arrogantly questioning whether commoners even possessed basic manners. Leaning in condescendingly, the arrogant noble student demands that Milu prostrate herself and rub her forehead against the floor if she wishes to apologize properly to someone of higher standing. Undeterred by his aggressive posture, she stands her ground, agreeing to apologize for making noise, but firmly refusing to humiliation herself to such an extreme degree. His temper flares at her defiance, and he reaches for his weapon while sneering insults about her commoner status, outraged that she would dare address him so directly. As his companions call out his name in alarm, he boasts loudly that the difference in their social status is accompanied by a vast gap in power. Leaping forward aggressively, he begins channeling mana into a grand magic strike, declaring that only those of true merit deserve to wield such force. A radiant spell array erupts before him as he launches the magical attack directly at the defenseless girl, shouting that she lacks the wits to even comprehend it. In a flash of speed, Alma moves between them, scooping Milu safely into his arm while casually neutralizing the incoming magical assault. The blinding light dissipates completely into nothingness, leaving the surrounding onlookers and the attacker frozen in disbelief at what just occurred. Stumbling backward in confusion, the noble student gapes at the sudden failure of his spell, only to be taunted by Alma calling him a boy. Furious at being spoken to so casually, the noble screams in outrage over the disrespect toward the Verminen house, but Alma coolly remarks that there is nothing wrong with stating a simple fact. Grabbing the arrogant noble by the face, he silenced the boy mid-sentence before another bitter insult could escape his lips. Maintaining a tight grip, he sternly lectured the noble that magic was a deadly force responsible for countless lives, warning that wielding it against others meant accepting the risk of being killed in return. He reminded the haughty youth that true masters of magic risked everything to create great spells, unlike an entitled brat who merely boasted of legacy. As Milu and Vizel watched in quiet awe, he urged the noble to accomplish something on his own strength rather than hiding behind his family's reputation. Shoving the noble backward onto the floor, he punctuated his lecture with a final harsh reality check. Standing tall over his fallen opponent, he pointed a sharp finger, telling the noble that he was the one who desperately needed to learn his place. The humiliated noble scrambled back in fury, cursing him, only to watch in shock as the young man calmly confiscated his precious magic tool. With effortless strength and cold indifference, he snapped the magical artifact clean in half, sending the noble into a frantic scream of horror. Declaring the score settled, he told the trembling noble and his panicking followers to scram, leaving them scrambling to piece together the broken artifact. Turning away from the fleeing nobles, he checked on Milu to ask if she was unharmed, receiving her tearful gratitude. He found himself taken aback when Milu suddenly raised her voice, desperately pleading with him to repeat his impressive display whenever Elria was awake so she could witness it too, though he merely told her not to shout without warning. Their small argument quieted down as Vizel observed that Elria had somehow slept through the entire chaotic ordeal, her quiet murmurs confirming she had remained completely oblivious to the threat. Rubbing her eyes drowsily, the sleepy girl slowly opened her eyes, prompting Milu to rush over and gently remind her that sleeping at the table was not ideal. Rising unsteadily from her chair, she wobbled on her feet and took a few fragile steps directly toward him. Before he could step aside, she closed the remaining space and gently patted his chest to balance herself. Yielding entirely to her lingering sleepiness, she wrapped her arms around his torso and leaned into his chest, leaving their friends chuckling at how adorable her habit of clinging to him was. Flustered by her affectionate behavior, he wrapped his arms around her to keep her upright while lightheartedly asking Vizel to handle cleaning up the area, which the studious boy gladly accepted. Scooping her effortlessly into his arms, he offered a warm farewell to Milu and Vizel as he carried her out through the stone archway toward their quarters. As he carried her through the quiet hallway, her soft voice whispered close to his ear, begging him not to push himself too hard regardless of whatever task he was secretly undertaking. Stunned by her sudden sincerity, he listened quietly as she murmured that her heart's true desire was simply for his happiness, yearning to return to the peaceful bond they once shared. He held her close, feeling the sudden heat in the air as she leaned in tight against his chest, her face deeply flushed as their gaze locked. Startled by the physical proximity, she squirmed flustered in his arms, prompting him to warn her to hold still before she ended up slipping. As he carried her down the sunlit corridor, she broke the quiet moment by mentioning her desire to push herself just a bit further. He offered a calm, reassuring smile, advising her to proceed in moderation since he trusted she wasn't doing anything reckless, though she questioned why he didn't press her for details. Tightening her embrace around his neck, she offered a warm, blushing smile and promised that as long as she remained at his side, he could rest easy and do whatever. Standing before a high chain-link barrier, Vice Commander Rebecca began her briefing to the gathered students, warning them that the forest beyond was a hazardous zone teeming with monsters. She pointed out how regions overflowing with dense mana served as breeding grounds where beasts multiplied rapidly, creating an ever-present danger just past the fence. She went on to clarify that the faculty had already eliminated the larger threats, leaving only small to medium-sized beasts, rated at rank E or higher, within the exam zone. Her tone hardened as she cautioned the class that arrogance or carelessness in such an environment could lead to severe injury or even death, before stepping aside for an instructor to outline the specific rules of the practical test. Taking center stage beside a large diagram, the instructor detailed the scenario: a simulated rescue mission where target dummies representing trapped civilians were scattered throughout the dangerous zone, requiring students to locate and bring them back to the entrance within a set time limit to earn points. When a curious student inquired whether the individual scoring format meant they should operate independently, Rebecca firmly replied with a strict refusal to offer any guidance or comment. Looking over the seated group, she subtly nudged their strategy by pointing out that achieving the ultimate objective was paramount, strongly hinting that cooperation to ensure successful rescues was the most logical approach. Holding up her pocket watch, she concluded the briefing and granted everyone 30 minutes to strategize among themselves before the official start of the examination. As the students began conferring, Wiesel approached Reed alongside Milu, suggesting that they ought to part ways so that he and Millis would not end up dragging Reed down during the test. He had suggested they part ways, but Reed firmly rejected the proposal, insisting that he genuinely needed help from both him and Milu. While Milu expressed disbelief given Reed's overwhelming strength, Reed clarified that the exam's focus was rescue. Unlike static training dummies, real victims might be immobilized by sheer terror. Continuing his explanation, Reed emphasized how daunting it would be for a single person to calm frightened victims, treat injuries, and transport them to safety amidst the chaos of battle. He then pointed out that the test dummies were likely complex magical devices, explaining that since he lacked magic himself, he would be unable to operate their internal mechanisms or provide proper care. The realization struck Milu immediately, leading her to ponder if certain hidden dummies required a team to locate or could only be moved once healing magic was successfully applied. Holding up 3 fingers, Reed presented a balanced strategy. He would take down the monsters, Wiesel would transport the target dummies using his magic tool, and Milu would analyze any complex mechanisms. As the group agreed on their roles, Milu cast a worried glance toward Illyria, concerned about her taking on the entire examination without any teammates. In response to her concern, Illyria gently disclosed that the principal had directly ordered her to work alone, a revelation that left Milu completely dumbfounded. She added that her overwhelming abilities would make it nearly impossible for instructors to evaluate other students fairly, leaving Milu in awe of her immense power. Suddenly, Ferd strolled over with a smirk, casually calling out to Reed and unexpectedly expressing his agreement with the proposed strategy. Bristling with irritation at the condescending form of address, Reed barked back about their small age gap before demanding to know the true reason for his approach. He listened in silence as Ferd asserted that the upcoming assessment contained a secret objective beyond simple rescue operations. Ferd insisted enthusiastically that while Instructor Alma had omitted medium-sized beasts from the safe zone, large monsters were never ruled out, reasoning that anyone capable of vanquishing such a threat would earn an outstanding evaluation. Unimpressed by the wild speculation, Reed flatly dismissed the notion and signaled for his group to move out, ignoring the nobles' indignant shouts as they turned their backs on him. Flaunting an ornate magical dagger, Ferd boasted that he possessed more than enough power to slay any beast, though Wiesel logically pointed out that an exam designed to be unwinnable made little practical sense. Reed paused, his eyes narrowing slightly as he took a closer look at the magic tool held in the boy's hand. With effortless ease, Reed snapped the fragile blade right off, remarking on how ridiculously short it was and leaving Ferd sputtering in utter shock. Ferd fumed with rage, shouting that their skilled engineer had only just repaired the weapon the previous day, to which Reed calmly advised him not to get so worked up before he managed to break it again. Consumed by embarrassment, Ferd threw a frantic, childish tantrum, bellowing empty threats as Reed casually walked away from the display. Reflecting on the encounter, Reed acknowledged that despite the humiliation the Verminen house had suffered previously, the boy still possessed the sheer audacity to stand up and face him directly. As the countdown to the exam approached, Rebecca gently rested a reassuring hand on Reed's head, urging everyone to remain cautious and offering a warm reminder to Illyria, who cheerfully acknowledged the warning. While he appeared completely relaxed prior to the start of the assessment, Milu quietly remarked to Vizel that Reed and Elria seemed to be flirting. Vizel, however, advised her not to let it bother her, reasoning that such confidence was merely a privilege granted to those of exceptional strength. Shortly thereafter, the team advanced deep into the dense, shadow-draped forest to begin their assignment. Suddenly, 3 ferocious wolf-like beasts burst from the undergrowth, lunging directly at Reed with open jaws. With a single, swift kick, he effortlessly blasted the lead beast backward into the air, causing Milu and Vizel to marvel at how easily he neutralized such a formidable creature. Following the impact, he calmly explained that he purposefully held back to avoid drawing blood, as the scent would attract more monsters and make their escape harder, a prospect that left Milu visibly unsettled. Turning their attention back to the exam, Milu voiced her concern regarding the high density of monsters and whether Elria would be safe alone, but he reassured her that Elria could effortlessly dispatch all of them with a simple Tier 1 spell. Surprised by his claim, Vizel questioned how someone as delicate as Elria could accomplish such a feat, prompting him to reflect on how combat styles and martial arts had stagnated over a millennium of peace. He further elaborated that Elria was entirely capable of overpowering an ordinary opponent using physical martial arts alone, leaving Milu wide-eyed in astonishment while Vizel absorbed this intriguing perspective. Offering to demonstrate a few close-range martial techniques himself, he noted that Vizel also seemed suited for close combat, though Milu nervously expressed that punching and kicking sounded rather extreme. In response, he casually suggested that if they were interested in learning self-defense, they could simply ask Elria, leaving both of his companions utterly bewildered and calling out after him. He listened closely as Vizel scouted ahead, spotting a dark cave entrance nestled in the rocky hillside. When Vizel confirmed that no monsters were nearby, Reed smiled with confidence, reasoning that their targets must be hidden inside the cavern. Surprised by his absolute confidence, Milu asked how he could possibly be so sure about what lay inside. He broke down the logic with expressive gestures, explaining that an injured person fleeing a beast would naturally seek shelter in a cave, making it the most sensible place for the exam organizers to place the dummies. Convinced by his sharp deduction, the group hastened their pace and dashed toward the cave's opening. Taking the lead as they stepped into the damp darkness, he instructed Vizel to keep watch on their surroundings while Milu provided magical support. Raising his lantern, the glowing light revealed 5 target dummies strewn across the stone floor, exactly as he had predicted. He casually announced that since the exam simulated a group escape scenario, he would leave the retrieval task to the 2 of them, leaving Vizel completely dumbfounded by the sheer number. Kneeling beside the dummies, Vizel detected active mana circuits within them, realizing that dispelling the spell would indeed require 2 people, precisely as Reed had foretold. Milu leaned in to inspect the magical array inscribed upon the dummy, comparing its structure with the others to ensure they could successfully break the seal. She gasped in shock as the target dummy suddenly erupted with a harsh, blaring alarm. Overwhelmed by the sudden commotion, she shrieked in absolute panic as the unexpected noise echoed through the cavern. Hearing her cries, Reed rushed back toward them to check if they were unhurt, while Vizel adjusted his glasses and deduced that the dummy's internal mechanism had been triggered. Glancing down at the device, she gasped upon spotting a digital timer ticking down rapidly from 8 minutes. Reed reasoned that the dummy simulated a patient with a critical injury, meaning the countdown represented their remaining window to administer medical treatment. Confident in her abilities, Milu eagerly suggested using her approved healing magic immediately. However, the moment she unleashed her spell without prior diagnosis, the dummy violently rejected the magic and set off an even louder alarm. Startled by the feedback, Vizel reprimanded her for acting rashly before sheepishly admitting that healing magic should normally work on standard injuries. Intervening in their confusion, Reed pointed out the glowing mana circuits surrounding the simulated wound, explaining that emergency care required a precise order of operations. As panic began to set in over the tight remaining time, Reed gently reassured the flustered girl, instructing her to stay calm and follow his guidance step by step. With clear composure, Reed directed Vizel to analyze the mana circuit structure immediately while ordering Milu to prepare antidote and cooling spells to stabilize the wound site. He called out instructions with sharp authority, guiding his classmates step by step to dispel the mana circuits and treat the dummy's simulated trauma before time ran out. Demonstrating the procedure with practiced efficiency, he directed them to elevate the limb higher than the heart to staunch the flow of blood before re-examining the wound for magical treatment. Absorbing the rapid instructions, Vizel adjusted his focus and took a firm grip on his resolve. With a sudden click, the dummy's distress mechanism deactivated, prompting Milu to collapse in sheer relief, while Vizel confirmed that the crisis had passed. Approaching the two, Reed offered quiet praise for their teamwork, prompting an emotional outburst of gratitude from Milu, while Vizel modestly tried to divert the credit back to her. Pondering how naturally Reed had taken control, Vizel asked if he had witnessed true mortal injuries before, to which Reed simply reminded him of how vital his own emotional support had been. Clutching his chest in contemplation, Vizel pointed out how chillingly precise Reed's directives had been, as if drawn from genuine battleground trauma. Crouching near him, Reed acknowledged the truth, admitting he had seen those who survived and those who could not be saved, reassuring them that their effort today was truly commendable regardless of it being a drill. Looking at them with a gentle smile, he offered a sincere word of thanks for stepping up to preserve a life. His intense words overwhelmed Milu into a startled shriek, breaking the serious mood as Vizel chided her and looked back at Reed with renewed intrigue. He turned his gaze toward the forest path as a silhouette emerged in the distance, carrying another figure on their back. As the distant figures drew closer, Vizel recognized them with a jolt of shock, realizing it was Ferd staggering toward them alongside his two companions. Overwhelmed by panic, he urged Reed to help call the group over, pointing out how severely injured they were and warning that something ominous was moving in the woods behind them. Out in the trees, Ferd struggled forward, covered in blood and gasping for air as he dragged his two battered, unconscious comrades with every remaining bit of strength. Observing his desperate state, Reed immediately took charge, directing everyone toward a nearby cave for safety while remarking on how Ferd had managed to carry both allies all this way. Safe inside the shelter of the cavern walls, he firmly pressed Ferd to explain what had happened to them. Clutching his head in sheer terror, the traumatized youth stammered incoherently in shock, prompting Reed to ask if they had been ambushed by a monster. Trembling against the cave wall, he confessed to Reed that whatever monster attacked them was unlike anything he could have ever imagined. Hearing this, Vizel interjected that the situation was dire, realizing that an extraordinarily dangerous entity, vastly different from normal magical beasts, was lurking in the depths of the forest. Before anyone could stop him, Reed suddenly sprinted back out into the open, leaving Vizel shouting after him in disbelief. Reaching back toward his allies, he barked orders for Vizel and Milu to haul their wounded companions deep into the shelter of the cave. Ferd panicked, frantically pointing toward the entrance to identify the monstrous beast that had ambushed his party. Outside, a colossal, razor-fanged reptile unleashed a deafening roar, its massive jaws splitting the air as it lunged toward the cavern threshold. As the students shrank back, stunned by the sheer size of the creature, Vizel questioned if Reed had intentionally provoked such a nightmare, while Milu gaped in horror at its overwhelming presence. Overcome with guilt, Ferd broke down into tears, sobbing as he confessed that he had frozen in fear when the monster appeared, leaving Vok and Lucas to shield him at the cost of their own safety. Gentle hands reached out as Reed rested a comforting palm on the weeping boy's head, asking him why he was crying when he had simply been trying to act bravely. Maintaining his calm embrace, he assured Ferd that despite his terror, he had not abandoned his comrades and had desperately run to find help. Turning back toward the open air, Reed instructed Vizel to seal the cavern with a barrier the moment he stepped outside, telling Ferd he could truly be proud of his actions. The stunned group stared after him in disbelief, with Ferd muttering in alarm whether Reed realized the beast was entirely immune to magic. Offering a confident smile as he stepped out to face the apex predator alone, he promised them that he would not die, because winning was simply what a hero. 1,000 years in the past, A chaotic battlefield erupted with light as an army of mages and soldiers unleashed a desperate barrage of spell fire into the distance. Their combined assault proved completely useless against the roaring monstrosity, a 10-headed dragon of the Altean demons, entirely immune to both physical strikes and magical attacks. Amidst the chaos and crumbling earth, heavy armored boots stepped forward onto the scorched terrain, dragging a massive greatsword through the dirt. As terrified soldiers fled past him in complete panic, the dark-haired youth continued walking steadily toward the colossal beast without a single trace of fear. Witnessing his reckless march toward death, one of the retreating soldiers shouted in disbelief, desperately warning the boy that he would die if he got any closer. Ignoring the frantic warnings behind him, he maintained his resolute pace, leaving the helpless soldiers to watch in awe as he closed the distance. Confronting the gargantuan dragon head-on, he raised his massive sword and quietly questioned whether the blade could withstand such a monstrous opponent. Armed with incredible power and unwavering resolve, he stepped up to vanquish the threat, solidifying his legacy as the legendary warrior known as the hero. 1,000 years later, in the modern day, the ancient ceiling site suddenly shattered as a massive surge of power erupted from the stone structure. Deep within the rocky cavern, Alma identified the ferocious creature as an armored dragon, warning the group that it was a mage's worst nightmare. He explained that the beast fed on mineral veins and magic ores, rendering its thick hide entirely resistant to magical attacks. The explanation left Wiesel utterly bewildered, demanding to know how anyone could possess such specific lore. Brushing off the startled question with a casual scratch of his head, he simply claimed that a lot of things had happened in his life, and he just happened to know. His nonchalant response only deepened the confusion of those beside him. While he pushed to act, his companion protested urgently, arguing that engaging the beast was reckless and that they should retreat to request aid from the academy. Yet Alma remained steadfast, insisting that waiting was not an option. Taking charge of the situation, he turned to inquire if any barrier-creating magic tools were available to hold the line, securing a quick confirmation before looking toward their healer. He placed his full trust in Milu, directing her to focus entirely on tending to their injured comrades while he took care of the threat. She glanced back at the fallen students collapsed upon the stone floor, her heart aching at their plight as she gripped her wooden staff with newfound determination. Turning back toward her allies, she promised fervently that she would save every single one of the injured. Her voice rang out across the cavern, pleading passionately for him to strike the monster down with everything he had. With a fierce grin breaking across his face, he shouted a resolute confirmation, stepping forward to spearhead the confrontation. At that very moment, the subterranean rock shattered as the terrifying armored dragon burst through the cavern mouth, baring its razor-sharp teeth with a deafening roar. Leaping back from the jagged rock face, the young warrior creates distance between himself and the massive beast, using the momentum to position himself for a counterattack. As he lands gracefully, the giant dragon behind him staggers and rolls awkwardly onto its back. Watching the creature flail, he remarks to himself that its armor is surprisingly durable, a detail he had never truly appreciated back when he fought with a sword. Refusing to stay down, the armored beast rights itself and lets out a furious, deafening roar that echoes throughout the cavern. Facing the roaring monster without a hint of fear, he gathers magic power into his fists. He apologizes with calm indifference, admitting he barely remembers its kind because compared to the almighty sage, every other creature was utterly insignificant. Enraged by his words, the beast snaps its jaws and swings its massive claws, but he casually dodges each strike with fluid, precise movements, leaping clean over its lunges. Landing back in a tight martial stance, he realizes his initial hope of shattering its skull in a single hit was overly optimistic. Defeating this thick-skinned beast barehanded will take more effort than expected. Before he can plan his next strike, a violent shockwave rips through the chamber, accompanied by a deafening crash that shakes the bedrock beneath his feet. Dropping into a low squat to steady himself against the quaking ground, he glances back toward the tunnel in alarm. He realizes the collapse threatens the others and wonders how best to ensure their safe evacuation. Sighing at the growing complication, he adjusts his stance, noting that taking on such resilient monsters completely unarmed is proving to be a genuine nuisance. His reflections are abruptly cut short as the cavern walls shatter, and an entire pack of armored dragons bursts through the rock, completely surrounding him on all sides. He stood calmly beside the defeated Leviathan as his companion rushed into the cavern, breathlessly apologizing for her late arrival. She quickly explained the chaos, recounting how the instructor had ordered her to gather the students upon spotting unidentified beasts, only for her to discover a massive horde of 10 armored dragons surrounding the area. Knowing her magic limiters had been officially removed due to the emergency, he asked if she could use her abilities to teleport their trapped classmates to safety. Through the magic communication link, Miliu's frantic voice echoed from the depths of the cave, desperately calling out to check if her savior was unhurt. Reassuring her distressed friend, the girl instructed Miliu to prepare for immediate transportation while telling Vizel to hold their defensive barrier firm during the magical transition. With a soft, praiseful whisper, she channeled her mana into her staff, unleashing a sudden surge of arcane power. A colossal beam of radiant magic pierced the sky above the mountainous landscape, enveloping the entire subterranean structure in a brilliant flash. As the glow faded, he teased her for relocating the entire cavern wholesale, though she cheekily fired back that he had no right to talk after fighting armored dragons barehanded. Her magic device suddenly buzzed with static as an astonished voice shouted over the frequency, demanding to know if she had seriously just teleported an entire cave onto the grounds. Unfazed by the frantic reaction, she calmly shifted the conversation to inquire about the remaining students, receiving confirmation that everyone had been evacuated safely with no fatal casualties. She casually held the communicator to her ear, blithely informing the frantic voice on the other end that she intended to eradicate the armored dragons alongside her companion, asking the Academy Command to focus solely on safeguarding the students. With the communication ended, she turned back toward her young companion with a sweet, confident smile, proposing that the two of them unleash their full power together. He was caught off guard by the suggestion, reasoning that simply striking one of the beasts would be more than enough, but the young maiden cheerfully reassured him that her magic would allow him to hold nothing back. She raised her staff as concentric circles of intricate arcane geometry unfurled around her, confessing that she had contemplated this exact dilemma for quite some time. His eyes widened slightly in curiosity as her spell deepened, listening as she explained her desire to forge something capable of enduring his overwhelming strength. Standing amidst the radiant glow of her spell, she manifested a massive, ornate broadsword between them, assuring him that her spatial magic would allow the weapon to withstand his true power. Taking hold of the magnificent hilt, he felt its pristine weight as she shyly admitted that this spell-woven weapon was meant to be a belated gift celebrating his admission into the Academy. He burst into uncontrollable laughter at the sheer absurdity and thoughtfulness of the gesture, while she puffed out her cheeks in flustered, indignant protest. Wiping a tear from his eye, he gently reassured her that only she would ever think of gifting a sword forged purely from magic, while she flusteredly stammered that she had simply chosen what she thought would make him happiest. Tightening his grip around the hilt as the magical energy hummed against his palm, his heart swelled with a gratitude so deep that simple happiness could not begin to describe it. He realized that despite everything they had been through, this was the first time they were stepping into battle side by side like this. He reassured her that because her magic had always fought alongside his, he was certain her newly crafted blade could handle his immense strength. She smiled softly, emphasizing that they were finally fighting as true partners. With a confident smirk, he readily agreed, declaring that their united front had endured across 1,000 years into the future. Before them, the massive armored dragon braced itself, completely unaware of the storm about to be unleashed upon it. Having received such an exceptional present, he decided it was time to show what he could truly do. Illyria watched intently as he prepared to reveal his full, serious power. Although it had been ages since he last fought at absolute capacity, his body remembered every detail of muscle memory as he leaped high into the air, radiant mana surging through his frame. With a fierce shout, he called out for her to watch closely as he brought the broadsword down in a devastating full-power strike. The resulting force shattered the landscape, carving a colossal, smoking crater deep into the earth and obliterating the target in an instant. As the dust settled beneath the bright sunlight, he casually rested the pristine, unbroken blade over his shoulder, turning back to her with a proud grin to ask how that looked. She stood completely frozen in shock, wide-eyed at the sheer scale of destruction before softly admitting that it was truly amazing. Standing amidst the quiet clearing after the fierce battle, Alma gazes down at his empty hand, reflecting on the sacred weapon that had materialized during the clash. Noticing his contemplative silence, Illyria turns to him with a somber look, apologetically explaining that the holy sword is not a power he can freely summon at any moment. He offers a gentle smile and reaches out to pat her head, reassuring her that there is no need to apologize since he was simply glad for the experience. Grinning warmly, Alma admits how exhilarating it felt to unleash his full strength and how much he enjoyed fighting alongside her, to which Illyria enthusiastically agrees with a beaming smile. Meanwhile, Rebecca watches from the ridge, a drop of cold sweat on her cheek as she beholds the utter destruction left in the wake of their combined fury. Before them lies a colossal crater carved deep into the mountainside, framed by the titanic skeletal remains of the slain beast, leading Rebecca to shudder at how Elise will react to such catastrophic terrain reshaping. Turning back toward the pair, Rebecca acknowledges that she had given Illyria permission to utilize her full capabilities and commends Alma for thoroughly wiping out the monster host. However, her praise instantly turns to sharp fury as she points a reprimanding finger, demanding to know who authorized them to completely alter the geography of the land. She stood over the vast, scorched crater in disbelief as the young warrior casually admitted that the battle had simply grown entertaining, leading them to get carried away. Upon returning to the administrative office, the frustrated proctor listened intently while the vice commander took in their explanation, struggling to comprehend how a simple exercise had spiraled so far out of control. Driven to her wits' end, the small proctor shouted in disbelief, demanding to know how they could possibly manage to obliterate the entire examination grounds. In response to her outburst, the young man raised his hand and bluntly confessed to executing the devastating blow with the sword, while the silver-haired girl beside him raised her own hand, proudly taking credit for constructing the weapon through her magic. Hearing their casual admissions, the proctor threw up her hands in distress, weeping that she would have to report the destruction to the higher authorities and begging for some sympathy, to which the girl offered to craft a more durable blade next time. Shifting the conversation back to serious matters, the dark-haired commander inquired if there were any reports regarding the reinforcement unit she had dispatched, noting that a fragment of the entity appeared to have broken off. With a sharp glare, she recalled the formidable enemy, brooding over the troubling fact that the creature had managed to reduce her magical damage by half. Reports from witnesses further detailed that the monstrous beast possessed the terrifying ability to nullify or reflect nearly all magical spells thrown at it, creating a volatile surge that rendered surrounding mana entirely unstable. Because of this anti-magic aura, even her formidable undead legion had their movements severely hindered, allowing the creature to crush her ranks with effortless ease. Recognizing the severity of a threat capable of disrupting high-tier magic, the commander resolved to recall the reinforcement team, consult a specialist, and question key individuals such as the noble student. She turned her sharp gaze upon Ferd, asking if it was true that he had encountered the creature and nearly engaged it in combat, to which the noble student affirmed. Continuing his report, he detailed how their exploration was interrupted by an unknown, dragon-like beast, leading to two of his companions being injured while trying to cover him. To escape pursuit, he masked their scent using native vegetation, ignited trees to block thermal tracking, and managed to carry his wounded comrades into a cave until help arrived. Listening intently to his survival strategy, she commended his quick thinking under pressure, acknowledging that he had made the optimal decisions during a dire crisis. Pivoting to the remaining students, the officer instructed everyone to head to the temporary rest area, declaring that all test evaluations for the exam would be voided and ordering strict silence regarding the incident. She elaborated on the anomalies, explaining that faculty members had pre-cleared the sector of medium-sized beasts and kept constant surveillance, yet no one had detected the sudden appearance of the unknown entity. Digesting her words, The studious youth deduced the chilling implication. The terrifying creature had seemingly materialized out of nowhere inside a thoroughly secured zone. Confirming his deduction with a grim nod, she emphasized that every possibility had to be explored through a comprehensive, full-scale investigation. The alarming realization began to settle among them that if the armored dragon's breach was not a mere accident, an outside agent, or even someone within the academy itself, might be behind the attack. Dismissing the gathered students, she reiterated her strict command for absolute confidentiality, warning them not to speak a word to the public until the inquiry reached its conclusion. She snaps at the young duo to quiet down when they complain about being tired students and start musing about what to eat for dinner. Calling the two of them over, she asks if she can speak with them regarding the young girl beside them, casually dragging them along. As they walk together through the academy grounds, she reflects on the beast known as the armored dragon, while the boy notes that his companion likely possesses far greater knowledge on the matter than he does. She presses him further, asking if this was truly the first time he had ever encountered a creature capable of interfering with his immense magic, which he confirms. Turning her thoughts back to the investigation, she mentions that the young noble Faird claimed to have no prior knowledge of such a monster. She points out that the Verminen house meticulously gathers data on all manner of beasts across the realm, making it improbable for someone of his lineage to be entirely ignorant of them. Awkwardly adjusting her tone to address the mysterious girl, she asks her directly to explain the true nature of an armored dragon. The young girl clarifies that these beasts typically consume mineral resources to construct their outer armors, though standard specimens lack shells dense enough to repel high-tier magical attacks. If this specimen could nullify powerful magic, it suggests a terrifying deliberate act. Someone must have intentionally fed the beast high-grade magical ores, a tactic not seen since ancient millennium-old wars. She contemplates the sinister implication, aware that while legends speak of magic-disrupting beasts, none should exist in the present day unless artificially created. She went on to explain that, historically, any creatures possessing magic-nullifying traits were systematically hunted down to total extinction. Consequently, such armored dragons should simply not exist in the present era, making its sudden appearance all the more alarming. Leaving behind the heavy conversation, the two companions made their way back through the quiet forest trail. As they approached the temporary camp, familiar voices called out to greet them warmly. Milu welcomed them back enthusiastically, noting the length of their discussion, while Alma quietly admitted to Illyria that he had been mulling over their current situation. He suggested that it would be fine to place their trust in their two companions and reveal their secret, just as Milu excitedly volunteered to fetch food for everyone. Smiling softly, she agreed, confiding that she had reached the exact same conclusion. Gathered at an outdoor wooden bench, Milu happily munched on her meal, expressing deep relief that both of them were safe and sound. Vizel informed the group that Sir Verminen's wounded comrades had survived thanks to Miliu's medical magic, prompting heartfelt appreciation from Illyria. Their peaceful moment was interrupted when a disheveled figure approached from the trees, prompting Alma to react with quiet intrigue. He watched in silence as the disheveled young noble approached, only to be abruptly greeted with an insolent call from the girls, leaving the proud youth completely bewildered. Overcoming his hesitations, the battered noble swallowed his pride and spoke from the heart, confessing that their actions had saved his companions and offering a sincere expression of gratitude. The unexpected display of humility left the entire group in stunned silence, prompting the embarrassed noble to click his tongue and avert his eyes as the atmosphere lingered in quiet disbelief. Taking in the moment, a gentle, knowing smile touched his lips as he found quiet satisfaction in the unexpected reconciliation. A couple of days passed peacefully, the quiet majesty of the academy dormitories standing bathed in sunlight under a calm sky. Inside the residential quarters, a new morning brought flustered chaos as he desperately tried to reason with the girl hiding beneath the blankets. Driven to desperation, he ripped the heavy bedding away, shouting frantically for her to wake up and refrain from slipping back into slumber. Muffled by grogginess, she lazily refused to move, ignoring his warnings that their severe mentor would be furious enough to break off their betrothal if they arrived late, instead demanding a hug. Scrambling for an alternative to keep them on schedule, He frantically offered a piggyback ride instead, but she remained stubborn in her affection, insisting solely on her original demand. Glancing frantically at the clock on the nightstand, he panicked over how little time remained, while she merely stretched with relaxed indifference in the warmth of the bed. Opening his arms wide, he called out to her, urging her to hurry so they would not be late for class. Having placed her uniform nearby, he instructed her to quickly change, but instead of dressing, she giggled and leaped into his arms for a clingy hug. Caught off guard by her sudden affection, he demanded to know what was wrong, only for her to quietly murmur a mention of her blouse. She had attempted to button her shirt herself, but the misaligned fabric left her visibly confused, prompting her to keep trying to no avail. Looking up at him with pleading eyes, she softly requested that he handle the buttons for her instead. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, he frantically buttoned her blouse at lightning speed, earning praise for his tailor-like precision despite his internal panic. With the morning ordeal finally behind them, he carried her piggyback all the way to the imposing academy grounds, greatly relieved that they had made it in time. As soon as they stepped inside the classroom, an eager crowd of classmates swarmed them, showering him with praise and clamoring for details about how he had single-handedly defeated a massive dragon and protected everyone during the exam. Caught completely off guard by their sudden admiration, he stammered in confusion, asking who could have possibly spread such a story. A classmate cheerfully explained that while everyone was speculating about the exam dragons, it was actually Faird who had openly vouched for him and told everyone about his heroic victory. He watched as Faird crossed his arms and turned his head away, clearly disgruntled by the turn of events. With class about to begin, the young hero gently excused himself from his curious classmates, still carrying Illyria wrapped around his back. As they settled near their desks, Vizel noted his unusually late arrival, while Millu observed just how deeply out of it Illyria seemed to be. Still burdened by the slumbering girl, he conceded that this morning was by far the most challenging instance of her sleepwalking state. Gently patting her head, he urged her to wake up, reminding her that they had already arrived inside the classroom. Drowsily opening her eyes, she questioned why he was standing so uncomfortably close, only for him to point out that she was the one clinging on to him. The sudden realization struck her like a bolt of lightning as she found herself clutching his collar, her face flushing crimson. Springing backward in sheer panic, she stammered out a flustered apology, though he tried to calm her by mentioning it wasn't the first or second time this had happened. Hearing those words, her mind went into utter overdrive, mortified by the implication of what had transpired on previous mornings. While she clutched her head in sheer bewilderment over her subconscious actions, he calmly remarked that she usually regained full consciousness before they even reached the building. She buries her face in her hands, utterly overwhelmed as memories of her sleepwalking antics rush back to her, from wandering out in her underwear to clinging on to him helplessly in her half-conscious state. Overcome with embarrassment, she begins frantically beating her small fists against his chest in a tearful tantrum while Millu desperately attempts to comfort her. Noticing the increasingly intimate nature of the outburst, Millu quickly reaches over to cover Vizel's ears to protect him from hearing any further scandalous details. With the situation somewhat settled, Vizel and Millu question whether such physical closeness is simply their version of casual flirting, leaving the young man to ponder if their daily routine even fits that description. Faced with his unbothered logic, the two classmates stare back in sheer disbelief, completely unable to fathom the unusual dynamic between the couple. When Vizel casually remarks that such intimacy is normal for a married couple, both he and his partner immediately shout back in perfect synchronization that they are merely engaged. Shifting the conversation back to seriousness, Vizel requests that the pair refrain from heading straight home after class, hinting that they have something important to discuss. In the quiet classroom, Alma gathered his companions to make a revelation. He looked directly at Vizel and Millu, announcing that he and Illyria had something crucial to share with them. Without hesitation, he revealed his true identity as the legendary hero who once fought for Altian, while she proudly disclosed her past life as the legendary sage of Vigalta. Adjusting his glasses with a thoughtful expression, the studious youth processed the extraordinary confession without a hint of panic. To their absolute surprise, both of their listeners accepted the revelation immediately and without question, leaving the reincarnated pair completely stunned by how effortlessly they believed it. Milu beamed with relief, explaining that understanding the truth behind their overwhelming abilities brought her peace of mind. Meanwhile, the young warrior voiced his confusion, expecting them to reject such an unbelievable claim. Pushing his glasses up once more, the insightful scholar reasoned that attributing their absurd strength to historical legends was far more logical than assuming it came from nowhere, fully endorsing his companion's sentiment. Recalling ancient history, the young girl reflected on the tragic war between Altian and Vigalta 1,000 years prior, cementing in her mind that the hero sitting before them was indeed the legendary figure from those tales. With a cheerful beam, the former sage snuggled affectionately against her beloved, proudly pointing out that the only warrior in all of history capable of matching her power was the hero named Reed. She stood alongside her companion as the group discussed their predicament, admitting that searching for historical records about the sage had proven difficult due to a lack of manpower and the strange feeling that past accounts had been systematically erased or altered. Offered a chance to assist, Wiesel explained that his family had a long history of supplying the royal family with magical equipment and promised to search their archives, while Milu wondered what a regular person like herself could contribute. Eager to learn about her roots, Milu asked if her hometown had prospered in that ancient era, only for Alma to clarify that the region where her people raised sheep had once been part of Altian's territory. Overwhelmed by the revelation, she slumped against the table in despair upon learning her beloved home had been nothing more than an obscure countryside for over 1,000 years, which Alma confirmed by explaining it was merely a secluded area known to a few nomads back in his time. Illyria gently pointed out that isolated regions, much like those of the elves, often preserved deep-rooted information through tradition, though her attempt at comfort only made Milu cry out in distress before Alma requested that both of their friends help them directly. Touched by their willingness to open up, Wiesel expressed his gratitude for their trust, admitting that while reincarnation after a millennium was hard to believe, it was clear this secret could only be shared with those they completely trusted. Adjusting his glasses, he pushed further, warning that if someone was actively trying to rewrite history, those close to them might become targets as well. Listening quietly, Alma admitted that this exact danger was the reason he had hesitated to share the truth with them in the first place. Moved by his earnest concern, Milu took heart from his words, while Illyria confidently reassured them that they would simply protect everyone from harm without any issue. Reassured by their unmatched strength, Wiesel agreed that no place could be safer than by their side, prompting Alma to reveal that besides the two of them, another person knew their secret, an instructor whose ancestor was one of his former comrades. He watched quietly as his companions attempted to wrap their minds around his ancient origins, leaving Wiesel completely overwhelmed by the staggering realization. Turning back to the pair, Alma offered a sincere apology for dragging them into such a complicated secret, asking if he could still rely on their help. Elria offered her earnest gratitude, which prompted Milu and Wiesel to warmly reassure them, eager to assist and learn more about his incredible abilities. Before their discussion could continue, the door swung open, and their dark-haired instructor stepped into the room to locate the ancient duo. She announced that the principal requested their presence, though she paused, eyeing the suspicious, knowing smiles plastered across the faces of the two young students. Escorting them down the corridor, the instructor brought them directly into the office, intending to address the resolution of the recent crisis. Upon entering, they were greeted by an unexpected sight as the elf principal prostrated herself flat on the floor, loudly begging for forgiveness, while the instructor scolded her lack of composure. Remaining on her knees, the frantic principal tearfully explained that despite her efforts to highlight their heroics, the royal family and Mages Association refused to award them official honors. Hearing this, Alma thoughtfully analyzed the situation, concluding that suppressing news of someone single-handedly obliterating a high-rank monster was a reasonable measure to prevent widespread panic. He calmly reassured her that he had no objections to the decision, prompting the overwhelmed principal to bow once more in profound gratitude for his understanding. He listened in quiet composure as the elf principal explained the reality of the situation. As long as the source of his power remained unidentified, Neither the royal family nor the Mages Association could officially acknowledge his strength. Continuing her explanation, the commander stepped forward to add that Alma Kanos, as a special rank mage, would personally investigate and judge the details of his capabilities moving forward. Overwhelmed by frustration, the principal bowed low before them, announcing that all the special rank mages had collectively decided to postpone his formal evaluation test. Her eyes welled with dramatic tears as she insisted she had fought against their decision until the very end, feeling that postponing the test was equivalent to denying his true merit. Unbothered by the setback, the young man simply accepted her words with a calm nod, prompting a tearful and exasperated outburst from the principal at his total lack of indignation. Sensing an opportunity amidst the chaos, the young noblewoman stepped up to voice her own request, interjecting before the headmistress could recover. She boldly declared her wish to fight a special rank mage as well, a demand so outrageous that it sent the principal face-planting onto her desk in utter despair. Seeing the headmistress completely doubled over from stress, the commander suggested they make a quick exit while they could, reassuring them that their future prospects remained bright despite the official restrictions. Once outside the office, the vice commander turned around with a triumphant smirk, pleased with how smoothly their encounter had played out. She reminded them of her family's long-standing loyalty to his bloodline, pointing out that this outcome granted them a perfect pretext to meet regularly and share vital information, a strategy he warmly commended. She suggested moving away from the hallway to a private space where they could speak without interruption. Shortly after, she settled into the student quarter, sighing contentedly as she drank juice while Alma relaxed nearby. As they gathered in the room with Illyria, the vice commander commented on how relaxed the young man appeared in his own quarters, while Illyria joined the conversation, explaining that he had simply eaten and trained before resting. Alma listened as Rebecca shifted the topic to inquire directly about his current capabilities. Illyria interjected to explain that Reed's magic power was abnormal, reasoning that his physical body had been strengthened as a byproduct of housing such dense magical energy. She recalled how he could manipulate the surrounding terrain simply by driving his immense magic into the ground or channeling it through his sword strikes. Because of that extreme magic density, he was able to easily overpower and extinguish the spells of others, raising the question of whether his power had surpassed that of the sage. While Alma brushed off their high praise, Rebecca noted that his magic appeared to be mixed with an unidentified, mysterious element. Illyria then added another concerning observation, suggesting that Reed's magic might not even be natural in origin. She reminded him of how frail and sickly he used to be in his past life, casting further mystery on his current transformation. He pondered how a body naturally rejects foreign magic power, prompting Rebecca to consider whether his physical reaction was a defensive response to an external source. She elaborated on the concept, comparing the process to a blood transfusion where the body initially resists before adapting and stabilizing over time. While Illyria noted that such medical knowledge was far from common in the ancient era, he pointed out the inconsistency in applying that logic to his own past. The conversation turned to historical records, with Rebecca recalling reports of heavily injured children receiving massive transfusions beyond standard recommendations. 1,000 years ago, desperate families from impoverished backgrounds often resorted to such extreme measures to save their children. Yet he clearly remembered that although his former body was sickly, he had never sustained any major physical injuries that would justify such treatment. This implied a deliberate act. Someone had intentionally funneled unknown magic power into Reed, executing a complex procedure considered impossible even by present standards. A startling realization struck Illyria as she voiced the terrifying possibility that someone from a distant future had intentionally granted Reed his immense strength. A heavy silence fell over the room as all three contemplated the profound implications of an unknown benefactor manipulating events across time. Settling back comfortably in his seat, he leaned back with a calm smile, ultimately untroubled by the mystery since it had granted him his current formidable power. He reflected on the mysterious magic granted to him, admitting that without it, he would have perished on the roadside 1,000 years ago rather than meeting Illyria and enjoying a happy life. As they spoke, Rebecca suddenly gasped in panic upon remembering an urgent task she had nearly overlooked. With a nervous laugh, she handed over a sealed envelope to him, catching him entirely off guard. Examining the wax-sealed document, he and Illyria realized it was an official summons from the royal family. Hours later, seated inside a sleek luxury motorcar bound for the royal palace, he grumbled to himself about the ridiculously short notice of the invitation. The memory of the preceding chaos was still fresh. Upon discovering they only had 2 hours before the castle function, the entire household had erupted into frantic preparation. Beside him sat Illyria, transformed in a breathtaking, frilled ball gown, though she quietly murmured her disdain for high society parties. He reminded her that attending was a direct decree from the princess, prompting her to pout about the uncomfortable dress and delicate hair. Looking at her flushed face, he playfully noted that since she went to such lengths to look so adorable, it would be a shame for her efforts to go to waste. Blushing deeply at his sudden compliment, she conceded to behave meekly as the automobile brought them to their grand arrival. She walked alongside him toward the towering, moonlit palace, a majestic stronghold he had never envisioned visiting. As they reached the central plaza, an elderly gentleman in formal attire greeted them, confirming he had been awaiting their arrival. Bowing respectfully, the man introduced himself as Selvis, the head butler and personal caretaker assigned to Her Highness. Alma formally stated that they had come in response to the princess's summons, while Selvis warmly acknowledged Illyria's quiet, unchanging presence. When Alma offered an apology for her reserved demeanor, the butler chuckled softly, recalling how she used to hide behind Alicia as a child. Noticing her sudden silence, Alma glanced back at Illyria, who was peering around the courtyard with subtle suspicion. Inquiring about the princess's whereabouts, Alma was met with a startling answer as Selvis casually revealed he was restraining her with his own magic. While Alma questioned why the princess needed to be held down, Illyria expressed total confidence in the strength of Selvis's magical restraint. Gesture complete, the head butler offered to guide them inside, announcing that all preparations for their reception were set. Suddenly, a razor-sharp gust of wind sheared through the air behind them, catching Alma's attention in a fraction of a second. As he stood beside the head butler, the source of the commotion revealed herself to be a lively princess who eagerly called out to Illyria. Illyria trembled in visible anxiety as the princess exuberantly declared how terribly bored she had grown waiting for her. Princess Christia von Vigalta, the first princess of the Kingdom of Magic Vigalta, stood grandly before them, prompting a quiet recognition from the young girl. As the young man watched the unexpected visitor, the atmosphere shifted with quiet anticipation. Without warning, the princess threw her arms around the girl, crying out enthusiastically about how desperately she had missed her. She squeezed her tightly, rubbing her cheek affectionately against the overwhelmed girl and noting that 3 long years had passed since they last met. While the young girl pleaded for her overbearing friend to stop clinging to her, the butler offered his formal apologies to the young man for the unseemly spectacle. He went on to clarify that the princess had cherished the girl like her own sister since childhood, a devotion so intense that the king himself had forbidden her from returning home until graduation. Turning her energetic focus toward the young man, the princess recognized him as the girl's fiancé, prompting him to offer a polite and formal greeting. Dismissing his stiff formalities, she granted him permission to address her informally as Chris, an offer he calmly accepted with gratitude. She pointed a sharp finger directly at him, dramatically declaring that she only approved of half of who he was. Alma, remaining perfectly composed, inquired what she meant by half. He surmised that the other half pertained to his capabilities. Panicked by his deduction, the princess tightly hugged Illyria, admitting that she was forced to accept the engagement on paper because she feared Illyria would hate her if she rejected him outright. Addressing him directly, she expressed her skepticism, finding it difficult to believe that someone incapable of using magic could ever truly stand alongside a prodigy like Illyria. Alma calmly asked if she had summoned them merely to test his physical strength. She puffed her cheeks in frustration, demanding to know why he appeared so utterly unbothered by her grand antics. He explained that with Illyria possessing such exceptional talent, and the Kingdom of Vigalta taking immense pride in its mages, he had no intention of keeping his true power hidden. Instead, He wished to leverage his abilities to advance magic research, leaving the princess grinding her teeth in defeat. Illyria beamed, eagerly asking if Chris now realized how extraordinary Reed truly was. Grudgingly acknowledging his competence, the princess insisted that his sheer power was not the only thing she refused to accept. He questioned whether her reservations stemmed from his lineage, suggesting that actions speak louder than noble blood. However, she shot back that her objection concerned something far more crucial. Striking a grand pose alongside a blushing Illyria, the princess loudly proclaimed that what she truly demanded to test was the depth of his devotion toward Illyria. Before he could digest her absurd declaration, the elderly head butler appeared behind him, politely requesting his presence inside. The princess raised a microphone to the sky, dramatically announcing the commencement of the ultimate contest to prove who loved Illyria the most, while a gathered crowd roared in excitement. She addresses the crowd over the microphone, explaining to Alma that this gathering was already scheduled for the castle staff, making it the ideal stage for her impromptu contest. He considers her reasoning, acknowledging that the long-serving castle staff would naturally be curious to see who had claimed Elria's hand. Raising her microphone high, the princess dramatically declares that despite researching his daily routine at the academy and acknowledging his contributions to his village, she still refuses to accept him as worthy of Elria. Suddenly slumping onto the bench in tears, she wails over the feeling that Elria is being stolen from her, leaving Alma flustered and stammering apologies. Snapping back up with fierce passion, she points her microphone directly at him, vowing to test whether his devotion to Elria is genuine regardless of who is watching. Stepping forward to take the microphone, Selvis formally announces the commencement of the duel of hearts between the princess and Elria's fiancé, stepping into his role as the contest moderator, while Christia swoons dramatically behind them. As the head butler lays down the rule that victory will belong to whoever truly understands Elria best, the staff members in the audience chatter with high expectations for Alma. Seated on a plush throne surrounded by beautiful floral arrangements, Elria sparkles quietly at the center of the grand stage. Mortified by the overwhelming attention, the princess of the contest covers her glowing blush and wishes to return home, while Christia continues to gush over how adorable she looks. Overcome by emotion, the princess charges forward to embrace Elria, but Selvis instantly steps into her path, reminding her that physical contact with the guest of honor is strictly forbidden. As she was gently led away while protesting dramatically, Reed glanced at the ground, recognizing the broken chain the princess had severed earlier. Turning to Reed, Selvis politely inquired if he had any opening words to offer, to which the young man calmly agreed. He acknowledged that although he had not known Elria for long, he intended to do his absolute best as her fiancé to fulfill her expectations and those of everyone watching, sending a bashful blush across Elria's cheeks. In stark contrast, Christia loudly declared her long-standing bond, boasting that having known Elria since childhood, she knew every detail about her, down to her tea preferences and the exact number of times she had spilled a cup. With the statements concluded, Selvis explained the contest rules, announcing that participants would press a button to answer, while Elria herself would act as both the question reader and the sole judge. Though apologizing for the pressure placed upon her, Selvis conveyed how much everyone longed to hear her voice, prompting a nervous Elria to hold her microphone tight and resolve to do her very best. Taking a deep breath, Elria opened her mouth to read the first question, but a cute stumble over her words echoed through the room instead. The sheer cuteness of the moment immediately overwhelmed Christia, causing her to double over in an intense outburst of affection. Clutching her head as if struck by a lightning bolt, Christia screamed in overwhelming adoration at Elria's cuteness, prompting Selvis to sternly warn her that further breaches of composure would lead to a penalty. Completely flustered by the scene, Elria quietly asked if Selvis could take over reading the questions, a suggestion both Selvis and Reed agreed was ultimately for the best. He watched intently as Selvis began to read the initial query regarding Elria's favorite pastimes, only for a sharp chime to cut the elder butler off midway through his sentence. Princess Christia had slammed her buzzer without hesitation, declaring with absolute certainty that Elria's favorite hobby was reading magic research papers. A ringing bell confirmed the accuracy of her response, and when asked to verify, Elria offered a gentle nod of agreement. Emboldened by her quick score, the princess turned to her rival with a smug smirk, taunting him that a true contestant wouldn't need to hear a question to its conclusion before knowing the answer. Assessing her extraordinary reaction time, he acknowledged to himself that she was indeed predicting the full prompts before they were delivered. When she mocked his inability to interject so quickly despite his status as fiancé, he remained unbothered, calmly explaining that he was merely impressed by her lightning reflexes. Glancing sideways, he focused his gaze on her movements, analyzing the subtle details of her technique. Meanwhile, Elria voiced her complete confidence in his abilities with a radiant smile, burdening him with overwhelming expectations that caused him to sweat nervously. Selvis had barely uttered the start of the second question regarding Elria's sleep habits before Christia interrupted once more, shouting out the correct answer regarding Elria's favorite stuffed black dog. Watching her unbelievable reaction speed, he realized that Christia was actively using magic to foresee the questions, recalling a similar spell from his past that enabled such precise predictions. He quickly came to a grim realization. Competing against her sheer speed was impossible so long as she possessed predictive magic to anticipate every standard question. Across the floor, the princess smirked triumphantly, confident in her unshakable advantage. As he pondered his next move, a gentle voice called out from the balcony above. Illyria leaned over the railing, politely asking Selvis if she might be allowed to formulate the upcoming questions herself. Nodding respectfully, the old butler yielded the microphone, granting her full permission to take over the role of questioner. Clasping the microphone tightly with a flushed, earnest face, she posed the third question to the contestants, asking what her favorite seasoning for a meal was whenever she felt thoroughly exhausted. Hearing this unexpected prompt, Christia immediately shouted in protest, pointing out that such a question was far too hyper-specific. Unbothered, Illyria simply replied that it was merely a thought that had crossed her mind. Looking down at him with sparkling eyes, she waited for an answer. Without a moment's hesitation, he slammed his buzzer and correctly declared that she preferred a heavy amount of salt because she loved salty flavors. The correct chime echoed through the hall as Selvis confirmed the point, remarking on how delighted Illyria appeared. The sudden shift left Christia completely flabbergasted. Encouraged, she moved swiftly to the fourth question, asking about the reasoning behind her food choices in the academy cafeteria. Instantly, he buzzed in again, explaining that she systematically selected dishes different from his so they could share both options between them. Her cheeks reddened further as she delivered the fifth question, asking what she had done after visiting the Grand Bath with Millis. He answered immediately without missing a beat, revealing that she had stopped by the cafeteria to buy desserts for two, which they then shared together in their private room. Flustered yet determined, she leaned into the microphone to bark out the sixth question, asking what her final ritual was right before falling asleep. She shouted out in sheer fluster, demanding to know why he was the one looking embarrassed when he was blurting out such deeply intimate secrets. Reed calmly detailed how she would roll across the top of the bed to make sure she had enough space so she wouldn't accidentally hit him in her sleep. Watching the exchange, Princess Christia boiled with irritation, convinced that the pair was merely flaunting their intimacy. She fumed that they probably fed each other in private, just as the reports claimed they did right in front of everyone in the cafeteria. Ignoring the princess's outburst, the elderly butler turned to the young woman above and politely requested the final question of the quiz, to which she quietly agreed. Looking down at the courtyard from the ornate balcony railing, she posed the decisive sixth question, asking simply what it was that she liked. Hearing such a vague question, the young warrior paused in surprise, repeating her words to make sure he had understood correctly. Without hesitating for long, he pressed his buzzer with a decisive click, offering his immediate answer as lukewarm milk tea. As murmurs echoed through the watching crowd, the butler raised his microphone toward the balcony to confirm whether the response was correct. In response, she crossed her index fingers into a firm X and turned her head away with a pout, prompting the proctor to declare the answer incorrect. Noticing her stubborn expression, Selvis realized that she had no intention of revealing the true answer, a fact she confirmed by declaring she would keep it to herself. Looking back up at her, Reed silently locked eyes with the girl on the balcony, who quietly acknowledged his gaze with a subtle, soft affirmation. As he awaited a clear answer, she simply placed a finger to her lips with a subtle wink, keeping her true thoughts a secret. Leaving the pair to their quiet moment, Princess Chris walked away with Selvis down the grand hallway, instructing him that she wished to take a brief break. Surrounding the young hero and Illyria, the castle attendants erupted with warm congratulations, expressing relief and gratitude for Reed's efforts while serving refreshments. Watching Illyria enjoy the praise, he reflected on how natural it felt to be around her, realizing that her presence brought a sense of comfort reminiscent of his younger days in the royal palace. He then turned to Princess Chris to express his appreciation for connecting them with the palace staff, prompting the princess to applaud their work even while playfully resenting being called a good person. Composing herself, the princess confessed that although she had not anticipated welcoming them so warmly, she genuinely relied on their assistance. Under the glow of the full moon, her tone shifted dramatically as she addressed him by his past title as the hero of Altian, questioning his intense expression. Standing proudly beneath the moonlight in her ornate gown, her true identity resonated clearly in his mind. Little Tiana. A confident smile crossed his face as he recalled her fiery past persona, realizing that Princess Chris was none other than the girl he once knew. She pouted in mild annoyance as he playfully teased her about her youthful appearance, contrasting it with how he remembered her from another time. She huffed in annoyance as Reed teased her about her past, recalling how she used to burst into tears after losing to an old man. Tiana, inhabiting the princess's body, explained that she had not reincarnated in this era. Instead, she had projected her consciousness from the past using high magic. Processing the revelation, Reed looked between them and directly sought confirmation, asking if the spirit speaking through the royal was truly Tiana. Overcome with profound relief, tears welled in her eyes as she joyfully confirmed her identity while addressing Illyria with utmost reverence. A wave of astonishment washed over Reed as he pieced together the strange reality of Tiana sharing a body with Princess Chris. Illyria elaborated on their dynamic, clarifying that while Chris frequently sought physical affection on her own, Tiana occasionally took control of the vessel to remain close to her. Flustered by the explanation, the princess bickered playfully, defending her choices of clothing and past interactions during their private moments together. Deciding to put an end to the chaotic banter, Reed sternly announced that Tiana was due for a lecture, causing her to drop to her knees and accept the scolding with absolute delight. Reed pointed out that one should not feel happy about being disciplined, but she countered that any interaction with him was a blessing she welcomed. With tearful joy shining in her eyes, she confessed that her heart was simply overflowing because she could finally converse with her beloved master once more. She covered her weeping face with her hands, overwhelmed by the surge of long-suppressed emotion. Through her sobs, she confessed how desperately she had longed to hear her name spoken with a warm smile once again, just as it had been 10 years before. In response to her grief, Illyria gently wrapped her arms around the sobbing girl, pulling her into a warm, comforting embrace. She softly reassured Tiana, expressing her own quiet happiness at being reunited at last. As they remained held together on the moonlit balcony, Illyria pondered the 10 years that had passed since her death, realizing Tiana must be fully grown by now. Softly, Tiana agreed, remarking with quiet wonder that she was now taller than her master. Gazing fondly at her disciple, Illyria smiled and noted that Tiana must have grown into a truly beautiful woman. Fresh tears welled in Tiana's eyes as she sorrowfully admitted that she could not show her true appearance in this borrowed vessel. Apologizing for her tearful outburst, Tiana admitted that her time was limited and her feelings had simply overwhelmed her. Alma stepped forward, calmly pointing out that since she had manifested herself, she must have a vital message to convey. Wiping her eyes, Tiana agreed with Alma, explaining that her connection to Chris was deeply intertwined with the past. She offered to begin her explanation by revealing the true cause of Illyria's death. The agonizing truth was laid bare. Illyria had not fallen to a blade or a spell in battle, but had perished because her entire supply of magic power had been complete. 1,000 years in the past, high upon a windswept cliff following a grueling battle, the hero stretched his arms and announced to his solitary attendant, Lyot, that they had met their daily quota and could finally head back. His subordinate pointed out that a commander of his stature should really travel with a full guard detail, but he merely chuckled in response, insisting that traveling light suited him far better. Suddenly, a violent burst of magical force exploded right before them, scattering debris into the air and forcing him to raise a hand to shield his eyes. Leaping directly through the settling dust came young Tiana, screaming a battle cry as she charged at him, though he offered nothing more than a casual greeting in return. With effortless grace, he sidestepped her reckless assault, remarking casually on her lack of speed as she lost her footing and tumbled across the earth. As she picked herself up from the dirt, he gazed down at her with a calm, unbothered expression. Before another word could be shared, a volley of luminous magical blades rained down from above, forcing him to drop low as spellfire tore up the ground around him. Glancing up through the magical barrage, he let out a sharp sigh, exasperated by the persistent and annoying spells of his ancient companion. Descending gracefully behind the sprawling girl, the sage Elria floated mid-air backed by a glowing crest, sharply scolding her young ally for charging ahead without a plan. She looked over at her companion, inquiring whether she had depleted her magic reserves once again, prompting an apologetic response from the young girl. Without waiting for a proper excuse, she uncorked a glass vial and forcibly tilted a mana recovery potion into the girl's mouth. Nearby, the veteran officer laughed boisterously at the sight, mocking the young fighter for running out of stamina and declaring she was still a century too early to take his head. Reflecting on the skirmish, the senior commander explained that predicting her intentions made her time manipulation manageable, while Lyot admitted that countering such magic would be nearly impossible without a superior's sharp instincts. Though the young officer expressed doubt in his own ability to react even with prior knowledge, his superior offered an encouraging gesture, insisting that he had the capability to master it. Inside the quiet study, the exhausted girl slumped over the table, earnestly asking her mentor how she could prolong her stay within the stream of altered time. Holding a large book, the sage thoughtfully clarified that entering that temporal state required physically altering one's body through magic, which naturally demanded an enormous quantity of mana. By shifting her entire physical form through time, her sight was limited to catching mere glimpses a couple of seconds ahead, effectively pushing her immediate reality forward in small increments. Despite this impressive feat, she expressed intense frustration at still losing to the old commander, revealing that she had recently begun sending only her consciousness into the future to gain a few extra seconds of foresight. Driven by determination, she insisted that further pushing those boundaries must be logically achievable, but her mentor warned that extending beyond consciousness ventured into the realm of the soul and the divine, far beyond human reason. She reassured her young companion with quiet confidence, explaining that while temporal magic presented steep hurdles for a human, it posed no difficulty for an immortal elf like herself. Overjoyed by this reassuring declaration, Tiana clasped her hands together in bright admiration, prompting the ancient sage to offer a rare word of warm praise in return. Noticing that their teapot had run dry during the long discussion, the cheerful girl immediately sprinted off toward the kitchen to brew a fresh pot. Returning through the corridors with a steaming tray, she politely turned down the castle maid's offers to assist, insisting on serving the tea with her own hands. But without warning, a violent shockwave shattered the peaceful quiet, blasting through the hall in an explosion of splintered wood and debris. Dissecting the nightmare that followed, Tiana dropped her tray in horror as she found her beloved mentor lying motionless upon the stone floor amidst the tragic chaos. Tears welled and spilled down her cheeks as a heart-wrenching scream tore from her throat, unable to accept the unthinkable tragedy before her eyes. In the grim aftermath of that devastating loss, she clung desperately to Elria's cold form, vowing through her tears to search endlessly for a way to reclaim what was stolen. Driven by unwavering resolve, the young magic user buried herself in ancient archives, researching forbidden temporal spells to turn back the hands of time. Gripping her fallen master's sacred staff, Tiana closed her eyes with quiet determination, placing all her hope into the relic for her leap into the past. She plunged deeper into the temporal rift, holding Elria's relic staff tightly as light streamed past her in the endless void of time. As she drifted through the temporal corridor, she noticed an unexpected rift, an anomaly or hole in the fabric of the time stream itself. Driven by a sudden surge of curiosity, she pushed forward toward the gap, desperate to discover where this breach in time might lead. Beyond that breach lay the consciousness of Chris, 1,000 years in the future, revealing a tender memory of young Tiana wrapped in Elria's warm embrace. Gazing at the vision of the child who bore such a striking resemblance to Elria, she pondered the mysterious ties connecting the past to the future. She recalled the historic aftermath, when their hero fell and the Altian army collapsed. Ferris allied with the surviving remnants, taking up the revered title of Sage to forge a new path. Through this crucial alliance, they joined hands and ultimately brought down the oppressive Altian Empire. Yet, beneath that victory remained a quiet, unyielding vow shared between them: the absolute destruction of Altian. Returning to the present discussion, Elria detailed the strict limitations of time magic, explaining that jumping 1,000 years required specific conditions using Chris as a medium and careful magic management, while clarifying that she herself could not open a rift in the temporal corridor. She concluded that since this impossible journey was only made possible by the rift in time, someone must have either reincarnated a millennium ago or successfully executed a time leap spell of their own. She confirmed that someone else's reincarnation 1,000 years ago enabled her own travel through time, though the exact identity remained a mystery. Nearby, Reed noted that he had not yet disclosed any of these details to Chris. Turning toward the ancient figure of Tiana, Elria offered her heartfelt gratitude, asking if all those immense historical efforts had truly been carried out for her sake. As the moment to part arrived, Elria announced her departure back to the present, while Reed marveled at how much the unified nation had flourished compared to its state a millennium prior. Expressing full understanding, Elria joyfully declared her wish to reassure their past ancestors that everyone was now living in peace and happiness. Later that evening, high within the academy dormitories, a far more playful atmosphere took hold as Elria celebrated her slumber party with Tiana, excitedly throwing pillows into the air. Settling down together on the bed, Tiana admitted her surprise at learning how deeply acquainted Elria had been with her legendary namesake from 1,000 years ago. She thoughtfully explained that rather than feeling like a separate acquaintance, her bond with her ancient ancestor felt almost like sharing an alter ego or another side of her own personality. Tiana giggled in response, pointing out that their only real difference lay in their speech habits, which only served to highlight Elria's deep affection for her historical counterpart. Unfazed by the teasing, Elria struck a playful pose with a wink, proudly asserting that such eccentric charm was simply part of her distinct character. As they giggled together, Tiana mused that acting like a uniquely quirky princess had actually made her quite popular among the people, while Elria mischievously pondered whether adopting the act would let them swap places without anyone noticing. She listened intently as her companion reaffirmed her loyalty, promising that no matter what difficulties lay ahead, she would always remain a faithful friend and steadfast ally by her side. Lightening the atmosphere with a warm smile, she playfully brought up Reed, offering her earnest support and entrusting him to her friend, who expressed sincere gratitude in return. To seal their bond and express her appreciation, she produced a magic camera to capture a photograph together, though her friend teasingly balked at the sudden photographic ambush. Meanwhile, across the courtyard of Vigalta Magic Academy, Lily sat with May at a quiet cafe table, lamenting the absence of their friends before excitedly revealing her plans to visit the royal capital alone the following day. Surprised by her sudden announcement, he questioned if she truly intended to make the journey all by herself, prompting her to dramatically express how lonely it felt without Elria around. Seeing an opportunity to help, he calmly offered to accompany her on the trip, an offer that instantly sent her spirits soaring with joyous disbelief. He explained that he needed to search for materials for his new magic tool and downplayed his past assistance, but she vigorously rejected his modesty, insisting he had been an immense help during their recent trials. Overflowing with praise, she beamed and called him wonderfully kind, teasingly asking if he had stayed by her side purely out of concern for her, which left him momentarily flustered. When he suddenly turned his face away without a word, she immediately panicked, frantically wondering if she had accidentally offended him with her playful badgering. Adjusting his glasses with cool composure, he gently reassured her that it was quite the opposite, leaving her wide-eyed in quiet surprise at his underlying warmth. As he guided Lily into the heart of the royal capital, she marveled at the bustling crowds and the massive, moving tram traveling through the commercial district. He patiently clarified how standard teleportation magic differed from these street-level vehicles. Continuing down the cobblestone street, she mentioned having ridden magic vehicles before, prompting him to elaborate on how such long-distance transports consumed vast amounts of mana and were primarily reserved for high nobility. Their stroll brought them to the storefront of an elegant tea shop, sparking her curiosity. Impressed by his wealth of knowledge, she complimented his sharp awareness, though he modestly brushed it off as a simple habit of his craft. Before entering, he caught sight of two familiar figures passing by in the street as an attendant addressed a young lord heading ahead on foot. Inside, she was instantly captivated by the opulent interior and rows of refined products, exclaiming over how charming it was, while he noted that the establishment catered primarily to noble clientele. Observing her enthusiasm while browsing the shelves, he casually asked if preparing tea was a personal passion of hers, to which she cheerfully announced that she intended to make it her new hobby on the spot. She lifted a package containing a potent blend, eagerly suggesting it would help keep their companion awake during long study sessions, and he admitted to drinking that very same tea for its powerful stimulating effects. She teased him playfully about how wide awake he must be while working after drinking such a brew, and he stroked his chin with a subtle smile, conceding that her assessment was likely accurate. Noticing how he adjusted his glasses as they talked about fatigue and eyesight, she pondered whether his vision was truly that poor, expressing concern that excessive straining might make it worse. Without warning, he leaned in exceptionally close until his face was mere inches from hers, softly confessing that his eyesight was indeed so terrible he needed to be right next to her just to see her clear expression, leaving her completely stunned and blushing intensely. He nonchalantly considered developing a specialized magic tool to keep his glasses fixed directly in front of his eyes, paying little mind as Lily hurriedly bolted away to settle the bill. Stepping out into the pleasant warmth of the capital square, the two strolled past bustling shops and sparkling fountains under a clear sky. Finding a shaded bench near a tree, Lily took a sip from her drink and inquired why he had suddenly begun learning physical combat techniques from Reed. He reflected quietly, admitting that his decision stemmed directly from the recent riot in the academy cafeteria. He confessed how deeply frustrating it was to watch Reed rush in and shield him far faster than Lord Verminen could even prepare a spell, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. Explaining that remaining stationary like a traditional mage was unacceptable, he declared his desire to grow as strong as possible, causing Lily's heart to leap in sudden expectation. However, he brightly added that he simply admired how impressively cool Reed looked, immediately shattering Lily's romantic daydream and eliciting a comical scream of agreement. While he sat serenely, Lily clutched her head in internal agony, berating herself for foolishly assuming he had developed romantic feelings for her. Their private moment was abruptly shattered when an acquaintance approached their bench, calling out to them and causing Lily to violently choke on her beverage in shock. The newcomer mentioned that Reed and Elria had been summoned to the royal castle that day, quickly pivoting to question why they were training under a commoner. As the young noble pondered the matter, Lily casually brushed off his curiosity, insisting that they had merely received a few simple pointers on magic and that it was nothing worth dwelling upon. She sat alongside May on the courtyard bench as Reed and Elria approached, asking if they were aware of the requirements for the upcoming practical exam. He listened calmly as May pointed out that 5 members were needed, maintaining a subtle, confident smile. The next morning, they walked through the bustling corridors of the academy, drawing cheerful greetings from surrounding students. She jumped up in utter disbelief upon seeing Elria walking briskly, without her usual morning sluggishness. She happily explained that Reed's special milk tea had revitalized her, while he casually dismissed the gesture as routine. He went on to clarify their visit to the castle, sharing that the princess had formally thanked them and that progress had been made on their situation. He pondered the matter deeply in silence, reasoning that whoever extracted Elria's mana possessed skills far surpassing current magic, pointing to another reincarnated figure from their past. They shifted the topic back to their immediate dilemma, reminding Reed and Elria that their team was still short one person for the exam. He reacted with genuine surprise when they mentioned that the final spot had already been filled. Promptly joining the group, an energetic classmate strode toward them with a lively morning greeting. Reed was caught off guard by the unexpected encounter, pointing out how unusual it was for Bawel to show up in this spot. Raising a hand in a friendly greeting, Bawel cheerfully brought up the impending comprehensive exam, suggesting that it was high time for them to begin training together. As the truth began to dawn upon the group, an awkward silence settled over them, their expressions turning grim as Reed muttered his worst fears aloud. Confirming their unspoken dread, Bawel announced with bright optimism that they would be giving it their all as teammates for the exam, leaving Reed utterly dumb. Reflecting on their recent conditional examination, Reed and Elria pondered the unexpected appearance of armored dragons, creatures long believed to be extinct. History recorded that these magical variants had once been hunted to near eradication due to the existential threat they posed to magic itself. Turning his focus back to their upcoming test, Reed addressed the group, explaining that the next exam would pit 5-member teams against other human opponents, and urged everyone to give their absolute all as a united front. As the group made their way toward the training grounds for mock combat, Elria clung tightly to Reed in a close embrace. She explained that maintaining such physical proximity made managing the range, coordinates, and magic required for her spells vastly easier, though Reed couldn't help but question if the tight embrace was truly necessary. Walking alongside them, Wiesel and Lily casually observed the affectionate display. Wiesel remarked that their classmates had grown so accustomed to seeing the pair constantly attached to one another that no one even bothered to comment on it anymore. Shifted to the topic of everyday convenience, Wiesel noted how exceptionally inconvenient life must be for someone completely unable to harness magic, musing that relying solely on physical means without teleportation or magical artifacts was almost unimaginable. While Reed questioned whether living without magic was truly such a hardship, Elria glared at Wiesel in defensive irritation as he countered that someone born without magical aptitude simply had no choice in the matter. This discussion revolved around Fareg of the prestigious Wellmana family, a lineage honored with the title of Magic Knight by the king despite his complete lack of innate magical talent. Rewinding a few hours prior, Lily had been explaining to Reed that 2 of their usual comrades would not recover in time for the upcoming exam, only for Fareg to boldly step forward and volunteer himself as their eager new 5th teammate. Observing his sudden enthusiasm, Lily pouted inwardly, recalling that Fareg had already approached virtually every other student in the class before resorting to joining their group. She knew all too well how the other students had shunned the young noble, flatly turning him down and claiming their teams were already full or that taking in a Wellmana would be improper. Left completely isolated by these rejections, Fareg boiled with fury, cursing the classmates who had cast him aside while the group observed his outburst. Amidst his lingering frustration, Elria giggled softly, while May dryly noted that surviving their team's brutal training regime would be no small feat for him. Prompted by this, Rupus smirked playfully and taunted him, questioning if a pampered rich boy could handle the pressure, to which he indignantly countered that it would be a walk in the park compared to commoners. Refusing to let the remark pass, she pointed assertively and warned him that if he complained at any point during the training, he would be demoted below a commoner and labeled a weak, sheltered boy. In response, Fareg snapped back that if he endured it, she would be lower than a commoner and called a bumpkin, though she proudly countered that her hometown was full of simple cattle farmers anyway. Observing their petty bickering, May let out a tired sigh, dreading the task of taking the exam alongside such noisy teammates and having to tutor them both. As Reed exhaled at the chaotic atmosphere behind him, the heavily armored Alma clutched her polearm nervously, dreading what was supposed to be a simple mock battle against his overwhelming skill. Stepping in to relieve her anxiety, Philia explained that the principal had ordered her to remain on standby for emergencies rather than participating directly in the fight. This instructor was Philia Teresa, a first-class mage who previously served as an examiner for Reed and Elria and was now assigned as an assistant for the upcoming joint exercise. She nervously protested that her presence was strictly supervisory, admitting she was unaccustomed to offensive magic, but Alma quickly cut her off, insisting she spar with the students instead. Dragging the screaming instructor away, Alma reminded her that a recommended teacher could not act like a coward and declared they would engage in mock battles until morning. With the instructors departed, Reed turned to his group to begin their training, but Wiesel interjected, suggesting that they needed to define clear roles before starting. Meanwhile, Lily reminded Elria that because of her exceptional qualifications, she was expected to train beyond standard exercises, noting that they might not even remain on the same team in the future. Indeed, Elria was nearly guaranteed to pass based on her previous exam results, leading to orders for her to instruct other students while Alma took charge of Philia. Turning back to the team composition, Reed proposed assigning the leadership role to the new boy, noting it would balance the group once Vok and Lucas recovered. Hearing this, Farag was instantly caught off guard, suddenly realizing with mounting excitement that he was being selected to lead. Still somewhat disbelieving, he pressed for confirmation, only for Reed to calmly reassure him that the role was indeed his. Pushing his luck, Farag boldly declared that everyone present would now have to obey his every command, prompting Reed to immediately shut him down. Placing a firm hand on the newly appointed leader's shoulder, Reed reminded him sharply that a leader's job is to make decisions, not to boss people around. He noted that when facing the armored dragon, choosing to retreat with the injured was actually the correct tactical decision under such dire circumstances, proving his decision-making was superior to others. Listening closely, May chimed in to clarify that dividing command responsibilities would prevent combat impairment, letting Farag decide on engagement while he determined retreats. Shifting the subject, Elria mentioned that she also had a proposal regarding Lily, though she preferred to consult with the girl first before finalizing any plans. As she elaborated on her plan, she explained that Lily's role would be to draw enemy aggression and shield herself with Tier 8 magic while the others finished off the target, leaving Lily in a state of sheer panic in the background. Despite the daunting role, Lily offered her enthusiastic congratulations to Farag on becoming the team leader, though Elria quietly pointed out the risks of placing him directly on the front line. Continuing her explanation, she pointed out a fundamental truth. Mages with immense magical power often possessed far less practical experience in frontline combat. Catching on immediately, Reed realized that those who overwhelmed enemies with sheer spell power tended to be physically vulnerable in close-quarters engagements, a point Elria eagerly confirmed. While Lily anxiously clung to Farag in search of reassurance, Reed and Elria stood side by side with smug, satisfied expressions on their faces. Turning his attention toward May, Reed casually asked if he could borrow a magic tool that he would be allowed to break during their training session. Horrified by the request, May pinched the bridge of his nose and groaned in irritation, sternly reminding Reed of the astronomical cost required to manufacture a single magic tool. He relented, offering a prototype tool that had failed to meet standards, though he cautioned that channeling magic through it would likely shatter it. Reed breathed a sigh of relief, assuring him that as long as it held the shape of a blade, it would serve his purpose. Testing the balance of the weapon, Reed declared it fit for use before turning his attention to Bawel. When the young noble asked what someone incapable of magic could possibly teach him, Reed offered to demonstrate a combat strategy tailored for those without magical abilities. Intrigued by the proposition, Bawel accepted the invitation, prompting Reed to escalate the stakes by offering to grant any favor should he somehow be defeated. Relocating to a vast, barren training field, Reed encouraged his opponent to unleash his full magical power without restraint. Bawel remarked on the warrior's boundless confidence, prompting Reed to offer an even greater advantage by promising to refrain from attacking for a full minute so Bawel could unleash continuous strikes. Accepting the terms with fierce resolve, Bawel vowed at least to secure a draw, declaring that a victory would force Reed to drop his condescending tone before unleashing a torrential barrage of magical projectiles. His eyes blazing with intense determination, Bawel grimly swore to himself that his attack would not be effortlessly swept aside as it had been in their previous encounter. To Bawel's utter shock, Reed lunged straight into the incoming bombardment with a thrill of anticipation, eager to test his mettle against the barrage. Weaving through the fiery explosions with fluid precision, Reed cleanly bisected the magical blasts, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Dropping into a low slide beneath the lingering embers, he passed right through Bawel's defenses before the young noble could even react. He slid low across the dusty ground, effortlessly gliding beneath the blazing volley sent his way. Planting one hand firmly on the earth, the young warrior flipped his body through the air to absorb his momentum before landing cleanly on his feet. Emerging casually from the dissipating heat, he patted away the stray embers on his sleeve, offering critical advice that his opponent needed to cover those gaps with additional magic. Agitated by the commentary, Bawel snapped back in frustration, while his challenger only smirked, asking if that meager display was truly the best he could offer. Continuing his lesson mid-battle, the boy explained that straight, high-speed spells were far too linear, making them trivial to read and evade even at close range. He recognized that the initial fire spear had merely been a distraction intended to draw his focus away from a follow-up attack aimed directly at his blind spot. Anticipating the hidden threat, he spun instantly on his heel, slicing through the covert spell from behind before it could land. As Bawel stood stunned by the swift defense, his opponent explained that the sound of combustion echoing after the flames passed was a clear giveaway, rendering the trick useless as a surprise attack. Refusing to accept defeat, Bawel channeled a surging wave of mana beneath his feet, shouting fiercely that his magical prowess was far above average. With a deafening roar, a colossal pillar of fire erupted across the arena while Bawel screamed for his rival not to look down on him, forcing the young swordsman to brace himself against the intense heat wave. He poured his remaining strength into unleashing a towering tempest of fire, shouting his spell's name with desperate resolve while his opponent stood completely unbothered within the heat. Calmly noting that a full minute had already elapsed, the dark-haired youth stood unfazed as the fiery storm raged harmlessly around him. With a single effortless sweep of his blade, he parted the roaring flames instantly, sending the young mage reeling back in utter shock. Stepping through the lingering heat, he reflected on the boy's reliance on raw magic, realizing that proper martial understanding would allow anyone to counter such spells without magic of their own. Watching the defeated student gasp for air on the ground, he knew that leaving such latent talent unguided would lead to tragic waste. Approaching the collapsed youth, he offered to personally mentor him, praising his sharp instincts while promising to reshape his strategic thinking so he could blossom on his own terms. He offered to pass on the core principles of his own swordsmanship, leaving the young student wide-eyed and stunned beneath his mentor's reassuring gaze. Watching from the sidelines, the young scholar expressed surprise at such unexpected generosity, but the white-haired sage softly laughed, knowing her companion simply could not ignore a troubled youth in need of direction. When their friend wondered aloud if this protective nature came from his absolute power, the sage gently corrected her, suggesting it stemmed from a time when he had no one to guide him through his own isolation. With a warm expression, she noted that because no one in his past could ever replicate his unique combat style, teaching fundamentals like swordsmanship and tactics was his way of expressing deep, unspoken belief in the young boy. She watched Reed with a soft understanding, remarking how typical it was for him to want to alter someone's arrogant behavior while checking over her magic tool. Lily readily concurred with her observation as the group discussed his motives. Driven by that same combat spirit, she brightly proposed holding a mock battle next, causing Wiesel to slump in despair over her troubling habit of loving battles just as much as Reed did. Defending her eagerness, the silver-haired girl reasoned that painful lessons were the most memorable and effective way to learn, while Wiesel quivered in terror, questioning if she was truly a sage or simply an unyielding commander. Their conversation was suddenly cut short as Lily spotted figures in the distance and called out across the terrain, asking which tower class they belonged to while identifying her own group from the East Tower. A massive, scaled beast slammed onto the ground before them, shaking the earth. From its back stepped a young girl, who casually mentioned following advice from her companion, leaving the rest of the group bewildered by her misplaced path. Striking a lively pose, the newcomer introduced herself as Rufus Rylus from the Sirios' Federation. Wiesel immediately recognized her home nation for its renowned summoning arts, while Lily marveled at the young girl's surprisingly small stature. As she looked over the group, her eyes caught something curious, and she tilted her head to ask why someone was hiding behind Reed. She blurted out that the timid figure was acting just like a shy animal, to which Reed explained that his companion simply had a habit of taking cover whenever meeting someone new. Intrigued by the explanation, the energetic girl dashed around Reed in a flash, marveling at the striking silver hair and urgently asking if she was indeed Elria Caldwin. Bright-eyed with excitement, she gushed about hearing of her extraordinary strength and title as the reincarnation of the sage, leaving Elria thoroughly flustered and barely able to stammer out a response. She found herself bewildered as the energetic dragon rider clasped her hands warmly in greeting. Following up on her initial surprise, the young sage admitted she had heard rumors of someone in Sirioses who managed to form contracts with all 4 species of guardian dragons, a historic feat, and expressed her genuine admiration. Upon hearing this, the dragon rider beamed with pride, confirming that every single one of them was indeed present. Across the realm, these legendary guardian dragons inhabited vast and dangerous territories. Itankyle slumbered high above the clouds, Flamivates glided atop rivers of molten lava, Magnifimos basked in peaceful forests and open plains, and Maleficum prowled the ocean depths, visible only when its massive head broke the surface. Enchanted by the thought of these majestic creatures, the girls voiced how exciting it would be to travel abroad and witness them firsthand. Yet, affection shone in the visitor's eyes as she ran over to hug her own massive partner, declaring that out of all of them, this dragon was her absolute favorite. Curious about her friend's companion, the sage asked if the beast was a flying steel dragon, though she admitted she wasn't familiar with its precise classification. The rider's eyes widened in surprise at the prompt query. Delighted by her fast response, the young rider proudly explained that her partner was indeed a Valence firm, a large flying variant of the steel dragon species. With a tender smile, she added that she and Lafika had been inseparable companions ever since childhood, sharing a bond forged over many years. Turning the conversation back to magic, the dragon rider noted that she had heard of Elria's ability to cast 10th tier spells and asked if she could also perform summoning magic. The young sage humbly replied that while she possessed the ability, her proficiency had its limits. Eager to learn more from the exchange, her classmates interjected with bright, glowing excitement, urging the two to forget about the scheduled mock battle entirely and keep sharing their incredible knowledge. Realizing that a mock battle was actually taking place, the dragon rider casually mentioned that she had been planning to unleash a massive blast to blow away her opponents, leaving the young sage staring in stunned dismay at the potential destruction narrowly avoided. She looked on with mild surprise as Rupus eagerly proposed a mock battle directly against her. Driven by curiosity and sheer confidence, the dragon princess added that she was eager to witness her magical prowess firsthand, proudly declaring that neither she nor her dragon companion, Lafika, would yield. Standing proudly before her massive earth dragon, Rupus issues a direct challenge, asking Elria if she would be willing to engage in a mock battle right then and there. Accepting the proposition without a second thought, she steps forward with total confidence. She admits that it has been a long time since she last sparred with a friend, and watching the previous contest had ignited her own desire to fight. With a sudden surge of magical energy, heavy iron chains slam violently onto the arena ground, anchoring a summoning spell into existence. From the glowing circle, she calls forth her formidable companion, commanding the massive, armored wolf named Sheffrey to step into the light. Watching the monstrous beast materialize, her opponent grins in pure admiration. She recognizes the demon wolf as a notoriously difficult creature, one that most accomplished mages give up on ever taming. She stands in calm composure alongside her snarling, chain-bound wolf. Glancing over at Reed in the background, she notes his sharp intellect, knowing he fully understands that no matter what strategy he tries, victory over her remains out of reach. Her challenger's eyes light up with fierce thrill as she realizes just how serious this match is going to be, welcoming the escalating danger. Leaping onto the broad back of her massive earth dragon, she calls out to Lafika, signaling that it is time to strike. Mounted atop her soaring beast, she lets out a battle cry and orders the charge, hurtling straight toward Elria to initiate their high-stakes duel. Standing high above the arena on her flying mount, she seemed to hold an insurmountable advantage, leaving the spectators below in awe. Reed marveled at how quickly the dragon had claimed the high ground, while Lily called out in concern for her mentor. Yet Elria remained entirely composed, quietly instructing her massive demon wolf, Sheffrey, to move into action. Believing herself completely out of reach at such an altitude, the dragon rider felt secure in her position. However, Sheffrey bared its fangs with a fierce snarl, coiling its muscle-bound limbs before launching forward into a terrifying ascent. As the creature defied gravity, she quickly analyzed the situation, remembering that demon wolves possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to mana. She deducing that the wolf was utilizing condensed magic created by Elria as stepping stones in midair, allowing it to leap boundlessly toward the sky. Realizing the danger of allowing the beast to close the distance, she raised her hands and commanded Lafika to unleash a torrential wall of dragon breath to cover their retreat. The earth dragon opened its jaws wide, unleashing a fiery glow from its throat. Spotting the gathering flames high above, Elria raised her eyes and instructed Sheffrey to hold its ground, pausing its reckless momentum just as the inferno prepared to rain down. Seconds later, Lafika discharged a devastating stream of fire directly downward, flooding the sky with an overwhelming wave of heat and blinding light. The blast erupted in a massive explosion midair, consuming the immediate space in a swirling maelstrom of destruction and smoke. Watching the inferno expand, the dragon rider was struck by a sudden, horrifying revelation. The footholds hadn't been magic at all, but concentrated air pressure. Before she could react, Elria shouted the order for Sheffrey to strike. Bursting through the blinding smoke completely unscathed, the massive demon wolf crashed directly onto the dragon's back, taking both mount and rider completely by surprise. With the heavy beast pinned onto its shoulders, Lafika lost control of its flight, flailing wildly as it plunged through the sky, while its rider desperately tried to regain control of her panicked dragon. As she crashed heavily into the dust-strewn earth below, the spectators watched in stunned apprehension, amazed by the sheer ruthlessness of the display. Clinging desperately to her fallen dragon, she cried out its name in panic as the beast lay dazed from the sudden impact. Having accomplished its duty, the demon wolf bounded back toward its master, receiving warm praise as it trotted contentedly to her side. Even as the creature growled fiercely and snapped its teeth, its master calmly praised its patience, completely unfazed by its wild hostility. She advised her opponent to unsummon the weakened dragon, explaining that her wolf consumed pure magic power, meaning the creature's spiritual tether would soon sever completely. Refusing to accept defeat, the young dragoon tightened her grip, defiantly insisting that the battle was far from finished. Driven by absolute trust in her partner, she shouted her unwavering belief that her companion could never be beaten so easily. Sensing a sudden surge of raw energy, the demon wolf snapped its head back in surprise, alerted to the impending danger. With a deafening roar, the dragon unleashed a fierce torrent of breath fire, forcing her to immediately call out to her beast as flames erupted across the arena. In response to the sudden assault, she raised her staff calmly, channeling her magical energy to ready a defensive barrier. She glared across the arena with rare fury, reminding her opponent that even in a mock duel, fighting with intent to kill could inflict permanent damage on a familiar's soul. She declared firmly that such recklessness was completely unforgivable. Unmoved by the rebuke, Rupus met her gaze with fierce determination, insisting that whether it was a mock battle or a real conflict meant nothing to her or her dragon. Seeing the young dragon princess standing resolutely beside her wounded beast, Elria paused, her intense glare softening into slight hesitation. With a defiant roar from Lafika echoing through the training ground, Rupus prepared to unleash another desperate assault despite the strain on her familiar. Before the combatants could clash, a voice cut through the tension. Phileas stepped into view with a communication device in hand, startling both Elria and May. Adjusting her glasses, the instructor looked sternly at the arena, intervening to halt the escalating duel before any permanent damage was done. Reed placed a reassuring hand atop Elria's head, quietly revealing to her surprised face that he had been the one to call Philia-sensei to stop the fight. Philia addressed Rupus directly, warning her that continuing the mock battle under these conditions placed her dragon in genuine life-threatening danger. Stepping forward alongside Elria, Reed questioned Rupus's priorities, asking the Dragon Princess if sacrificing her beloved familiar just to secure a victory in a simple training match was truly worth it. The sharp words struck home, leaving Rupus to look back at her exhausted dragon, her pride wavering as she weighed the cost of her stubbornness. Kneeling beside her exhausted dragon, she softly expressed her gratitude, gently urging her loyal companion to rest and recover. Standing firm before her, the young warrior dismissed her shallow obsession with raw victory, yet she clung desperately to her conviction, tears welling in her eyes as she insisted that winning was all that mattered. Turning her back on the arena, she walked away alone into the desolate rocky canyon, her silhouette growing smaller against the barren backdrop. As her figure faded into the distance, Reed and his companions watched on in silence, deeply unsettled by the lingering weight of her words. Later that day, peace returned to the dormitories, where sunlight bathed the quiet living room in a warm, gentle glow. Joining Elria for warm tea, he seemed unusually distant, prompting her to ask why his mind was wandering, to which he admitted he was still reflecting on Rufus. Holding his mug thoughtfully, he confessed that watching the young dragon warrior stirred an unmistakable sense of nostalgia within him, leaving Elria curious about what he meant. He recalled the grim history of Altian, a cruel era when children were routinely sent into the meat grinder of war, not for glory, but simply to reduce the number of mouths to feed while desperately striving for survival. In Rufus's hardened gaze, he recognized that very same haunted resolve, the desperate look of a youth forced to fight under crushing expectations. Setting his thoughts aside, he noted that she was likely carrying a heavy burden of her own at the academy before turning his attention back to Elria. He looked over at the small, furry creature cradled in Elria's lap, asking if that was indeed the monster she had summoned. She calmly sipped her drink, explaining that she was feeding it magic power as a reward for its hard work. Observing how completely its intimidating presence had vanished, he listened as she clarified that magic-born creatures could adjust their size based on the energy supplied, rendering it small, efficient, and undeniably cute. Seeing his hesitation, she offered to let him pet the creature. Surprised by the suggestion, his cheeks flushed with unexpected eagerness as he asked if he truly could. Yet doubt quickly crept in, and he nervously questioned whether his own magic might trigger a disaster, confessing he would be scarred if the beast exploded. She gently reassured him that since it had already fully materialized, there was no danger. With trembling hands, he slowly extended a finger toward the creature's soft paw, heart pounding in anticipation of touching an animal for the very first time. As his fingertips sank into the dense, velvety fur, a wave of delight washed over him. He marveled at the sensation, admitting that animals usually fled from his presence, leaving him with no memory of ever touching one so closely. But the moment of bliss was shattered when the creature suddenly clamped its sharp teeth down on his finger. Elria gasped in surprise as shock rendered him entirely motionless. Slumping over the armchair in utter defeat, he sank into despair, lamenting that even magical beasts harbored an innate distaste for him. Seeing his complete heartbreak, she manifested a pair of furry animal ears atop her head and softly offered herself instead, telling him that he was more than welcome to pet her. The startling proposal caught him so completely off guard that he choked instantly, spraying his drink across the room in bewildered panic. He reluctantly accepted her odd logic, amused by her antics while softly stroking her head as she snuggled close, inviting him to pet her for as long as she desired. A few days later, the setting shifted to the open training grounds, where an intense physical sparring session commenced between the students. Mei lunged forward with a sharp punch, but Rupus casually dodged beneath his guard before delivering a swift sweep that sent him tumbling backward onto the grass. Meanwhile, Lily was thrown off balance by a powerful wave of magic, sent tumbling across the field just as Elria bounded through the clearing in hot pursuit. Ducking behind cover to catch her breath, the young girl thought she was hidden, only for Elria to instantly close the distance and playfully announce her discovery. Before she could react or raise her staff, her movement was easily neutralized, leaving her completely outmatched. The momentum of the ongoing combat sent both students crashing down in rapid succession, colliding forcefully with the earth in a cloud of dust. As they lay piled on top of one another completely exhausted, Rupus praised their improved movements and cheerfully offered another round, prompting them to desperately beg for a brief rest. Reed strolled over casually, apologizing to Elria as May was launched soaring through the air and crashed headfirst into the dirt nearby. Despite being thoroughly flattened by her magic, he managed to gasp out a compliment regarding her incredible force, leaving her genuinely impressed that he could still speak in his battered state. She watched him passively as the defeated pair remained pinned to the turf, with Bawel groaning in agony while flattened atop May. The Dragon Princess dismissed his complaints without a shred of sympathy, reminding him that big talk could not alter his lack of strength before sternly ordering them to clear the area. Watching the exchange, Reed pondered Bawel's performance, privately admiring how skillfully the youth had used magic to mimic advanced techniques before turning to ask his companion if she had any guidance to offer. Resting a delicate hand against her cheek, the sage quietly observed that controlling one's magical reserve was a basic instinct instilled in early childhood, leaving little advice she could realistically impart. As Bawel slumped in defeat, May stepped forward and introduced himself as a magic tool engineer trained at Blanche, offering to inspect the young man's sword. Examining the weapon closely, May noted that the reduced length of the blade had disrupted its original magic circuits, causing it to revert to a degraded state. He further explained that attempting long-ranged magic without proper preparation forced the weapon to consume an excessive amount of internal power. Realizing that his weapon required yet another complete repair, Bawel broke into a cold sweat, prompting May to inquire if anything was amiss. Clutching his head in despair, Bawel imagined his father's inevitable fury, dreading the scolding he would receive for breaking his magic tool once again. Seeing his plight, May offered to tinker with the weapon himself through his workshop connections, prompting Bawel to gratefully clasp his hands and beg for assistance. As he grasped May's hand in desperate gratitude, Lily inquired whether repairing the weapon meant May would have to return to his family's workshop, which May readily confirmed. Considering the implications, Lily pointed out the obvious consequence. Bawel would naturally need to travel alongside May as well. Her eyes widened as the full reality dawned on her. With their companions gone, there would be no instructor left for Reed and Elria, leaving the task entirely on her shoulders, a truth the pair calmly acknowledged. Overwhelmed by the daunting prospect of taking charge, she pressed her hands tightly against her ears, screaming in loud denial to block out their words. Quickly coming up with an alternative, she raised her fist in sudden enthusiasm, declaring that on their next day off, the entire group should simply travel together to May's. As the train came to a halt, the station's public announcement echoed across the bustling platform, welcoming passengers to Vigalta's Central Station and wishing everyone a pleasant day as the massive crowd filed out into the capital. Amidst the sea of commuters, a pair of boots clattered rapidly against the stone floor in a desperate hurry. Emerging into the open air, Lily threw her arms wide with sheer excitement, marveling at the towering grand structures of Vigalta on this, her second visit to the glorious capital city. Running as fast as her legs could carry her, she caught up to the rest of the group, indignantly shouting at them for walking off and abandoning her as if she were completely invisible, while Reed quietly groaned in annoyance that she had already spotted them. Bawel turned to address her blunt reality, clarifying that their destination was strictly the business district to fix magic tools, suggesting that if she merely wanted to sightsee, she should wander off on her own. Refusing to be dismissed, she passionately argued that for a country girl accustomed to rural excitement like livestock birthing or traveling salesmen, even stepping inside a capital workshop was a monumental thrill, prompting Bawel to dryly tell her to suit herself. Joining the rest of the group on the path, Reed stretched his arms comfortably, noting how nice it felt to head out together like this as they made their way toward Vizel's family residence to repair Faregg's magic item. Moving deeper into the capital city, the paved road led them straight into the bustling heart of Vigalta's renowned business district. Stopping in front of a modest two-story building, May introduced the shop as his family's establishment, prompting Lily to remark with awkward honesty that it looked surprisingly small and run down for such a famed engineer, which May candidly acknowledged without offense. Unlocking the front door to the modest building, the young craftsman explained that his family prioritizes investing their earnings directly into magic tool development and raw materials rather than maintaining a lavish storefront. Once inside, he guided the group up a wooden staircase, mentioning that he had reserved the workshop space exclusively for their visit today. As they stepped into the main workshop, Reed marveled at the wide array of artifacts displayed around the room, while May clarified that these were reference templates used to calculate magic circuits, choose suitable materials, and determine structural designs. He went on to detail the traditional process of creation, breaking down the roles between client, programmer, and engineer, from designing the base circuit to having a dedicated craftsman engrave the final structure. Turning his attention to the task at hand, May requested that Farag hand over his magic tool, though the young man offered it with a touch of hesitation, seeking reassurance that the process would be completely safe. Confidently swearing by the honor of the Blanche family name, May placed the device onto the workshop's diagnostic pedestal to begin his evaluation. Activating the construction output scan, a halo of glowing magical runes projected into the air, revealing that the tool had been meticulously customized to respond only to Farag's specific spell set while repelling external mana. Examining the glowing formulas, May asked if Farag frequently used those 5 specific spells, and upon receiving confirmation, noted that while the outer casing could remain unchanged, the internal converter and stabilizer required fine-tuning. As the adjustments got underway, Reed sat beside Elria and quietly praised her ingenious design, asking if she had repurposed the original converters and stabilizers recovered from Altian. He recalled how she had salvaged remnants from the ancient battlefield, reverse engineering them so they would function on magic power rather than electricity, an extraordinary feat that left even Elria admiring his recollection of her legendary work. As he watched the conversation unfold, Elria suddenly perked up, her eyes sparkling with unexpected excitement. May analyzed the situation calmly, explaining that the core issue lay within the magic circuit's engraving, causing Farag to realize just how troublesome working on a Verminen device would be. When Farag suggested simply turning the task over to a professional craftsman, May countered that differing magical systems would compromise the engraving's precision, lowering both efficiency and performance. Sweat poured down Farag's face as he panicked, pointing out that involving an outside craftsman risked exposing to his family that he possessed a Verminen tool, a concern May acknowledged as valid. Seeking an alternative, Reed asked Elria if she could perform the engraving given her mastery of 6 magic systems, though she hesitantly admitted she had never engraved a circuit before. Overwhelmed by despair, Farag collapsed onto his hands and knees on the workshop floor, declaring at the end, while May gently rested a hand on his back to comfort him. Suddenly, Lily leaned in beside the fallen student, cheerfully announcing that she actually possessed practical experience in engraving magic circuits. A stunned Farag cried out in disbelief, but Lily explained that living in the countryside required her to repair their broken magic farming tools herself when help was too far away. Confirming that the underlying principles were identical, May handed Lily a tool and instructed her to attempt copying the magic equipment's engraving onto a steel plate. Leaning intently over the workbench, Lily listened as May cautioned that even the smallest mistake would drop efficiency, requiring extreme precision beyond that of a standard magic tool. She watched attentively as May held up the metal plate, scrutinizing her freshly engraved work to see if it could truly function. To May's utter disbelief, the execution was completely flawless, prompting her to burst into proud, jubilant laughter over her success. Perched dramatically atop a wooden crate, she looked down with a smug smirk and asked Farag if he wanted her to handle the magic circuit engraving. Leaning in with a mischievous glint in her eyes, she proposed that he simply owe her a favor, causing the anxious youth to recoil in fright. Overwhelmed by her unexpected expertise, Farag violently grabbed May by the shoulders and demanded he accept her offer immediately. Calming down slightly, Farag wondered aloud why someone with such extraordinary craftsmanship would even bother studying magic at the academy. Her cheerful reply, that being a mage simply sounded much cooler, left him utterly dumbfounded by her frivolous reason. Unfazed, May slammed his fist down and grabbed Fareg back, his eyes burning with intense dedication as he vowed to create the ultimate weapon if Fareg just let her proceed. Unable to contend with their combined enthusiasm, Fareg surrendered completely, letting out a defeated shout while she celebrated her victory. Watching the chaotic interaction from comfortable armchairs across the room, Ferris and Elria quietly shared a relaxing moment, noting the endless energy of their younger companions. He turned to Lily when she announced that she and May would be occupied with their work in the shop for quite some time. Seizing the opportunity, the energetic girl held up a city travel guide and excitedly proposed that he and Elria take advantage of the free time to go on a shopping date together. Following her suggestion, the pair soon found themselves walking side by side down the bustling cobblestone thoroughfare of the capital, surrounded by passing townsfolk. As they strolled through the city, he pondered the idea of a shopping date, trying to get used to the unfamiliar concept. Beside him, Elria turned bright red, her mind racing as she realized they were on a genuine date without any official exam business to justify it. Noticing her silence, he asked if there was anything specific she wished to buy, to which she quietly admitted she had nothing particular in mind. Nervous and fidgeting with her collar, she asked what they should do next, while he scratched his neck and confessed that he was equally unsure. A sudden memory struck him, and he mentioned how his little sister used to say that simply walking around and looking at shops was enjoyable enough, even without purchasing anything. Surprised by this unexpected detail, she inquired about his sister, prompting him to explain that he had both a younger sister and an older brother, both of whom possessed strong magic aptitude and had left their village to attend a magic academy long before. Shrugging off the old memories, he suggested they stick to that simple plan and enjoy a casual stroll together, bringing a warm, contented smile to her face. He agreed that they should make the most of their outing, suggesting they grab some snacks to enjoy while strolling and even bring back some refreshments for their companions. As they continued along the bustling thoroughfare, she suddenly slowed her pace, her gaze lingering intently on his hand. Noticing her lingering glance, he turned back to check on her just as her fingers tentatively reached toward his. Overcome with nervous excitement, she thrust her open hand forward with dramatic intensity, steeling herself for what felt like a monumental leap forward. With a deep blush spreading across her cheeks, she stammered out a loud proposal for them to hold hands, leaving him slightly flustered as he agreed to her request. When their fingers finally intertwined, the overwhelming rush of affection sent a flurry of panic through her, turning a simple gesture into a thrilling struggle against her own racing heart. Unable to endure the sweet agony any longer, she dramatically declared a timeout to recover from what felt like a high-level battle, prompting a baffled reaction from him. Hoping to relieve her extreme embarrassment, he offered a clever alternative, asking if she could summon her pet monster so they could walk it together instead. In an instant, the fluffy, canine-like creature materialized in front of them with a loud, energetic bark, delighted to be called forth. Grasping opposite sides of the creature's leash, the two resumed their stroll through the market, while he slyly observed that sharing the lead was practically the same as holding hands anyway. He offered her a warm, reassuring word, reminding her that there was no need to force herself to mimic others if it only caused her anxiety, as the whole point was for her to enjoy their time together. In response, she softened her expression and smiled back, thanking him gracefully as she assured him that his thoughtful consideration had put her mind completely at ease. As they continued walking together, onlookers couldn't help but admire the pair, swooning over how gentle and considerate the young man appeared. Side by side, they strolled through the bustling street market, comfortably walking the fluffy familiars as the lively city atmosphere lifted their spirits. Later that evening, the two sat together on a quiet bench near an illuminated fountain, reflecting on how quickly the hours had slipped away during their peaceful outing. Taking in the cool air, he shared how refreshing it was to wander the capital without a care, noting with satisfaction that her pet familiars seemed to have grown quite fond of him. Delighted by his words, she leaned forward with radiant enthusiasm, insisting that he could take the creature for walks whenever he liked, morning or night, leaving him slightly startled by her intense excitement. Their light-hearted banter was abruptly paused as a sudden exclamation echoed across the quiet plaza, drawing both of their glances toward the sound. Seated along the edge of the fountain, A young girl gasped in shock as she caught sight of familiar figures walking in the distance. Turning around fully, the girl called out in disbelief toward the approaching hooded woman. She rushed forward to greet the veiled woman, thanking her warmly for making the journey and offering eager reassurances about her progress at the academy. As she chattered enthusiastically about the delicious food and convenient magic tools of the city, the elder woman quietly raised a hand to interrupt her train of thought. Placing a firm yet gentle hand upon the girl's head, the mother maintained a cold, composed stillness despite her daughter's energetic greeting. Addressing her directly as Rufus, the matriarch noted with displeasure that the young dragon princess had failed to utilize her guardian dragons within the academy. She revealed that every single movement within the academy was monitored, including the girl's recent defeat during combat training against the reincarnated sage. When her mother dismissed the match as a mere fluke where she barely managed a sneak attack against a handicapped opponent, Rufus shouted back in fierce denial, insisting it had been a genuine draw. Seeing through the desperate outburst, the mother's cold gaze caused the girl's defensive pride to falter into stuttering excuses. Continuing her stern critique, the mother chastised her for relying on fragile mental stability rather than mastering the flying steel dragon prior to joining the academy. She firmly rejected her daughter's flawed logic, explaining that merely forming a pact with a single beast was far from demonstrating true control over guardian dragons. Overcome with emotion, Rufus grabbed her mother's robes, desperately reminding her of their solemn promise that earning victories and becoming a full mage would allow her to stay with Rafika. She sobbed openly, tears spilling down her face as her mother coldly reminded her that losers held no value and that her sole duty was to uphold the dignity of their house. Still, the young dragon princess cried out through her tears, desperately insisting that she would not lose next time. Leaning helplessly over the rim of the courtyard fountain, she continued to plead for another chance, promising with all her heart that she would claim victory in the upcoming examinations. Before her mother could dismiss those desperate pleas, a soft hand rested gently on the weeping girl's shoulder, accompanied by a clear voice asserting that such harsh words were entirely wrong. Stepping in between the distraught student and her imposing parent, Elria positioned herself as a protective shield, catching the noble matriarch completely off guard. Confronting the matriarch head-on, she boldly announced her full name as Elria Caldwin, proudly declaring herself to be the reincarnation of the legendary sage who had previously faced her daughter. As whispers circulated regarding the recent duel, Elria and Rufus stood face-to-face with a group of cloaked figures who recognized the girl as Elria Caldwin. Recognized as the reputed reincarnation of the sage who had recently battled Rufus, Elria stepped forward defensively to address the surrounding crowd. The onlookers argued that using an unfamiliar monster in a mock battle invited danger, maintaining that Rufus's victory was legitimate and her tactical choice to summon Rafika was entirely justified. When the cloaked woman questioned whether Elria was merely pitying her opponent, the young girl firmly clarified that she had simply anticipated the match's outcome and chosen to cease her attack. Surrounding students continued their hushed chatter about the true nature of combat, while Elria openly admitted her own overconfidence, acknowledging that in a life-or-death battle, Rufus would have certainly triumphed. She interrupted the onlookers to insist that every mock battle must be treated with the seriousness of a real encounter, expressing regret for failing to uphold that mindset herself. Stepping up beside her, Reed introduced himself as Reed Frieden and apologized for interrupting, introducing himself as Elria's fiancé and someone familiar with the Caldwin family. Noting that they were in a public gathering area, he suggested moving to a private location to prevent further misunderstandings and offered his counsel to the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure accepted his advice with a respectful gesture of gratitude, while Rufus stood nearby, silently reflecting on Reed's intervention. He listened quietly as the foreign noblewoman sternly informed Rufus that her ultimate fate rested on the upcoming conditional exam, leaving the young girl looking down in silent defeat. Following the tense declaration, an awkward silence settled over the sunlit courtyard as the surrounding crowd slowly began to disperse. Breaking the heavy hush, Elria winced while clutching her forehead, softly chiding herself for rushing forward so recklessly. Reed chided her lightly, reminding her that Rufus's mother was an influential foreign noble and warning that causing trouble could lead to severe retribution from Alicia. Elria could only offer a sheepish apology in return. Offering to handle such diplomatic entanglements himself, he urged Elria to leave it to him, yet she could not stop herself from calling out to the retreating girl. Rufus paused and offered a quiet apology for causing them trouble, but Elria insisted that they were in this conflict together. Turning back with a resolute smile, Rufus reassured Elria, boldly declaring that she had no intention of losing the upcoming exam before sprinting away. Watching her depart, Reed gently suggested to a lingering, worried Elria that it was time for them to head back. As Rufus disappeared down the distant cobblestone path, Elria softly agreed, her eyes fixed on the empty walkway. Later at an outdoor cafe, Lily gleefully devoured a massive bowl of food, celebrating their success in repairing Fairegy's magical tool and enjoying their leisure time in the capital. She sat nearby beaming with cheerful satisfaction, oblivious to the sheer panic gripping the young glasses-wearing student beside her. He lamented to himself that he had committed to something entirely irreversible under the simple guise of helping a friend in distress. Observing his friend's visible distress, Reed questioned what had transpired between him and the girl, curious to estimate the true magnitude of the debt tied to her custom magic tool engraving. With absolute gravity, the engineer revealed the staggering debt, roughly 5 million. He emphasized that this astronomical figure was already a heavily discounted rate, considering she was not a commercial artisan. Adjusting his spectacles, he admitted that despite the financial burden, he held no regrets. Working alongside her had pushed his abilities as a magic tool engineer to their peak, producing what he deemed his absolute masterpiece. Meanwhile, the energetic girl excitedly bounded over to Elria, leaning in with sparkling curiosity to demand a full report on how her date with Reed had gone. Stepping in before things escalated, Reed casually brushed off the question, explaining that they had simply enjoyed a peaceful stroll together, though Elria's subtle pouting in the background did not go unnoticed. Abruptly cutting the conversation short, Elria turned on her heel and stormed off toward the food stalls, leaving her companion calling out after her in confusion. Watching her return with a tray, Reed voiced his disbelief, pointing out that she had already consumed a feast at the market stalls, yet she calmly declared her intention to load up on seconds. Swept up by the momentum, Reed conceded that he too could go for another round and promptly followed her back toward the banquet spread. Plate in hand, Elria approached a lone student sitting nearby, gently asking if she could take a seat beside her. She stepped forward carrying her lunch tray, inwardly grumbling about how she had wanted their encounter to look accidental. Reed stepped up beside her, introducing them both to Rufus and explaining that she had requested a word. Excited by the visit, Rufus brightened immediately, happily inviting her to sit down so they could eat together. As they settled at the dining table, Rufus confessed her joy at finding a peer to talk about magic with. Since her own capabilities were limited strictly to summoning magic, she felt truly fortunate to share a conversation with someone who understood. Lowering her head, Rufus offered a sincere apology for causing pain to Elria's demon wolf companion during their battle. However, Elria quickly offered a warm, reassuring smile, insisting that Sheffrey held no grudge whatsoever. Rufus reflected on her own stubbornness, admitting she had driven her summoned spirit Rafika into a dangerous situation, though she marveled at how faithfully Rafika had responded. Elria agreed, noting the incredible bond and obedience between Rufus and her spirits, while acknowledging her own past rashness with Sheffrey. Placing a hand over her chest, Elria declared with quiet determination that she would not taste defeat next time. Listening to her resolve, Rufus noted that for the upcoming conditional examination, her own casting would be restricted strictly to Tier 3 magic. Nevertheless, she remained undaunted, resolved to push her limits and give her absolute best to achieve victory. Turning her gaze slightly aside, Elria acknowledged that while their circumstances differed, she too carried a crucial objective that demanded her full devotion. With a clear smile, she explained that her motivation stemmed from an unshakable promise she was bound to honor, casually issuing a challenge to Reed to see which of them would ultimately prove stronger. Watching Elria's firm resolve, Rufus acknowledged the immense strength within her companion, silently acknowledging that her own path lay in forging deeper contracts with guardian dragons. She explained that her instructor had assured her she could form a pact with the guardian dragons, even researching topics on the creatures that were entirely new to her. As Reed listened quietly to her account, driven by those encouraging words, she had ventured into the rugged mountains to speak directly to the beasts, trusting that they would accept her. However, the towering mythical creatures proved far more prideful than she anticipated. Unlike her familiar, guardian dragons demanded immense magical reserves, threatening to act violently if left unsated. Weighed down by these mounting difficulties, she confessed how torn she felt, knowing that her mother had humbled herself for her sake, while the upper academy held such immense expectations for her success. Hearing her plight, Elria suddenly stood up from the lunch table, looking directly down at her with an earnest and solemn intensity. With sudden passion, Elria urged her to throw aside her doubts and battle with every ounce of strength she possessed in an all-out contest against her. As Reed sighed at the unexpected outburst, Elria insisted that giving her absolute all in a match would clear her mind and refresh her troubled spirit. Intervening to clarify, Reed gently explained that Elria was trying to say the dedication put into the process mattered far more than whether she ultimately won or lost. Still hesitant, she worried aloud about how her mother would react to a failure, but Reed countered that if she fought with everything she had and still fell short, there was simply nothing more she could have done. He then added reassuringly that forcing adult expectations onto her was inherently irresponsible, suggesting that if she lost despite her maximum effort, she should feel no guilt in letting someone else carry that burden. He flashed a confident smile, pointing a thumb at his chest as he assured her that no matter what went wrong during her battle, he would personally step in to handle it. Rufus, still overwhelmed by doubt, could only stammer in response to his unwavering assurance. When Rufus hesitantly questioned if he was truly willing to take on such a burden, he responded with a casual, offhand nod, as if protecting her was the most natural thing in the world. As Reed casually mentioned how he had dispelled Elria's Tier 10 magic during the entrance exam simply by swinging his fist into the blast, Rufus stared at him in utter disbelief, staggered by the sheer absurdity of blowing away high-tier magic with raw strength. Seizing the momentum, Elria chimed in with enthusiasm, reasoning that since Reed was more than capable of handling any fallout, she could unleash her full power against Rufus without holding back. Leaning closer with a playful giggle, she locked eyes with Rufus, radiating a warm, yet fiercely competitive energy that dissolved the remaining tension between them. Reinvigorated by their trust, Rufus thrust her fist forward with a wide grin, declaring that she would pour every ounce of her strength into their upcoming clash. With a warm smile, Elria accepted the challenge, solidifying their bond as fellow combatants while their friends watched over the encouraging scene from across the room. Moments later, Reed and Elria offered a cheerful wave of farewell, sending Rufus off with high expectations for their impending battle. Once they were alone, however, Elria's demeanor shifted. She quietly confessed that while she intended to fight Rufus with all her power, she had a lingering suspicion that something dangerous would occur during the duel. As Reed questioned her meaning, Elria voiced her deepest concern, noting that there was something inherently unnatural about the circumstances surrounding Rufus's contract with her guardian dragon. She continued to detail the fundamental mechanics of summoning magic, explaining how a caster uses mana to construct a temporary vessel for a monster's soul while its true body remains elsewhere, allowing even a dragon low on magical energy to sustain its pact. Pondering the creature's perspective, she asked Reed how he would feel if stripped of his formidable strength and dispatched into battle within a fragile host, to which he dryly admitted he would comply if ordered, albeit reluctantly. She noted that monsters held similar pride, and that a creature like Rafika would never yield under normal circumstances due to their deep bond, leaving a lingering uncertainty in her voice. Reed chimed in, finding it strange that those 4 guardian dragons had maintained their pledge without hesitation, drawing a parallel to the behavior of the armored dragons they had encountered before. Shifting her attention, Elria expressed curiosity about the mysterious instructor known as Teach, whom Rufus had mentioned during their conversation. Deep in thought, Reed stroked his chin as he recalled the phrase about forming a contract, unsettled by the implication that this unknown figure seemed to possess knowledge of the future. Elria turned back to him, entrusting the situation into his hands with a warm, earnest plea to protect them if trouble arose, which Reed accepted with a confident smile. Willing to hear her out further, Reed casually offered to answer whatever remaining questions she might have. However, Elria suddenly clutched her stomach in agony, trembling violently as she confessed to eating far too much and begged him to carry her, prompting Reed to sigh over her old habit of refusing to leave any food behind. Shaking his head at her dramatic shift, Reed hoisted her onto his back to carry her inside, teasingly pointing out how she balked at holding hands yet had no qualms about being piggybacked. Having carried her back inside, the quiet academy dormitory settled under the starry night sky. Inside one of the rooms, a small mechanical automaton scurried across the floor toward Rupus, who sat quietly at her desk holding a magical orb. Without warning, she leaned right into the automaton's face and shouted intensely, startling the small device as she demanded to speak with Teach. Wincing at the sudden burst of noise, the specter of Teach appeared through the communication device, rubbing his ear as he recognized her voice. She cheerfully explained how her mother had scolded her after a defeat in a mock battle, casually asking if anything pleasant had happened on his end. The scholar retorted that such heavy family news was a bit much for someone who had just awakened, reminding her that activating a high-tier magic tool meant she must have a pressing matter. Her expression turned intensely serious as she leaned forward once more, pleading with him to teach her how to tame and control a guardian dragon in its prime condition. When he bluntly declared her request impossible, she began to panic, insisting she needed at least one victory to stand a chance against Elria. Stopping himself mid-thought, the scholar adjusted his glasses to rephrase his answer while she desperately argued that a guardian dragon's power was her only hope. He solemnly explained that the opponent she sought to defeat was an absolute entity, reasoning that if guardian dragons represented the absolute peak of monsters, then Elria stood as the peak of all existence. She was simply too powerful to overcome, causing Rupus to burst into tears as she confessed her despair to Teach. In response to her despair, the scholar countered that he could turn her victory into a real possibility. He explained that to achieve the impossible, she would need to command all 4 guardian dragons at once. She immediately protested, arguing that she lacked the magical reserves to handle 4 dragons without driving them wild. But he reminded her that her future self had already mastered them. He proposed a daring solution. They would reach into that very future and borrow its immense power right now. Time passed, bringing with it the day of the conditional exam as figures gathered near the testing grounds. As he stepped inside the tent, Alma greeted him with a lazy, playful salute from her couch. He chided her for slacking off, but she nonchalantly brushed off his concern, claiming her role was merely emergency backup. He ignored her excuses and demanded to see the footage, prompting her to chuckle at his impatience. Before they could say another word, a brilliant magical display erupted around them, bathing the room in light as the projection flickered to life. He marveled at the projection screen, which displayed the live perspectives of every student taking the exam. Beside him, Alma agreed enthusiastically, noting that Elise's creation of such a complex magic tool was proof of her sheer genius. She went on to explain how the principal had raised the standards of magical engineering for nearly a decade before taking her current role, matching her formidable appearance with an equally intense personality. Redirecting their attention to the active feed, the armored warriors suggested they check in on the most high-profile and troublesome squad, just as one terrified participant on the screen screamed about being so nervous he might throw up. On the monitor, Bowell complained bitterly to his squad mates about being entrusted with the target bracelet, realizing that if the enemy captured him, their entire team would instantly lose. Hearing her comment about the high-stakes setup, the young swordsman questioned if she was referring to his designated pupil, while she noted that higher authorities must have intentionally altered the exam parameters at the last minute to force them into a corner. Accepting the sudden handicap with a light-hearted smile, he acknowledged that he was forbidden from using magic tools during this trial anyway, leaving the outcome entirely in his students' hands. The screen focused closely on Bowell, the young student carrying the burden of leadership and the entire team's fate on his shoulders. With unwavering confidence in the young man's abilities, Reed declared that as the hero's very first disciple, Bawel had undergone anything but half. As the reality of the upcoming exam settled in, panic instantly consumed Lily. Clutching her staff tight, tears welled in her eyes as her mind screamed a relentless chorus of refusal at the terrifying prospect of being targeted. Observing her visible distress, her companions assessed the situation. She wept, convinced that if she were targeted, their class would suffer an immediate defeat, while Wiesel noted that her current mental state made her ill-suited to carry the golden bracelet. Continuing his tactical evaluation, Wiesel highlighted the difference in this exam's objectives. Unlike the previous task focused on rescuing victims, this test demanded survival until the time limit expired, meaning the golden bracelet should logically be entrusted to their strongest combatants, either Elria or Fareg. Hearing that logic, a surge of relief washed over Lily as she realized she wouldn't have to fight directly. Fareg concurred with the reasoning, explaining that the most sound strategy was simply to keep whoever wore the golden bracelet hidden from sight. However, Elria immediately shattered that passive plan with a cold, absolute refusal. Clutching her staff with quiet intensity, a fierce determination burned in her eyes as she declared her intent not to hide, but to completely annihilate every opponent on the field. Adapting quickly to her aggressive stance, Wiesel broke down the strategic implications of an all-out offensive. He pointed out that with their team facing potential alliances between other classes, engaging directly would require precise scouting to avoid being overwhelmed. Pleased with his sharp analytical skill, she offered a warm smile of approval and praised his keen insight. Agreeing with the operational plan, Ferris finalized their roles for the battle. He instructed Wiesel to focus on scanning for incoming enemies, leaving the final decision of whether to engage or retreat in their tactical execution. While he and his allies made their opening moves elsewhere, another class gathered in a quiet glade to prepare their own assault. At the head of the squad, the proud heir of the noble Verminen family declared with absolute confidence that their victory was already guaranteed, refusing to entertain any thought of defeat. Scanning the surrounding terrain, their squad's tracker immediately reported detecting multiple magical signatures nearby, pointing out 10 distinct targets moving in perfect sync. Turning to their leader, the squad members eagerly inquired what their order of engagement would be against these incoming opponents. Without a moment's hesitation, the noble leader gripped the hilt of his weapon and drew his blade with a sharp metallic clatter, ordering his squad to eliminate every enemy in sight without mercy. Channeling his mana directly into the steel, intense flames burst forth from the sword's edge, enveloping the weapon in a roaring column of fire that illuminated his stern expression. Concurrently, Bawel launched into action according to their prearranged strategy, an eager grin breaking across his face as he charged into the fray. Vaulting high above the treetops, he carved through the air with astonishing speed, executing a series of rapid aerial maneuvers to close the distance to the enemy position. Caught off guard by the swift assault, the opposing squad's lookout shouted a warning to his team, frantically calling out the incoming threat from their flank and urging everyone to prepare their defenses. As a barrage of magic projectiles opened fire in the sky around him, the nimble warrior taunted their efforts while effortlessly dodging through the storm of spells. Swinging his flaming blade in a broad arc midair, he unleashed a sweeping wave of fire that sliced across the battlefield. The fiery arc detonated directly in front of the defenders, erupting into a massive explosion that shattered their defense line and sent shockwaves rippling through the clearing. His massive aerial strike detonated against the sky, leaving behind a blinding flash as observers realized his target had teleported away to avoid full damage. Before the enemy squad could process the escape, a sudden shout rang out warning of another attack from above, just as a dark figure descended directly into their midst with explosive force. Reed crashed down surrounded by swirling energy, instantly recognized by the surrounding students who frantically shouted orders to freeze his movements before he could strike. Reacting instantly to their mobilization, he pushed off the ground, vaulting high into the air with lightning speed. Mid-air, he pivoted and launched a powerful downward strike, aiming directly at the formation below. Confounding his opponents who mistook him for a long-range specialist, he dropped from above the ice wall, mocking their sluggish response as he closed the gap. The impact of his assault sent shockwaves cascading through the clearing, scattering the opposing squad members across the terrain in utter disarray. Away from the immediate combat, May adjusted his glasses and reported through his comms device, confirming that the surrounding enemy units were responding exactly as anticipated. Acknowledging the status report, Reed contacted Lily directly, requesting her to deploy a magical barrier at the designated enemy coordinates to conserve their energy and seal the trap. Receiving the targeted coordinates, Lily peered into the distance and confirmed she had visual on the enemy forces, ready to cast her barrier. She stood ready alongside Elria, channeling her mana to initiate the trap. Slamming her staff into the ground, she unleashed a massive magic circle that rose into the sky. Moments later, a giant stone barrier erupted beneath them, encasing the enemy squad within the ravine. The trapped soldiers scoffed at the wall's durability, but their scouts suddenly spotted a single warrior approaching rapidly. Realizing a confrontation was imminent, the squad decided it would be easier to defeat the intruder than break the barrier. Bawel charged forward without hesitation, eager to dismantle the enemy formation. Focusing his gaze, he triggered his specialized gauntlet with a cold command to sever their magic. A shockwave sliced through the air, instantly shattering the enemy mage's spell circle before it could form. Panic spread among the enemy ranks as they realized their magic tools had been completely disabled. Closing the gap with overwhelming momentum, Bawel invited his allies to join him in sweeping up the helpless squad. He surged forward with explosive speed, his magic gauntlet flaring with raw kinetic force as he targeted the enemy lines. Delivering a devastating strike, the blow sent one of the opponents crashing backward in a cloud of debris. Alarmed by the sudden assault, the remaining squad members scrambled for cover, shouting to use the rising smoke to conceal their positions from further quick strikes. As the bewildered opponent accused him of reckless strategy, the fighter calmly confessed that he had merely been stalling to test his weapon, just as the ground violently caved in, crushing the enemy under heavy rock. Gazing down at the massive pile of stone, Lily cheered over the literal crushing victory, while her companions noted that the trap had exceeded their expectations. May analyzed how effectively the disruption had rendered the enemy's tools useless, prompting Elria to step forward, ready to take her turn in the assault. Before any further moves could be made, the earth suddenly shattered beneath Lily as a colossal moray eel monster erupted violently into the air. Thrown hopelessly into midair by the shockwave, she cried out in terror as she tumbled out of control. Moving in a flash, Reed intercepted her mid-fall, wrapping a protective arm around her while casting a glowing ward against the roaring beast. Clinging tightly to him in gratitude and confusion, Lily frantically questioned what the strange creature was, to which Reed promptly identified it as a massive moray eel. As he kept watch, Elria floated serenely on her staff above the subterranean monster, acknowledging its clever ambush strategy. Glowing magic burst around her as she warned the creature that revealing itself was a fatal mistake. Watching the magical duel unfold from the observation room, he sat beside his companion to discuss the battle. She expressed surprise at the extreme level of combat, but he proudly explained that he and Elria had personally trained the students. Down in the arena, the dedicated students stood resolute, proving the effectiveness of their intense training. She then inquired about Elria's upcoming serious clash against the Dragon Princess, while he praised the students' relentless efforts. Bringing up the legendary guardian dragons, she listened as he revealed that Elria sensed something abnormal regarding the Dragon Pact. Pressed for details about these creatures, he admitted knowing little about Alteon's dragons beyond their terrifying strength. He recalled historic records where a single guardian dragon annihilated an entire army of 150 elite mages. He pondered the danger, knowing Elria was restricted to Tier 3 magic if the ancient beast were summoned. He evaluated the distant confrontation, declaring flatly that her chances of victory were practically non-existent. Hearing his harsh assessment, Bawel surprisingly agreed with the country girl beside him, while Lily celebrated their team's impressive performance with boundless excitement. Elria gently acknowledged how exhausting scouting and managing the battlefield had been for the others, though Lily eagerly cut in to boast about defeating 3 additional teams along the way. She pointed out that their class already held a clear advantage, advising against unnecessary conflicts, while Wiesel noted that the surviving teams had likely secured hidden retreats to wait out the exam. Bawel voiced his complete agreement with her strategy, suggesting that the rest of the group head off to find a safe hiding spot until time ran out. When she casually announced her intention to remain behind alone to honor her promise to Rufus, Bawel reacted in utter disbelief, demanding to know if she truly intended to take on a guardian dragon. He vehemently warned her that guardian dragons possessed ancient powers equal to Tier 10 magic, capable of wielding devastating spells that far surpassed ordinary monsters. Even as he desperately explained that emergency transport magic wouldn't protect her from such overwhelming force, she simply clapped in light-hearted admiration of his extensive knowledge. He stressed that she risked being vaporized before safety measures could even trigger, while Wiesel and Lily quietly recalled having offered her the exact same futile warning not long ago. Undeterred by all their frantic protestations, she leaned quietly on her staff, bound firmly by the simple vow she had made to face her opponent with everything she had. She confessed her own limitations, admitting that unlike her companion, she lacked the eloquent words needed to comfort the conflicted dragon princess. Continuing with a gentle smile, she explained that just as countless battles had brought clarity to her own journey, the young princess needed to pour her entire soul into this fight to discover her true resolve. Hearing her unwavering logic, Bawel let out a resigned sigh and agreed to step back, conceding that interfering would only hinder her determination. As they prepared to withdraw, a flustered Reed brushed off their light-hearted banter, while she calmly asked him to return first and prepare a celebration for her inevitable triumph. With quick humor, Bawel made a hasty exit alongside the others to avoid the imminent destruction, leaving her standing alone in peaceful anticipation. Alone amidst the vast, desolate wasteland, she watched a dark silhouette descend through the sky. Landing gracefully atop her winged mount, Rufus greeted her warmly, announcing that she had returned to honor their sacred promise. Standing alongside her dragon, Rufus confessed that she could not choose a single path, as her bonds with her companion, her mother, and her kingdom compelled her to honor every contract. Unleashing her full authority, Rufus declared her ultimate choice, summoning an entire pantheon of colossal guardian dragons that materialized behind her in an overwhelming display of power. Acknowledging her rival's impressive resolve, she raised her staff, her eyes gleaming with genuine respect as she prepared to meet this overwhelming force with all her. As the reality of the upcoming exam settled in, panic instantly consumed Lily. Clutching her staff tight, tears welled in her eyes as her mind screamed a relentless chorus of refusal at the terrifying prospect of being targeted. Observing her visible distress, her companions assessed the situation. She wept, convinced that if she were targeted, their class would suffer an immediate defeat, while Wiesel noted that her current mental state made her ill-suited to carry the golden bracelet. Continuing his tactical evaluation, Wiesel highlighted the difference in this exam's objectives. Unlike the previous task focused on rescuing victims, this test demanded survival until the time limit expired, meaning the golden bracelet should logically be entrusted to their strongest combatants, either Elria or Fareg. Hearing that logic, a surge of relief washed over Lily as she realized she wouldn't have to fight directly. Fareg concurred with the reasoning, explaining that the most sound strategy was simply to keep whoever wore the golden bracelet hidden from sight. However, Elria immediately shattered that passive plan with a cold, absolute refusal. Clutching her staff with quiet intensity, a fierce determination burned in her eyes as she declared her intent not to hide, but to completely annihilate every opponent on the field. Adapting quickly to her aggressive stance, Wiesel broke down the strategic implications of an all-out offensive. He pointed out that with their team facing potential alliances between other classes, engaging directly would require precise scouting to avoid being overwhelmed. Pleased with his sharp analytical skill, she offered a warm smile of approval and praised his keen insight. Agreeing with the operational plan, Ferris finalized their roles for the battle. He instructed Wiesel to focus on scanning for incoming enemies, leaving the final decision of whether to engage or retreat in their tactical execution. While he and his allies made their opening moves elsewhere, another class gathered in a quiet glade to prepare their own assault. At the head of the squad, The proud heir of the noble Verminen family declared with absolute confidence that their victory was already guaranteed, refusing to entertain any thought of defeat. Scanning the surrounding terrain, their squad's tracker immediately reported detecting multiple magical signatures nearby, pointing out 10 distinct targets moving in perfect sync. Turning to their leader, the squad members eagerly inquired what their order of engagement would be against these incoming opponents. Without a moment's hesitation, the noble leader gripped the hilt of his weapon and drew his blade with a sharp metallic clatter, ordering his squad to eliminate every enemy in sight without mercy. Channeling his mana directly into the steel, intense flames burst forth from the sword's edge, enveloping the weapon in a roaring column of fire that illuminated his stern expression. Concurrently, Bawel launched into action according to their prearranged strategy, an eager grin breaking across his face as he charged into the fray. Vaulting high above the treetops, he carved through the air with astonishing speed, executing a series of rapid aerial maneuvers to close the distance to the enemy position. Caught off guard by the swift assault, the opposing squad's lookout shouted a warning to his team, frantically calling out the incoming threat from their flank and urging everyone to prepare their defenses. As a barrage of magic projectiles opened fire in the sky around him, the nimble warrior taunted their efforts while effortlessly dodging through the storm of spells. Swinging his flaming blade in a broad arc midair, he unleashed a sweeping wave of fire that sliced across the battlefield. The fiery arc detonated directly in front of the defenders, erupting into a massive explosion that shattered their defense line and sent shockwaves rippling through the clearing. His massive aerial strike detonated against the sky, leaving behind a blinding flash as observers realized his target had teleported away to avoid full damage. Before the enemy squad could process the escape, a sudden shout rang out warning of another attack from above, just as a dark figure descended directly into their midst with explosive force. Reed crashed down surrounded by swirling energy, instantly recognized by the surrounding students who frantically shouted orders to freeze his movements before he could strike. Reacting instantly to their mobilization, he pushed off the ground, vaulting high into the air with lightning speed. Mid-air, he pivoted and launched a powerful downward strike, aiming directly at the formation below. Confounding his opponents who mistook him for a long-range specialist, he dropped from above the ice wall, mocking their sluggish response as he closed the gap. The impact of his assault sent shockwaves cascading through the clearing, scattering the opposing squad members across the terrain in utter disarray. Away from the immediate combat, May adjusted his glasses and reported through his comms device, confirming that the surrounding enemy units were responding exactly as anticipated. Acknowledging the status report, Reed contacted Lily directly, requesting her to deploy a magical barrier at the designated enemy coordinates to conserve their energy and seal the trap. Receiving the targeted coordinates, Lily peered into the distance and confirmed she had visual on the enemy forces, ready to cast her barrier. She stood ready alongside Elria, channeling her mana to initiate the trap. Slamming her staff into the ground, she unleashed a massive magic circle that rose into the sky. Moments later, a giant stone barrier erupted beneath them, encasing the enemy squad within the ravine. The trapped soldiers scoffed at the wall's durability, but their scouts suddenly spotted a single warrior approaching rapidly. Realizing a confrontation was imminent, the squad decided it would be easier to defeat the intruder than break the barrier. Bawel charged forward without hesitation, eager to dismantle the enemy formation. Focusing his gaze, he triggered his specialized gauntlet with a cold command to sever their magic. A shockwave sliced through the air, instantly shattering the enemy mage's spell circle before it could form. Panic spread among the enemy ranks as they realized their magic tools had been completely disabled. Closing the gap with overwhelming momentum, Bawel invited his allies to join him in sweeping up the helpless squad. He surged forward with explosive speed, his magic gauntlet flaring with raw kinetic force as he targeted the enemy lines. Delivering a devastating strike, the blow sent one of the opponents crashing backward in a cloud of debris. Alarmed by the sudden assault, the remaining squad members scrambled for cover, shouting to use the rising smoke to conceal their positions from further quick strikes. As the bewildered opponent accused him of reckless strategy, the fighter calmly confessed that he had merely been stalling to test his weapon, just as the ground violently caved in, crushing the enemy under heavy rock. Gazing down at the massive pile of stone, Lily cheered over the literal crushing victory, while her companions noted that the trap had exceeded their expectations. May analyzed how effectively the disruption had rendered the enemy's tools useless, prompting Elria to step forward, ready to take her turn in the assault. Before any further moves could be made, the earth suddenly shattered beneath Lily as a colossal moray eel monster erupted violently into the air. Thrown hopelessly into mid-air by the shockwave, she cried out in terror as she tumbled out of control. Moving in a flash, Reed intercepted her mid-fall, wrapping a protective arm around her while casting a glowing ward against the roaring beast. Clinging tightly to him in gratitude and confusion, Lily frantically questioned what the strange creature was, to which Reed promptly identified it as a massive moray eel. As he kept watch, Elria floated serenely on her staff above the subterranean monster, acknowledging its clever ambush strategy. Glowing magic burst around her as she warned the creature that revealing itself was a fatal mistake. Watching the magical duel unfold from the observation room, he sat beside his companion to discuss the battle. She expressed surprise at the extreme level of combat, but he proudly explained that he and Elria had personally trained the students. Down in the arena, the dedicated students stood resolute, proving the effectiveness of their intense training. She then inquired about Elria's upcoming serious clash against the Dragon Princess, while he praised the students' relentless efforts. Bringing up the legendary guardian dragons, she listened as he revealed that Elria sensed something abnormal regarding the Dragon Pact. Pressed for details about these creatures, he admitted knowing little about Alteon's dragons beyond their terrifying strength. He recalled historic records where a single guardian dragon annihilated an entire army of 150 elite mages. He pondered the danger, knowing Elria was restricted to Tier 3 magic if the ancient beast were summoned. He evaluated the distant confrontation, declaring flatly that her chances of victory were practically non-existent. Hearing his harsh assessment, Bawel surprisingly agreed with the country girl beside him, while Lily celebrated their team's impressive performance with boundless excitement. Elria gently acknowledged how exhausting scouting and managing the battlefield had been for the others, though Lily eagerly cut in to boast about defeating 3 additional teams along the way. She pointed out that their class already held a clear advantage, advising against unnecessary conflicts, while Vizel noted that the surviving teams had likely secured hidden retreats to wait out the exam. Bawel voiced his complete agreement with her strategy, suggesting that the rest of the group head off to find a safe hiding spot until time ran out. When she casually announced her intention to remain behind alone to honor her promise to Rufus, Bawel reacted in utter disbelief, demanding to know if she truly intended to take on a guardian dragon. He vehemently warned her that guardian dragons possessed ancient powers equal to Tier 10 magic, capable of wielding devastating spells that far surpassed ordinary monsters. Even as he desperately explained that emergency transport magic wouldn't protect her from such overwhelming force, she simply clapped in light-hearted admiration of his extensive knowledge. He stressed that she risked being vaporized before safety measures could even trigger, while Vizel and Lily quietly recalled having offered her the exact same futile warning not long ago. Undeterred by all their frantic protestations, she leaned quietly on her staff, bound firmly by the simple vow she had made to face her opponent with everything she had. She confessed her own limitations, admitting that unlike her companion, she lacked the eloquent words needed to comfort the conflicted dragon princess. Continuing with a gentle smile, she explained that just as countless battles had brought clarity to her own journey, the young princess needed to pour her entire soul into this fight to discover her true resolve. Hearing her unwavering logic, Bawel let out a resigned sigh and agreed to step back, conceding that interfering would only hinder her determination. As they prepared to withdraw, a flustered Reed brushed off their light-hearted banter, while she calmly asked him to return first and prepare a celebration for her inevitable triumph. With quick humor, Bawel made a hasty exit alongside the others to avoid the imminent destruction, leaving her standing alone in peaceful anticipation. Alone amidst the vast, desolate wasteland, she watched a dark silhouette descend through the sky. Landing gracefully atop her winged mount, Rufus greeted her warmly, announcing that she had returned to honor their sacred promise. standing alongside her dragon. Rufus confessed that she could not choose a single path, as her bonds with her companion, her mother, and her kingdom compelled her to honor every contract. Unleashing her full authority, Rufus declared her ultimate choice, summoning an entire pantheon of colossal guardian dragons that materialized behind her in an overwhelming display of power. Acknowledging her rival's impressive resolve, she raised her staff, her eyes gleaming with genuine respect as she prepared to meet this overwhelming force with all her